Hey everybody, thank you so much for tuning in once again tonight. Really excited to have you because tonight, every time I go live, I'm excited, but tonight's topics are especially juicy and I think we're going to have really great conversation. Of course, I do a lot of stuff on Instagram, and so I've seen how the conversations have been happening on Instagram, so it is definitely going to be interesting today. If you guys have not tuned in before, my name is Yancy, and my goal is to bridge the communication gap between men and women. And I try to, sorry, I'm trying to fix these graphics. My OCD is kicking in. I talk to men and I talk to women independently. We have so much in common, but a lot of times things get lost in translation. So I try my best to communicate between the genders so that we can have more fulfilling relationships. Now, if you have not done so already, shame, you should subscribe. Please subscribe. As my friend says on the Dear Future Wifey podcast, please don't be shacking up. Let's just go steady. So make that commitment. And if you want more than YouTube, you can follow me on all the platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere as Chasing Yancy. But if you're going to just pick one, Instagram is the place to be. That is definitely where I am most active. And last but not least, if you would like to show support, you can do it in a couple different ways. You can do it on Instagram with the support link in my bio, or you can do it through Patreon if you want to be a monthly member. They have very low introductory rates, but it goes a long way to helping me get established as a full-time content creator. Excuse me for getting tongue-tied. I don't know why. All right, guys, without further ado, we have folks waiting for me, I guess waiting for us in the green room. And so I'm going to bring them on camera. Hey, guys, how are you doing? How are you doing? Go ahead and you guys can unmute yourself. I know I gave you confusing information right before we came on, but you can go ahead and unmute yourself. I have Troy here. Hey, Troy. We were supposed to have a conversation. Oh, it looks a little bit frozen. We had the same thing last week, and I don't know what the reason for that is. So hang on, guys. See if I can figure out why. Because it's not frozen on our end, what we can see, but it's frozen on YouTube's end, and it did it before. So I'm not quite sure why, and last week I didn't figure it out either, but yet it just fixed itself over time. So let me see if it's going to do the same thing. Okay, it seems as though it's corrected itself, so I don't know what that's about, but it keeps freezing a little bit. Hey, Troy, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. What's going on?
Okay, perfect. Man, just excited to to get into today's topics. We have a lot of juicy stuff that we're going to be unpacking. We have Victorious on. I think, Victorious, this is your first time on my YouTube platform, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Facebook.
Yeah, so it's your first time on YouTube with me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we go back on Facebook. And then, of course, we have Jen, who is reoccurring. Looking super cute today.
I am a repeat offender.
I love that. I'm going to steal that. Now, if you guys
I'm going to keep muting myself because I'm in the hotel lobby and I don't want the background noise to affect your broadcast.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, darling. All right, so the people who are here already know the drill. I already see 5 likes and 7 people watching. So those 2 of you who have not done so, please exercise your finger and click that like button so that we can let YouTube know this is the type of content that more people want to see. I apologize again because I can see it keeps freezing. And if anyone is techie and they know why, just let me know. Hey, cousin, what's up? This is awesome. I think it might be my first time my cousin Mike is tuning in. So hello, thank you for tuning in, love. And I brushed past it at the very intro welcome screen, but drop your city and state. That's what we always do at the start so I can shout you guys out what city you're in. Whew. Okay, so since I have one of my colleagues on, Troy, I'm going to give you a quick second to plug yourself, plug hard, shamelessly. If you want to show your product, which I know what it is, go ahead and do that. Look, this is your moment. 30 seconds.
It's my moment?
Mm-hmm.
So listen, I'm Troy Spry. I'm a certified life and relationship coach. I'm a speaker and I'm author of the book, Teach Me How to Love Why What You Don't Know Will Hurt You. And unfortunately, I'm in a hotel and I don't have a copy of my book with me. What is going on here?
Oh my goodness, and I should have had the graphic ready.
It's all good, but you can get a copy on Amazon or go to exclusivethoughts.com. You can see the shirt though. Exclusive, that's XKLUSIVE thoughts.com. You can get a copy of the book, but I always tell people what I do is I help people get out of their own way in life and in love. And so my goal is better people, better mates, better relationships, and better communities. I think they all go together. So that's what I do. I look forward to a good conversation. I love talking to you, Yancy.
Thank you, love. And by the way, feel free to drop your link directly to the book if you're able to coordinate that and talk at the same time in the chat so people can grab that if they don't feel like waiting until I go back and post the official link. My cousin says it's first time. Well, thank you. So all right, so we're gonna just dive right in, like no chaser, no appetizer. We just will get to the main course and ask the first question. You guys don't know this, but we were gonna have a full segment on this topic, but we're gonna do a little abridged version. But we're gonna talk about emotional intelligence, and I'm a little tiptoey in introducing this topic because for those people who don't know me, they might think that I am a hater on one gender or the other because there are a lot of people out there who pander to one gender or the other, and in order to lift up one, they bash the other. And I don't believe in that. I believe that we both, as genders, have things that we can work on. I think both of us have things that we are innately great at. Like women tend to be very in tune with their emotions and it's easy for them to open up and be transparent and vulnerable. And there are things that guys are really good at. So it's not that I don't think that we have awesomeness, but I like to address the areas where we can improve. So I had a huge disclaimer, but I want to get into women a little bit tonight and emotional intelligence, or should I say a lack thereof. I don't think that anybody would object to the statement that women tend to override logic in place of emotion. And it happens a lot. And I did a post a while back that said, a lot of women will override logic for emotion, and a lot of men will override, how did I say it? Like, it goes both ways. Sometimes when you do need to be emotional, a man will outthink a situation and he loses. So, again, it's not to say that it's, all the way bad, but we need to bring in perspective. So, what would you say in general, Troy, since you've talked to a lot of women, you counsel women, what have you seen kind of as a repeat that would be fair to say is kind of a stereotype? I love that you're not afraid to be put on the spot because I'd be putting you out there.
It's all good. I mean, I would have to agree with you in a lot of situations and a lot of women I coach. One of the things I have to do is break things down into logical situations, right? So instead of allowing, because the story that's told by a lot of my clients from their emotional point of view versus when I put the facts on the table, they're two different stories. Right? And the emotions that I see all the time will try to justify what the data isn't telling you. Right?
Right.
And so I always say, I mean, if you let the data drive you, then you can usually come to a good conclusion. But if you don't allow the data to drive you and it's all emotionally built, then guess what happens? You usually end up making the wrong decision. And I have a lot of clients like that where they get mad at me because they say, I might be stoic or whatever. My job is to take the data that you're giving me, say, what story is it telling you?
Right.
And a lot of them, they don't like that because they want to believe that guy's going to change. Right?
Holding that hope.
They want to believe that this guy's really into them when he's really not. They want to believe that he's a good man. That they want to believe that his potential is going to come into fruition. And then the data says something totally different. So for me, those are the situations I see myself in a lot with a lot of my clients where it just doesn't match up. The emotions don't even match the data. And so I see it consistently.
Okay, so, and I'm making a little note because I don't want to forget to ask some questions. So if I put my head down, that's why. But I want to find out from you, what would you say would be, advice to give? Because I remember before I got my emotions more under control, I would get advice. I would get very sound advice from people like my father and things like that. And then I would go to the opposite. So what would you say? I have my take on it, but I want you to go first. What would you say would be advice to somebody who's grappling with it? Because it feels like a compulsion, to be honest. As somebody who, is a recovering emotional person, it feels like an addiction. Like, I know this crack cocaine is bad for me. I really, really want to quit, but then you go back and do it. So what would you say as advice to somebody who recognizes, I make stupid decisions with my heart that go against what my brain is telling me to do?
Yeah, so I think a lot of it comes down to the knowledge you ingest, right? Or you take in. So I would study emotional intelligence, right? Study what that is. Study what it's about, what the definition of it is. Take a course on emotional intelligence. That could be another way that you get more hold of your emotion. And then I think the other piece is don't ask for advice until you're ready to receive it.
Ooh.
if you know you're not in a state where you're ready to receive the advice that you're asking for, most what I've learned from a lot of my clients, they don't really want solutions. They just want to vent. They just want someone to listen to them. They want someone honestly to confirm what they want to believe to be true, right? And so my point is, if you're not really truly ready to critically think, then don't even ask for it, because you're wasting people's time and you're wasting your own time, right?
Wow.
So take some courses, get some new information, read some articles, go look at some videos, do something to help you be conscious of what you're doing in the moment.
I really
a lot of people, they don't do that. Go ahead.
No, please continue. I heard a pause.
No, what I was saying is a lot of people don't want to do that, because when I get new information, I have to make new decisions. You see what I mean? And I'd rather be stuck.
Yes.
And blame it on someone else than to get new information.
Yeah.
And to me, that's a recipe for disaster.
I think what you said is perfect. And I'm actually putting a book together, like I've hinted a few times. And that is one of the first steps, is being honest with yourself. If you want to get from where you are to where you want to be, the very first step is being honest with yourself. And it's very similar, again, like addiction. They say the very first step is admitting you have a problem. And so even if the admission is, I am attracted to toxic relationships, I don't love myself enough to say no, even if what you're saying is painfully embarrassing to say it. Even if you're just saying it to yourself. It should be just yourself, because it's no one's business but yours. But admit it to yourself, because the more honest you are, the more you will be apt to make some changes, because when you hear it out loud and you don't allow yourself to lie to yourself, it really starts to set in. Feel free to chime in, guys, by the way, if you have anything to add to this. And I like what you said about getting research and things like that. So if the person has taken that step to honestly assess, this is me, maybe someone listening, one of the women watching says, this sucks to admit it, but I tend to fly off half-cocked. I don't make any sense. And I use my gender as an excuse. That's the very first step. But then watching a show like this will be a great step in the right direction as far as, getting away from that. So what are your thoughts, Victorious? I know that you have a lot to say. You're extremely intelligent, man.
All right. It's a lot to ask for, really, to someone to admit they don't love themselves. That's a lot. Well, it's a lot to come to that point of not loving yourself. Is knowing what that means and how that feels, and then to admit that. I think that people are good with talking about body parts and different features that they might not love, but to say, well, I don't love myself, or I don't know how to love myself, that sounds pretty difficult. And it speaks to a lot of emotional intelligence. In all of my short time on Earth, I picked it up before, but I've never really heard anyone say like that's what the thing is, or admit to it.
I love that you said that. Oh, I'm so sorry. There was a delay. So if I keep cutting people off, that's why, because I get a delay and then I hear it again.
I paused. I just paused, and I just said but it's true though what Troy's saying.
Got you.
It definitely is important.
I remember hearing the term self-love. I'm so sorry, Jen. I'll let you speak. I heard the term self-love, and it was one of those things where, and I want people to have permission to not feel stupid, because there's certain terms that we use all the time, and you can kind of within the context surmise what it means, but you might not really understand. And I remember kind of feeling stupid years ago going, well, what does self-love mean? Because it just seemed like common sense. Everybody likes themselves. Nobody wants to get punched in the face if given an option. Do I get the punch or someone else? No one's going to say, oh, pick me. And people confuse self-preservation, which is like a normal human instinct, with self-love. And the way I finally grasped it years later was, if I would not demonstrate my love for someone outside of myself in this way, that's an indication that I don't love myself. When you make the decisions that put yourself at the best vantage point, actions speak louder than words. And just like you wouldn't believe a partner who says, oh, I love you, but keeps abusing you, you shouldn't believe yourself that you love yourself if you keep stuffing yourself with foods that are killing you slowly, or surrounding yourself in toxic relationships, or, continuously spending your money so that you're living paycheck to paycheck and you have no plan for the future. those are the things that help people understand whether or not they love themselves, is when you take yourself out of it and imagine yourself as a friend. Would you be the crappy friend? Would you be the crappy lover? And if you are, you don't love yourself. And at least you now know what work is to be done and where you can start. What were you saying, Jen? And hi, Kyle. Welcome, welcome.
So I was just going to say, it takes a moment of self-discovery and actually being comfortable with oneself to understand whether or not you love yourself. You have to know what you love. A lot of people don't know what they even love enough to know whether they'll accept it or not. And one way I figured that out from my own dating experiences were through the advice that I give. Like I'm actually like the friend that everyone calls for advice. And I'm like, I'm giving this advice, but I don't even live by the advice I'm giving. I would not want this for my best friend. So how do I accept it for myself? And at that point, I started redirecting my energy and understanding exactly what my expectations were. Knowing your expectations are also a form of self-love, because if you have someone that is not feeding into what your expectations are, then it's not going to matter anyway, whether they like you a lot, whether they love you a lot. They're not giving you what you need. So in order to understand somebody else's love for you, you have to want and know what you expect from yourself in a relationship and your partner.
I love that. And it's taking inventory and finding yourself. My brand, like I've said a million times, is Chase Yancey, because I'm searching after who she is. And that was a definite step in the process of, what things do I do now? Hey girl, we got an all-star cast tonight. What things do I do now? But what things do I want in the future? And making those decisions for myself, because prior to that point, even though I was well into adulthood, my boundaries and expectations of myself were based solely on external influences. And I had to then go, okay, this is what I was given from parents. This is what I was given from former relationships. This is what I've been given from peers. Now, what do I pick? And coming up with my little gumbo pot and figuring out, okay, I do want the crab. I don't want the shrimp. I do want the salt. Picking the things that work for me. And I think that's an excellent, excellent point. Hey, LaShante. Hey, girl.
Hey.
Every time I see
you doing?
I want to be like, hey, girl.
Hey, girl. Hey. Hey, everybody. How y'all doing?
Oh, my goodness. So now I've never done this before. I've only done it with my my formal guests, who are my peers in the relationship space. However, I do want to give you guys an opportunity to shout out any projects that you guys have, because your time is very, very valuable to me. And these conversations I couldn't have. It's just not the same as a talking head. And so I want to give you guys an opportunity. If any of you guys have public projects that you have working on that you would like to let the good people of YouTube know about, feel free to jump in and do that. Shameless plug. That'll be one of the benefits of coming in on time. I'll let you guys do that. Anybody have any things they're selling or promoting? Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right.
I got one.
I was going to say, I got some really talented people in this panel, but I'm not going to tell anyone's secrets. Okay.
Well, there's a film that I produced. It's called Yusef Hawkins, Storm Over Brooklyn, and I think it's pretty good. I know it's pretty good. It's on HBO Max and wherever you can find HBO stuff, like your Hulu and all that. So again,
nice. Congratulations. That's awesome.
Congratulations. That's good stuff. Say the name of it one more time.
And please type it in the comments.
I'll do that. So it's Yusef Hawkins, Storm Over Brooklyn.
Okay.
Long.
I was going to say, I believe I saw a post. Did you do a post recently about a naming of a street? Was that one of the scenes?
Yes.
Okay, so I did see.
We actually got the street where his mural is co-named a couple days ago. See that?
That's a big deal.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Yes.
That's a big feat. You can't downplay that.
Look.
I need you to yell at.
Look, I'm just saying. All right, so I won't mention anybody who's musically inclined or produces music, just if they feel the need to.
You're just gonna throw me out there. So
I just say anybody. Any
So,
projects?
I'm in a Christian mini series called Cling on YouTube. I play the lead lady's husband, kind of adulterous husband. So check that out. Called Cling. It's a Christian mini series on YouTube. Season 2 came out, I think, this summer. So pretty cool. And then also I do music, so under Tory Stark. So you can go out there. I did a relationship little EP recently. So check it out.
Feel free to drop that link also so the people coming back can watch it. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm feeling extra generous tonight, so plug all you can.
Is he the one that performed last Sunday, Beyonce?
No.
Oh.
I should try to get him to come back, though.
No, it's no worries. I hadn't had a chance to go back and watch last Sunday's episode, but I do remember you said somebody.
I get so emotional when people play. I think especially it's a cappella or, well, I guess a cappella and then just like if you have a single instrument, you know, you're not like playing to a track or whatever. And so I was just like, oh. Yeah, he's so talented. He could literally sing about anything in any style and make it sound legit, like it's an actual track. It's the coolest thing. But I was saying to somebody, I said, when people are talented, it feels like you have to pull teeth versus the person who sings like a wounded dog. Like they're like quick to like, let's sing. Like, no, it's not, you know. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for smashing that like button. I really appreciate that. Today, I said, my golly, I am not going to forget my doggone graphics, because if I do one more segment where I forget to do my little graphics, I'm going to be so mad at myself. So today, that ain't going to happen. All right, so we're going to get right into this juicy topic, marriage. Does it benefit men? And before you guys answer, I want to say this, and I can't stress this enough. So there is a YouTube channel called Make It Common. I stumbled across them, I think it was today, via Twitter, and then I, found their stuff on YouTube. But they have these really dope conversations. They're over in the UK, and they have people sitting down, and it looks like this warehouse, but they hash out topics topic by topic or question by question. And so it's a really, really dope show. And I believe in getting inspired. Hey, Chavez. I believe in getting inspired by people as a content creator, but I also believe in very, very much plugging where inspiration comes from. I don't think you always have to be technical and have to worry about copyright and all that stuff, but I do believe if someone works hard and it moves you to plug them. So I'm going to plug them like crazy. I'm not affiliated in any way. I'm just very much impressed by the quality of video and the content. So the 4 questions that we're going to start with came directly from that episode. I actually spoke to them on Instagram earlier today, and that's where it's coming from. Shout out to them, follow them, subscribe, watch their stuff. It's super dope. Okay, hey, what's up, Rude Boy? One of my fave subscribers. All right, so they were talking about what does marriage benefit men, or does it at all? And I remember watching it this morning and going, outside of the faith and feeling like you're not sinning as a believer, what does it benefit men? And so I have my answer, but I'm going to save mine till last because I don't want to bias the panel. But feel free, y'all, throw them bows in, whoever wants to start, and let us know if it benefits men at all. If so, how?
Are we letting the men speak first, or?
That's what I was trying to do.
Oh.
But
But her face, though.
Go ahead, jump out there.
Her face, her eyebrows already went up, though. She said.
They did. You see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more beneficial to women to be married than men. Actually.
I don't.
Y'all hash it out.
Well, here's the thing.
Are we saying why, or
married men live longer when they're married. Married men live longer than single men. You got somebody making you go to the doctor.
Oh, there you go.
Recollection would be, I mean, if we're talking about, I guess it depends on the marriage, of course, but most women are taught to take care of their husband. So there's a lot of work that goes.
But a lot of single men have a lot of single women who take care of them as well.
Do they?
They have a woman for whatever they need them to do. I know plenty of them.
You think so?
Unfortunately.
Oh man.
I don't think single women in relationships operate in the same exact way that
when you're out to get your husband, you tend to show out a little bit more, I think. I have, and I've slowed it down a lot.
Oh, see, I'm the opposite.
No, I was auditioning to be married when I was in a relationship. Absolutely. And it was me and two others auditioning. Yeah.
I'll jump in. Like, I think, obviously, being married, I think it's a huge benefit for men compared to being single. I mean, having somebody to come home to, having a safe space, somebody you can just be yourself around, somebody you ain't got to try to, you know, in essence, kind of put on fronts in a way. Not saying that you should do that, but, you know, when you just meet somebody and you date, and there's only so much of your personality that you kind of throw out there at first until you feel safe enough to letting them in a lot of vulnerable spaces. But I think it's huge for men to be able to feel like they're accepted as a man when somebody knows everything about them. It's easy to be accepted as a man when you kind of control the narrative, but somebody who get to see you every day, see your mess ups, you know what I mean, know your character in full. So to be able to have that space as a man, it kind of helps you be more confident in life because you have this person at home who supports you, who's behind you, who loves you for who you are. You know what I mean? So I would say that's a huge benefit, at least for me, with being married.
I like that. So an emotional benefit.
I'll jump in there, Kyle.
Yeah.
So I'm add something additional to my fellow fat brother over there. Yo, to the bros, Kyle. So I believe marriage definitely benefits men. It absolutely. I don't think it's a comparison, you know, to what it does for women. But I'm just saying, you know, for me as a married man, I think peace equals more productivity. So if you have a peaceful marriage, now let's talk about peaceful marriages.
Right. That's
if you got a peaceful marriage with a supportive spouse who, you know, helps take care of you and all these other kind of things, then I think it makes you more productive as a man as well, because you don't have to worry about the ins and outs of a day-to-day trying to date, you know, 5 different women, keeping up with all of them, going on all these different dates. You know where your stability comes from. You know where your support comes from. And that emotional support, I think, is everything for
Troy,
a man.
what's the difference between a life partner, let's just say hypothetically, somebody who's choosing to live? So we're the actual legal, we have signed the document. But what's the difference between living with somebody, doing everything exactly the same versus having that marital document?
To me, I just feel like there's levels to this.
Okay.
Right? And to me, if I marry you and I sign on it legally, then I let you have access to everything. If you're just my life partner, guess what? If I die today, unless I put you as a beneficiary, you don't get a thing. You see what I mean? Like you don't get the benefits of the legalization of the marriage part.
But does a man though? Does a man get the benefit of the legalization? Because that's the part I really want to unpack. Is there a benefit to the legal aspect?
If my wife dies today, I'm on all her paperwork, right?
So
I get to say,
right.
My wife got a bag too.
Hey,
right. And let me tell you something. Black families are aggressive. I already told my brother is unmarried, and I already told him, y'all better have some paperwork together, because you know if something happens to you, I'm going to take over. I'm your only sibling. I'm going to make sure everything is done. So just like you said, I always think of that when it comes to marriage too. It's like I've seen people, and when I was 12, my uncle lived with a woman for like 20 something years. My whole life, I remember him being with this woman, and he was still married to his first wife. And when he passed away, she had to pack up her stuff and move out of a house that she had been living in with him for 20 years. And her name was Special Friend on the obituary. I was 13. I was forever changed. Okay. My whole life changed at 13.
Not like, Special Friend.
Special Friend.
I'm sorry. I need a moment with Special Friend.
Who wrote that obituary?
What I'm never gonna do.
Petty.
Anybody's special friend on their obituary.
That is petty to the next level. That's a great question.
Let me tell you,
wrote
his
that?
first wife came in. She swooped in. She took the house and she took everything in it. And she gave her 30 days to pack up her things and to vacate the residency. Okay. See, that's what I'm saying. People talk about there's no value in marriage. There's a lot of value in marriage when you're just living with somebody and pretending to be their wife, and then something happens to them and you out here looking crazy. Because I think, she poured money into that home. She made that home her own. Right. She did all these things for him. I, as a kid, thought that she was his wife, and then it was like,
because I think that a lot of people reference the legal stuff that benefits the woman through marriage, But you know, Troy was saying, okay, his wife has life insurance. But I think that a lot of times people don't look at how a man benefits from that legal paperwork, because they're looking at it going, if we get a divorce, she can take half. You know, if whatever, like they look at the negative stuff. So is there stuff that men too are benefiting besides life insurance?
So I'll say this, like coming, just being a young dude, college, getting credit cards, messing my credit up and all that stuff, like having a woman in my life who ended up being my wife, who was more, and I'm just, shout out to Black women, like y'all just tend to have y'all business in order. Y'all seem to be a little bit more educated and understand how to handle your finances. Like she helped me get my credit together. She helped me to figure out how to, handle credit cards and like just, I mean, literally from the business aspect of our home, really spent time investing and kind of building and giving us a framework. And then as I started to get educated, as I got my career and I ended up working in finance, I kind of took that and ran with it. But just having that stable foundation and her being able to bring that, that knowledge and that it's hard to build something if y'all not married.
I was gonna say, is it more of a
you paying separate bills?
Right.
Like
okay,
you can't really build. You can't put your names on the same paperwork. Like it's hard to build something. As you start talking about having kids and entering children into the picture as well, it just becomes roadblock after roadblock. Yeah, it could be good. You can still have friendship and date and have sex and do all those other things, but being able to build something, a legacy, it becomes very difficult if you're not married. So
okay. And someone said hospital visitation. What were you gonna say, Chavez?
Devil's advocate, though. You're not kept from making any type of legal situation just because you're not married. Marriage is a contract, and you can still have contracts. The legalities of things can still be done without being married. And that's one of the, I think when it comes down to marriage, one of the biggest issues with people is they focus more on marriage as the end goal. And then when it comes down to having an actual healthy relationship, that gets just completely skipped over. Marriage, but then having a healthy relationship. I know people who've been together for 10 plus years and aren't married, and they have a phenomenal relationship.
And this is why I wanted to really unpack this, Chavez, and I like having you on because you do offer a different perspective, and it's not coming from a malicious or bitter place. Usually when people offer a non-traditional perspective, it's because they're coming from a hurt place, and I can vouch personally that you're just very open-minded. But the reason why I wanted to have this conversation, because obviously I'm a huge fan of marriage, but I wanted to have this conversation because a lot of men do think that. A lot of men say, what the hell is in it for me? And they see it as mostly risk and very little reward, or at least a very small percentage for reward.
Yancy.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? It was delayed. But
yeah.
Listen, I think part of that problem is that married men only talk about negative things about marriage to other men.
Right.
You see what I mean?
Ooh.
And so if you don't change the narrative, like I always make sure that if I'm going to make a complaint, I'm going to make something else, right? That's going to balance that complaint out, right? Because you want to be realistic about what marriage looks like, but you don't want to make it seem like everything's bad, because the next generation of young men think everything's bad and they don't see the benefits of it. And so we got to talk about the benefits as well as, some of the challenges in order to build healthier relationships, long term. So I understand why men think negatively. They always talk about, she took half my money and she took half this, and well, what could you have done to make it better? What she helped you make another million?
Yeah.
You see what I mean? How did she help you do that?
So let's get really granular then.
Men never had anything before they got married in the first place. So you're talking about half of our money. She took half of our money, because you're talking about somebody that didn't have anything. Judges don't usually just give women half money, and this man had money before she got there. This is somebody who was sleeping on a mattress on the floor talking about she took half of my money. We built this money together. You didn't have no money. She took a risk on you. She took a risk on you.
So if we
and things didn't work out, and then she walked away with the money that y'all accrued while you guys were married.
So if we get super, super granular, okay, let's say this is specifically to the guys. You meet this woman, she's super into you. You guys have a great relationship. There's nothing you would change. This is like a fantasy. And she's just skittish for whatever reason. She just, I don't see the point of marriage or whatever. Whatever her reason is, she doesn't see or feel the need to sign on the dotted line like most women. What would make you advocate for getting her to sign it? So she loves you. You don't doubt her love for you. It's not an insecurity. You guys already live together. You cohabitate. She's already given you 3 beautiful children. What are you saying to convince her to marry you? Or why you want her to marry you? Because obviously you can tell her benefits from.
I'm not trying to convince. If the relationship is healthy and we enjoy each other and we have a solid communication situation and everything is healthy at home, I'm not pressed to push for that. Like I said, for me, a healthy relationship is more important than anything else for me. Anything outside of that, if it happens, it happens.
Right before you came on, Chavez, I gave people an opportunity to plug. By the way, the birds chirping sound amazing.
I know.
That's why I love living in Southern California. It's just...
I didn't know you guys could hear that.
My God. It's so delightful. To me, it's delightful. I really like it. But I saw your sweater, and I just remembered I given everyone an opportunity to plug. Before, I've only let people plug who are in my space, and, we're keeping it kind of on topic. But I just thought tonight, you guys have always been so generous. A lot of your regulars, you're so generous with your time. So if there is a project that you guys are doing publicly or a product that you have on display somewhere online, you want to promote, this is your opportunity to do so. I have a lot of really heavy hitters who are on, Chavez being one of them, but we, it's not really relevant to talk about what we do outside of the conversation, but I'm going to do it today. No. Is there anything you would like to discuss? No?
She already made us do it, bro. I tried this.
Let me low key flex on my friends. My friends don't slack.
So I mean, we've hopped a little bit heavier into the apparel realm. Me and my team, we host a free family music festival in Los Angeles called Soulmix. And this will be our 11th or 12th year. We're doing a virtual event this year, and we did a virtual event last year. So we've had different shops tell us if we were going to push the apparel a little bit more, that they would be willing to have our apparel in it. So right now, that's really what we're doing, is just putting out the apparel a lot more. We got 2 shops that we're going to drop in, so I'll definitely keep you abreast of that, Janssen.
Okay.
For yourself as well, because I just recently saw what you have going on.
Thank you.
And then I got a couple of film projects we're working on as well.
Chavez does a lot. He does a lot. And by the way, if you want to put your name in your description, you can, because it's just popping up as numbers for your Zoom. But yeah, so he does a lot in film. His festival is incredible. I went to it. I'm just thinking I'm going to go to my friend's event. No, it's like a whole thing. It's a whole thing. The stages, performances, the vendors, the food trucks. It's a whole thing. And I was so mad that I finally went, and it was the year before the world shut down. So I can't wait to get back out there. Bring your own little canopy. You bring your whole crew. It's like a whole vibe. I don't smoke weed, and I felt like I was smoking weed by the time I left. It was just such a beautiful.
People actually come from all over. People come from all over, because we have people who come from as far as Florida and New York and Baltimore and Boston, and then Detroit, and Chicago, and St. Louis and Atlanta. Texas. So
I would say it's like and this isn't a negative thing, it's like a hippie vibe, from literally everybody is in such the same frame of mind. You just kind of end up vibing out. You're dancing with strangers. Everyone's laughing, smiling. It's such a beautiful space. And I got to say, it's a reflection of Chavez. It's literally like he attracts to himself the type of people who have his energy. So little plug. And since you brought it up, I will let people know I did drop some merchandise this past week. Very excited about it. It's on my website. You guys can get the link in my bio. Which I just remembered, I didn't fill out any of my information for today's video yet, so I'll do it after, but it's just chasingauntie.com, and you guys can see I have shirts for sale. So they have been selling, and it's pretty cool to see people supporting me and getting behind what I'm doing. So All right, so we're gonna get back to the conversation. John said he's gonna try. I know Ron is coming on. Hey, Ron. Good to have you on. Good to have you on, sir. Oh, he's still connecting to audio, so he might not be able to speak yet, but he can hear. Okay, cool. And then I know John is going to come on. John has a riot, so that's going to be fun. Okay, so Rude Boy wants to know, Troy, you were mentioning about how a lot of times men only share the negative stuff. Can you list off some of the things that are positive that are exclusive to marriage? Because that's what I'm challenged with. I have a hard time figuring out what is exclusive to marriage because everything that I can think of is a spiritual thing. So can you guys think, anyone, I mean, I'm asking Troy, but if anyone, what is exclusive, you know, and then we'll move on to the next thing.
Yeah, I mean, a couple things that come to mind. Number one is support. You see support financially because dual income is a vibe, right? To me, you know, I'm all about some dual income. Number two is the support emotionally, you know, that you get, that you can be vulnerable as a man and not be judged for it. If you have the right mate, right? If you have the right mate, that's a benefit for me. Being able to have children with a wife is a benefit for me. Someone that is a mother to my kids that I'm in the same household with every single day, right? And we can share and pass down assets to that kid together. That's called legacy. To me, that's hugely important. So that's another benefit for me. The other piece is the nurturing, right? The nurturing for me is a benefit because I desire that. I desire to be nurtured by my wife in many ways. And so that's another one. And also the consistency of sex. I mean, to me, if you're having sex with your wife, you know, consistently, I think that's important as well. I mean, to me, those things are important. Not that you can't get them without marriage, right? I guess that's the
that was my question. If you took God
it's
out
not
of
that you can't get it without marriage, but for me,
Mm-hmm.
I like the security of the marriage.
Okay.
I like the security of that.
I feel like that's the aspect that we kind of dumb down,
right?
So to speak, is like marriage provides a certain level of heightened commitment. Like it just does.
There we go.
It does. Like it is not easy. I can't just break up with you and walk out the door.
Woo!
Like,
Lord, we know it ain't easy.
There's teeth, so to speak, around decisions, right? Because you could be very emotional. You know how it is when you're living with somebody in proximity. It can get kind of, you know, a little tense, and you can make really quick decisions that could split that at any moment, right? And you have no other things. Sometimes you need those other things to kind of sober you up, to deal with, okay, if I do this, you know what? The reality is I'm going to have to do this, I'm going to have to pay for a lawyer, I'm going to have to, like, it gives you time. It reminds me of those people who, like, have to take their credit cards and they freeze them so that they got to, like, melt it to go use it later, right? But by that time, hopefully they've sobered up in the purchase. So it's kind of one of those situations. I'm not saying I agree 100% with my bro, Sharon, is that his name?
Chavez.
Chavez. I love his aspect, like, just when we have other groups, like, I love his point of view. I agree that so many people do not focus on the relationship first, and I believe that should be primary. I agree with him. I'm not trying to convince nobody to marry me. Absolutely not. If we both on the same vibe, then we'll get married. You know what I'm saying? That's a decision we'll both want to do. But I'm not forcing you, and you're not forcing me. So I agree. It should be about relationship first. It should be about building first. And if y'all both on the same plan, so to speak, same mindset of like, I want to get married for these other benefits, then y'all make that decision. So it's not I don't believe it is for everybody. You know what I mean? Obviously, from a spiritual end, there's certain implications, but we never get into that. But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
To me, marriage is the cherry on top. Yeah. And that's the thing. Most people make marriage. They make marriage the solution. The entree. Yeah, they make it. But it's like if everything else is like, if y'all are clicking on all, like firing on all cylinders, oh my God, that as the next step is amazing and phenomenal.
Amen. I agree.
And welcome, John. Want a quick hello. Thank you for joining us, sir. So I'm cracking up because CT Rude Boy, I always feel weird saying that. I don't know his actual name. But CT Rude Boy said, so wait, the benefit of marriage is that it's hard to break up? And I know you were saying that it's a security thing, and I agree. But, you know, I like to really question things. I really do like to question things. And, you know, a lot of you know that I did a video recently saying, we should date without titles, because if you really think about it, when we are making a commitment to a romantic partner, the only commitment is that I'm going to commit to hanging out with you until I don't want to hang out with you. And that's not a commitment, versus marriage. You're saying I'm going to commit to you until death does us part. That's a little different. So, when we get into these habits of making these commitments until we don't want to commit, we are creating this habit that is horribly toxic. And so now we become more flippant with our commitments, versus if you say, I'm going to take I'm going to take getting to know you so seriously that I won't even let myself be your girlfriend or you be my boyfriend. I'm just going to be your fiance. If I can't make the decision to say, I know you well enough to be in a relationship with you, I shouldn't be in a relationship with you. And I feel like until you get to that point of like fiance, you don't really know the person. You're still in that getting to know you phase. And I think that if more people took the time to get to know one another, there would be less failed relationships. But what happens is people rush in to the commitment, and then because of the commitment, they try to stay committed, or they also add in the relationship benefits before they make the relationship, and then they get hooked on the benefits. And so I have found that when I've taken the titles off, it makes me be so much more focused on getting to know the person. When you're not getting sex from them, when you're not getting relationship benefits, getting to put pictures up on the gram and all the little fun benefits of relationships, it really makes it simple. Like, do I get along with this person?
So you're saying when you don't get sprung, then it's easy to make decisions. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm for real.
That what it sounds like.
All things become very clear when they're in a sexual relationship.
It's true, because
it gives you a little bit more mind clarity.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think that a lot of times people have these expectations like, okay, I'm in a relationship now, I can expect this. You can't expect faithfulness. Because if you really break down faithfulness says that unless I've broken up with you, I'm not going to be with other people. But if I decide on Monday, I don't want to be with your behind, on Tuesday, it's no longer cheating. Because on Monday, I said words, I don't want to be with you. That does not in any way make it feel any less painful. But we've convinced ourselves that, well, I did the right thing because I broke it off with her. Well, you shouldn't have been with her to begin with if 2 months later you're going to break it off. Because how about you didn't know her then? You didn't know her well enough to get into that commitment. So not to, keep harping on it, but Tony says,
I also don't understand why people have children so easily with people that they don't want.
Yeah,
like to me, I have heard men jump up and down about why marriage is not beneficial for men, why they shouldn't do it, and I've heard 1,000 reasons. But those same men have children,
which are lifelong commitments
outside of marriage, and I'm like, okay, so explain to me why this woman wasn't good enough to be your wife, but she's good enough to be the mother of your child, because you're just as connected and committed to that child, which includes her in that relationship for the rest of your life.
I think that's more of a commitment, LaShante.
I agree, but they do not think so. They don't think so. I've heard a lot of men explain away how it's not the same thing, and I just don't understand, because to me it's a bigger commitment, because you're always going to be connected to this woman. Weddings, graduations, baptisms, like all you can never shake this.
Well,
like,
you're even when if God forbid the child passes away, there is a connection that is
now
formed.
You have guilt not guilt, grief that connects you
to that
person too, because I have seen that where it's stronger than anything else.
Yes,
because you connected to that person now in grief, you guys have shared a loss, so it's bigger.
Yes.
So I have that issue. Like, I have heard so many Black men who completely degrade marriage and the sanctity of marriage and why you should get married, and marriage is not for this generation and all these different things. But these same men want to have children if they don't have children, or they have children with women that they've never been married to. And I tell my sons, I have sons, I tell them all the time, I'm like, do not have a child with a woman that you do not want to be your wife.
I'm sorry, I just saw Rude Boy's comment and I lost my composure. He said, Are kids a lifelong commitment? He said, I've been
They
thinking.
are.
He said,
They
wait,
are.
he
You
said,
can divorce your spouse that you have children
wait,
with, and
LaShante, you
still
missed the
going to do that.
punchline. He said, are they? He said, I've been thinking about that with the Kirk Franklin situation.
Does it
Oh,
count when the
man.
first
He's
when the kid is 33 years old?
Hey,
When
Shante,
kids
I will
33
tell
years
you,
old.
most men aren't intentionally having children with those women. It's just a risk you're willing to take. It's like it is because I want sex and I might not want marriage. Then a risk of having sex is I might have a child. You know what I mean? And
Do you know how many
that is
men,
more
Kyle,
what you
say,
might be dealing with.
you know how many
Hey,
men
man,
say,
Kyle.
just 3 pumps. Just 3 pumps. Let me just. It's not the women saying, please take the condom off. I'm just saying.
No, yes, it is. Yes, it
Oh,
is.
no.
I said it's not just the women.
They be asking for it to be left in now.
Yeah, no, we don't know how babies are born. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't have sympathy for people who sit up here and talk about it was an accident. No. Because
Let me tell you about the birds and the
and
bees.
I have been with some men who have tried to get me pregnant over because they want that connected to me for the rest of my life.
I know of a woman who literally did like a karate, not what is the word, like a wrestling move, so that he could not pull out.
He couldn't get out.
Literally, she
Yeah.
said, "No, you gonna give me this seed," and she, yes, and got trapped. Got trapped. I said, "You really wanted that baby?" Straight up, yes, wrestling move.
They must don't know what all it takes to raise children. Clearly,
They don't. You don't know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am loving your lights in your background, Tamika. That's very, very cute.
I'm moving, so you have to excuse the boxes. The Lash Price moving.
Oh, congratulations, love.
Thank you.
So at the end of the day, so what did we come to consensus? Because just to be honest, and I'm totally playing devil's advocate because obviously I'm into marriage, but I do feel that if you compare benefits to a woman versus benefits to a man, I think we could list so many for women versus a guy.
What are they?
For a woman, if you're legally wed, you have a lot more. You just by default have access to everything. Versus if you are just a life partner, you have to go through and get power of attorney. You have to get the rights to medical whatever. There are conjugal visits. You can't have that if you're just a partner. From what I understand, if you're in a crime,
you got your little prison boo.
if you commit a crime, you're.
Prison boo. That girl.
If you commit a crime, your spouse cannot testify against you, but a partner can. But from a woman's perspective, usually, traditionally, the woman makes less. Traditionally, don't come for my next feminist. But so if they get a divorce, they tend to take half, which is why a lot of men say it's cheaper to keep her. He'd rather just stay than to split and have to give up his assets. So because money is such a huge part, that typically is why I say women tend to be more into it than the guy is, and I get it.
Well, I disagree on that last part.
Nowadays, though, go ahead.
Okay. I disagree on that last part just because of the level up that a lot of Black women have gone through in the last 10 years.
Absolutely.
So the financial aspect of marriage has changed in a way that if everybody's on the same playing field and they're making closest to each other, when you get divorced nowadays, it's not the same because judges want to know what the woman is making. And I got divorced a very long time ago, and I remember.
Oh, they asked.
Specifically asking for my W-2 and my paperwork before there were any decisions made. And even though I remember at the time I had got laid off, it was like 2008, and I was looking for a job. He was like, well, I still need your W-2 because that's the potential amount of earning that you can make. So when you do get another job, you're going to probably be making the same thing that you made on your last job. So with that being said, with these women out here that are making good money, judges aren't looking at it the same way. They're not just saying, oh, you're going to get half of his income. If you're making really good money, you're potentially not going to get that. Now you might get
That's a great point.
But that is also dependent upon who gets custody of your kids.
Yep.
Because also know nowadays that women don't automatically get custody of the children either. So all these different things have taken place and are changing and have been taking place and changing for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Where women don't have the same benefits in marriage that they once did.
And two things, when it comes down to marriage, a lot of people, don't really get that marriage was really a transfer of property. Like a man was going to a woman's family, her father and her mother, saying that I can take care of your daughter. And the family hands the daughter off to the man. He then takes ownership of her, give her his last name. And then from that point on, it's kind of like that's really how it goes. To LaShantae's point, nowadays, once you change your name, if you get divorced, everything that you were before is gone.
It is.
You're starting off from.
You have to buy it back. My former name, everything that I was before I got married, I have to purchase those things back. I can't just go back to using my maiden name. I have to buy it back. I have to do a legal name change in the court systems in order to get a name that I've had for the majority of my life.
Wow, and that's really
credit as well.
It's really interesting what you said, Chavez, about the beginnings of marriage, because I feel like a lot of times when we're looking at certain things, we have to see what was the tradition behind it. How did we come to where we are? And the way that things are set up, because a lot of guys say, man, marriage really benefits a woman more. But if you look historically, it needed to be, because at the time, she didn't have the means to take care of herself. Like you said, she went from under her father's roof to under her husband's roof, which brings me to the next thing that I want to talk about. I'm actually going to go out of order because this is the perfect segue, and I can see all of Chavez's teeth. You should be smiling this hard. Oh, because it's going to be juicy. All right, so what do we think? See, now I'm going out of order, so I get my little graphics lined up. What do we think about women who are, ready? Selectively independent.
I love them.
Who won? So how y'all feel about me?
So let's first define what it is, because on the video that I was inspired by, I'm going to give another plug, to Make It Common, the YouTube series, or the YouTube channel, they were talking about women who are selectively independent. They are independent, but selectively. So let's agree. Who wants to go first in defining what that means before we discuss how that plays out? Let's just make sure we're on the same page.
I don't want to go first, though.
Go ahead. You selectively independent, girl. Go ahead.
Let us hear it.
So my definition of selectively independent is that I can and will take care of myself, but in a relationship, I don't mind and would prefer for a man to, or gender roles. Like, I believe in gender roles, so I don't mind, excuse me, a man assuming certain responsibilities that is of I can't even say it's normal now, because now it's like being single is normalized a lot now. But in the previous relationships of our parents and grandparents and great grandparents, and in the aspects of marriage, as Chavez mentioned, it was normal for that man to assume financial responsibility of the household, and I had no problem with that.
Okay. Anyone else want to jump on their definition?
Double standardist.
Not really.
Well, Corey. Well, welcome. By the way, I absolutely love the background. It's so beautiful. It may as well be a green screen. So we have upgraded from the wall, staircase, couch view.
That's just because I'm working on something at the moment. And I'm working on some kicks, and the fumes from the kicks, I need to be there near the window.
But it's beautiful. I think this should be your normal backdrop.
He didn't want us to see his lotion this week.
And the 45 stairs. Tony, as always, your background does not disappoint. It is absolutely gorgeous. My YouTube coach would die if I had that. He really wants me to get rid of my background.
I'll send it to you.
Oh, thank you. It's lovely. It's really, really lovely.
But I just like to say to the men, we dominate tonight. Let's act like we dominate and keep it moving.
Tony is coming with the smoke tonight.
Yo.
We ain't taking no shots. We don't agree with them. We're going to step on them and keep it moving.
The more...
We got to block y'all till we block her out.
I absolutely don't think that
that's how you feel.
The more we see Tony, the more we see his raw... I love it. I see the real Tony all these years later.
I like Tony.
Y'all know why Tony's like that today?
Because no, I'm just playing. I was going to say something smart. Why is he like that today?
Nah, he like that today because of that versus yesterday with the chef, you know what I'm saying, and Ghost.
I love that.
Wait, what happened?
Like New York, Staten Island, New York was on.
Oh yeah, Raekwon and
Ghostface.
I don't even know who these people are. I'm so old.
Oh my God,
Wu-Tang. You're not that old.
Oh, you said Wu-Tang. I thought you said something else. No, I have heard of Wu-Tang. Hey, what's up, Mr. Rhodes? You should come on, sir. We definitely need your voice right now. Okay, guys, so getting back to selective independence, what does that mean? Does anyone have a different version?
The double standardist.
A lioness.
Okay, explain that, Chavez.
For me, a lioness will go out and hunt. A lioness will also take care of the cubs as well. A lioness is fierce, ferocious, in taking care of what's hers. But at the same time, she is a nurturer. So for me, you know, me and a traditional woman really probably wouldn't work. You know what I'm saying? Like
a traditional woman, what? I didn't hear you.
Who's about going out and get.
Okay, so my question is, I'm gonna stir the pot a little bit. What I have heard men say when I think of that term, it makes me think of what Corey was alluding to, which is a desire to be seen as an equal when it serves them. And when it doesn't serve them, suddenly there is a major difference between the genders. And so what I have heard men say is either we are equal or we are not equal. And I don't like to use the word equal. Either we are the same or we are not the same. But we are not going to say we are not the same and then suddenly turn on in the same breath and say we are the same. So please don't come for me. Equal was the wrong word. We're equal as humans, but we are not the same in this scenario as genders. Either we are the same or we're not the same. So I saw Corey doing the church clap. Let me know if I spoke correctly for your stance.
Yeah, you basically right on. Because if this dialogue was about saying that women shouldn't be able to work and choose their career, right? Then women would be in an uproar, like, oh, how could you say such a thing? This isn't 1810. A large segment of the female populace would be.
Hey, I love when Corey gets specific with it. I love when Corey gets specific with it.
Right?
You know what I mean? So it's a case in point where, like, that's how it is. It's the same thing with the whole dating thing, right? Like, of course, like, you don't want to pay for it, but you got money, but you don't want to pay for it. All of a sudden now, you got what is it? Long pockets and short arms. Like, go ahead with that.
Not
man.
long pockets and short arms. Hey, Corey, if I could add this in, the thing is, and this is why I said people who don't know me might think I'm coming for women, especially on a night like tonight where I'm a little more heavy-handed on the women issues. But I'm equal fire, which wherever I think is truth. This is what the rub is, if we can use Shakespearean vernacular. The rub is keep that same energy. If a guy were to talk like a woman, it would be keep the same energy. It's not that they have a problem with an independent woman. Girl, go get that bag. They will rah cheer you on. But if that's the cigarette you smoke, keep smoking it. Don't smoke it today. I don't smoke tomorrow. Smoke it today. That's what they don't like. So in case anybody comes on and thinks these men want the women to be barefoot in the kitchen and go back to the 1800s, that is not that. But if you're going to stick your chest out, which to them comes across as you are trying to compare yourself with what I'm bringing to the table. If you are going to do that and stick your chest out and make it very in your face, I don't need you, underlying tone. That's the key, the underlying tone, because it's in the songs, it's being said directly, and it's celebrated. It's one thing to say, I can take care of myself if I don't get picked. I can survive. I'm not going to die. That's one thing. It's another thing to say, I don't need nobody. That's a different energy. And so that's what I want to be specific on. And I feel a lot of times just like screaming when I see these conversations because people will take it and swing the pendulum all the way. You can be independent and handling your business, which I pride myself on being, but it never comes out in so I don't need nobody. I want a man and would love to have a man do a lot of the things I don't want to do.
Every time I have to take that trash out.
But it's
I only want to be equal in my pay. Like I don't want to do the same job as a man and get paid less than a man. Like I'm Southern and I grew up very traditional in a sense. But I don't. That's where I've never been like one of those people who's like I'm independent and I don't do all that.
Well, traditional feminism was about that, right?
What
it was supposed to be about is not what it is about now.
Right. I feel like it's gotten so manipulated as time goes on, and now feminism is such a bad word. But initially, it was about women who weren't married and they went out into the workforce and they were, doing the same jobs as men were, and they were getting paid significantly less. And that part of it has not changed, and that was what the fight was about. So that's where the equality comes from me. It's like, I want to be paid the same. We're doing the exact same job. There makes no sense that you get paid more than me and I'm doing the same thing that you're doing. And a lot of times I'm carrying a bigger workload than a lot of the guys that work with me. So I feel like that's where, femininity, feminists just kind of took a turn for the worse because they felt like women wanted to be equal in all things. And I don't think any woman wants to be equal in every aspect of the thing. But I do want my coin.
I don't, but I know a lot that would prefer that think they're the man in the relationship.
And I don't think that's the worst thing because those women aren't looking for a man to come in and swoop in and do all the things that the average woman is doing. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I think that people should be allowed to think what they want to think. And those women who feel like they don't need a man, those aren't the women who are sitting up here saying that I need you to take the trash out and come in and pay half my bills.
You really don't think, LaShante, you don't think that if we all went to
trash just like me.
I was going to say, you think that if we put a bunch of these women together, right, and they didn't know the scenario and what they didn't know it was a setup, and let's just say Troy was sitting there, and if it was a scenario like nobody has anywhere to sit, and there's only one seat, and Troy makes a beeline, and he sits down, and all 10 women are still standing, or Troy has nothing in his hands, and something starts to slip, and the woman's just struggling, you don't think any of them would look at him side-eye and be like, this
Absolutely.
Fool.
Yeah,
and that's why Corey was able to say that it's the double standard because those women want to be strong in every aspect. They want to be the man in their relationships and carry this hard load until it's too heavy for them to bear, and then they are looking for that man to pick up.
But I think it's the same double standards when it comes to men too, because you have a lot of men out there that want women to split their bills, but they still want them to cook and clean for them.
Oh, I agree with you, LaShante.
And nurture them.
I agree with you.
Extra things, and I think that goes both ways.
I 100% agree with you. Yeah.
But to what you were saying is that you don't think I think that's just as equally bad as a woman thinking that she's a man in a relationship.
Yes, because if you want this little feminine woman.
I said that there are some women that want to feel that way, but there are a lot of women that feel that way that don't want a man at all. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like
they have a girlfriend
to feel that way because they don't even want a man. Like I know a lot of those
women. And they have girlfriends and wives.
Exactly.
But that's who
and
they
that
choose
was the
to
point.
be.
Yeah.
But
And
that's
that
who
was
they
the point
choose to
that
be.
I
We're
was
talking in like
A heterosexual,
man
yeah.
woman situation,
right. Of
where
course.
there's a woman
Okay.
that wants to wear the pants in a relationship until it's time for those groceries
wear the
to come
pants.
in.
And I want to
Well,
say
I have a
this.
question, though.
Those 24 cases of water and bring them in the house and walk them just like that.
And I want to say this to make it really, really clear for people, because I never want people to walk away missing it. And I'll let you go, Tony, after this. When we talk about, and that's why I was careful not to try to correct it when I said equality, I'm not even talking about money. I'm talking about a spirit. And that's why I said it's that puffed out chest, because she could make more money than the guy and be able to run circles around him financially, but not have the energy. Then you could have a woman who makes a tenth of what he makes and have the worst attitude of, you know, I'm bigger and badder than you, and it's not needed. So I'm only speaking specifically to the spirit, in which it's this dominating spirit, like, I need to put you in your place and let you know you're beneath me. Tony, what were you going to add?
I was thinking that's funny.
My question is basically, I'm hearing a lot of women who are these I don't want to say the wrong word here.
Careful now.
Yeah, please don't.
Careful. Watch your words, brother.
Son, just say it.
And we're waiting.
Block your government name. Block your government name.
Women who want to be the men, right? In a relationship, they want to be the men in a relationship, right?
We
And
got
then
your
you
back.
have the men who say, who you're saying want to go 50-50, right? That whole scope. So it's two scopes. What's the percentage of those people in the population? I think we're giving them too much credit. I think we're making them way bigger than they really are. I think everybody's talking at a small sample size, but because we're all talking about it, it seems larger. Like saying all black people rob, or all criminals are black. That's not the case. Or saying all black fathers are deadbeats.
We just notice them more.
Percentage. And I think what the internet and everybody's been doing is making this thing seem way bigger than it really is.
Yeah, I'm in the minority,
so
Tone.
be careful as you walk down this road. And
No,
you
you're-
would know better, Corey, because you out there.
I'm out there. I'm out there on that. I'm in that.
Yeah,
that,
you out
like,
there in the
that
field.
super minority dolo. Sometimes I be walking the streets of that street right there. I be dolo. Don't nobody be on that street.
Guns out.
You know what I
Guns
mean?
out.
Just be me. But it's all good though. Like, 'cause I get it. I understand that I'm part of that really, really small minority. 'Cause there's still guys that feel like their manhood is tied to paying bills. Like, I never understood that. That don't work for me. But like, that's crazy. Talk to me. But like, I know that because I don't feel that way, my pool is relatively smaller.
To his
'Cause I'm
point.
not-
To his
But there's
point that
also-
you are the minority, because like Tony, when you said that, I thought about it. I'm co-signing you, Corey. I thought about it, and of all the people I've ever dated, I've only had one man jump when I offered to pay half. Like, I mean, he leapt with joy. So to put it in perspective from my own dating experience, there's only been one out of however many dates I've been on. So I would
But
agree.
we also have to take into consideration that we as human beings are not a monolith.
Wow.
And one of the biggest issues that we have is we believe, because of our community or small community, that everyone is the same exact thing as we are, and that's just not a fact. You know, everybody's not Christian, everyone's not Muslim, everyone's not into marriage, everyone's not being single. Like, that's the big problem right now. People don't really know, and this is personal, a lot of us don't take the time to really find out who we are, not who the world tells us who we are, not who our parents have told us who we are, not who our church has told us who we are. Because if that was the case, divorces wouldn't be so high. People find out who they are in marriage. And that's one of the biggest problems.
Chavez, you said a whole word, and we opened up. Troy and I did. Who else was on? Jen was here. We opened up with that, and I absolutely love what you said, and I'm probably going to segment this out for social media because this is powerful. I have said so many times, relationships, the root word is relate, And when you relate with somebody else, you then see yourself in the mirror, the exception being a toxic relationship where you have someone who's just making garbage up to just tear you down. But in the reality, when you have that most intimate relationship like Kyle alluded to, when you really get in that nitty-gritty of that day-by-day life, a wife is going to have, let's say Kyle's wife, she's going to be the closest person to him who's going to be able to get through him the most to say, Kyle, you might think you're this, you're actually this. You think you're purple, man, you're actually lime green. But like you said, if we were to take that time to go, am I really purple? And really look, we discover we're lime green. And I'll use myself as a quick example. When I was looking to get married and I was talking to my, what ended up being my husband, I described myself as a domestic engineer. I described myself as June Cleaver because my mom was June Cleaver. And so I just did that. Like, I just assumed. I didn't take the time. Had I taken the time to actually look to see who I was, I would have looked at, how do I keep my room? Yeah, it's not a 3,000 square foot home, but how did I keep my bedroom? Do I cook and clean? Oh, that's right, I don't even cook. Like, we don't take the time to get to know who we are as people.
Did you say I don't even cook?
At the time. At the time.
I don't like to do dishes.
Now I can throw down
Seems
now.
like I'm a rocket scientist, but I don't know where the fuel goes.
Yeah, I've never been in a lab. Yeah. But we do this,
I like the house.
Traumatic experiences.
I'm a
I
housewife.
think
Do you
how
have a dishwasher?
somebody was raised and what they seen growing up in their household, I think that also makes it if it's not healed, it can spill into how they view relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Hence, women, especially women.
Monica, we're losing
Your
you.
phone breaking up, Steve. I mean, your signal's breaking up.
And all they're taught is to be strong. All they're taught is, you can't depend on no man. Can you hear me?
You started going out and you sounded like R2D2 for a second.
Oh, damn. Can you hear me now, though?
Yeah, it's much clearer.
Okay, so I was saying, like,
Go ahead, little baby.
I wanted to hear the baby.
Like, with having childhood traumas, things that you're not healed from, and then you become an adult, and that becomes another problem. You know what I mean? Especially with women being raised by single women and little boys being raised by single women. They grow up with these problems, and they grow up thinking, especially with females, they grow up thinking that they don't need no man.
Yes.
I do it on my own. My mama
Yes.
did it. But not knowing that is also another reason why she's single, because that I don't need no man mentality. But you do.
Yes.
Everybody at some point, Lashante, you know what I'm talking about, girl. We done had conversations.
Wow.
Lashante laying out right now.
Look, she said. Look. So I want to transition really quick. Did anyone want to touch that before we move on to the next topic? I think
relationships is a dance, and that's one of the things I think that we really don't get. And I'm not just even saying between men and women. I'm saying, like, you really have to know what your strengths are and how you complement each other. Because, like, even if you're going into business with someone, right? It could be just me and me and three of my homies going into business together. We're all men, but in order for us to run our business correctly, everyone has to have a role, and everyone has to play their role. It's like, and no one is lesser than anyone else, because all of us have to do our role in order for this thing to work.
Right.
And I think that's where the issue comes in, because, like I said, you have I like a lioness. And at the same time, she has to be compassionate and understanding. So it's almost like she knows, she goes out and gets hers, but at the same time, she's not trying to sit in her masculine energy.
She's not trying to compete with her lion.
That's the big thing.
Absolutely.
Because even if you look at the lion usually, the male lion just sits there annoyed as hell with the kids, cubs just hopping all over him.
Smacking them around.
And you're biting on them and stuff, But when it's time to get busy, when there's a threat, like, he's letting it be known.
When a lion is needed.
And a lion's roar can be heard. The reason they call him the king of the jungle, his roar can be heard like 4 to 5 miles away.
Oof.
So when he got to step up,
Look, I was like,
I need me a
ugh.
Leo. Do I need me a Leo? I need me
Is
a
that a sign?
No, you don't. No, you don't, girl.
Leos are toxic.
Yes.
Actually.
Yes.
I was raised by a Leo, so.
I'm biased, you guys. I'm sorry. I had a traumatic
But the
experience.
big thing is, she's still a hunter. She's still ferocious. She's still.
He
a
knows
mother.
how to
She's
do
still,
it if he's not
and she's
around.
still a nurturer.
Right.
And she's still a nurturer. You know what I'm saying?
I love that. I appreciate
And
that.
those type of women, they know how to ease in and out of a role. They know when to be, taxing and when not, and when to be submissive. Like, it's not all one thing. Just like Chavez was saying, we're not a monolith. Like, everybody's a little bit different. But
Yeah.
those women, they know how to, bark. Like, he said he didn't want no tomatoes on his burger.
Man. Look, I'm like, no, babe, hey, okay.
That's
You heard
right.
her.
If my lips swell up, it's okay. It's okay.
We come back.
She could be there and talk to me. I'll talk back.
Why didn't
Like,
you-
Yes,
at home,
yes.
It's like,
That little TikTok. Oh my goodness, too funny. And I think it comes from when you're secure in who you are. So if you're secure in who you are, you don't have to try to be everything for everybody, even in your relationship. Be secure in who you are. And even if you're not making that decision in that moment, or you're not being the roaring lion, you still know you have worth, and you understand that the difference is not a threat. Okay, so how many of you guys have been on the past couple episodes where we have done a little game? We have had some fun. Okay, all right, so we've got 3 of you, 4. I think Corey might have been on one too. Okay, so
Corey's cheating though.
yes, Corey,
No,
he
Corey-
struggles.
Corey-
No.
Stop, don't
Yo,
do it,
she's
Corey was
12.
not cheating.
She's 12. She's 12. So I'm like, that's your new name. You 12.
That's a fact.
12.
I don't
son,
have
like,
to snitch. It's on
12.
YouTube.
That's you all.
Y'all,
day
we
12.
got triggered. Okay, so those of you guys watching this episode, I'm going to switch up the game. The game is called Who Am I? And traditionally what happens is we're all in cahoots except for the guesser. Well, tonight I want to let the viewers be in on the guessing. Okay? Oh, Rude Boy, you're back. Well, I'm glad you're back in time for the game. Okay, so tonight we're going to let everyone be in on it. I'm sorry, we're not going to let everyone be on it. We're going to let the viewers participate. So viewers, you guys can write in what you think the answer is, which might potentially help the person guessing, but that's okay. We're all in this together. So the way that we're going to do this, because we are, and let's see, I wish I had one without, no, I'll just leave the graphic off because I have names in the other ones. What I'm going to do is in the Zoom, I'm going to put the information in the group chat so we can all see it. And on the honor system, whoever is up cannot look at their chat. Does that make sense, everybody? All right. So my screen had frozen, so I was like, all right. So
Hey, Yancy,
yes.
Yancy, real quick, did you make sure that everybody on the call has their YouTube open?
I did not confirm, but thank you so
No,
much
because
for.
I'm using my phone today.
Okay.
Love her. Everybody who has the option of a secondary device, yes, please do that. It very much helps with YouTube, so thank you for reminding me. All right, so I am actually going to put Mike on the spot and have him be the first guesser because he was so much fun last time. Unless he can't speak right now, he might be trying to eat or something like that. If you're trying to eat, I'll give you a pass.
No, I'll go first. I'll pull out my food after, my turn.
Okay, I wish they were my sponsor. Look, don't put their logo. Just kidding. All right, so don't look at your chat, okay, Mike?
I won't.
All right,
I
so
won't.
here is the
Enjoy.
person that we are going to be answering yes or no questions. Oh, and by the way, for those of you who
It
haven't,
pops up.
it what?
It pops up.
She wanted it to. He's the only one that can't look.
Yeah, he can't look.
She can't help herself. I told you.
And there you go.
Steady calling you a
There
snake.
you go.
Wait, so
Nah, it just popped up on my screen. I
He's
didn't
had
even look. It just
a
popped up.
problem with me since day one, and that's fine.
okay, so Mike, did it pop up on your screen to where it was you couldn't?
It's gonna slow down though.
If it did, I didn't see it.
Okay, good, because
Okay.
Yeah, it depends on how your screen is open. Okay, so that's the person. So if those of you watching and those of you who are on camera, if you don't know the rules, what we do is the person who is guessing can ask only questions that result in a yes or no answer. So far, we have not been successful, and the answerers only answering yes or no. There have been a lot of other if it was still charades, they'd all be fired. We are supposed to give nondescript yes or no answers and allowing the person to try to guess who they are. Okay? So the key is you want to ask questions that are the most eliminatory as possible. Am I a male? Okay, then that eliminates all of the other gender. Am I alive? That eliminates everybody who's dead. Okay, so you want to ask questions that eliminate so that you can really get down to the nitty gritty. All right, is everybody ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we are going to put 3 minutes on the clock. Oh, I was wondering why I did that weird. Okay, it was still up from the last time. All right, so Mike is up in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, ask away, sir.
Am I dead?
No.
Am I a boy?
No.
No.
Am I black?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I an athlete?
No.
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 Am I an actress?
No.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Well, everybody
Yes.
said something.
Yes.
Yes.
Do I have any Oscar?
No.
Oh,
No.
Nah.
That was a good question.
Do I have any Emmy?
No.
No.
No. Nah.
Do I wait? Do I sing? Do I sing also?
Yes.
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 Do I have any Grammys?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
Am I Whitney Houston?
No.
No.
And you guys in the comments, you can guess
gone.
too.
She's dead.
She's still here?
Dead, homie.
She's still with us?
My bad.
She came back last week.
Break the news to him easy, you guys. He might not have known.
Am I a dancer?
Yes.
Yes.
A dancer. Am I over 30?
Yes.
Years old?
Yes.
Yes.
Am
Yes.
I over 40 years old?
Yes.
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 Am I over 50 years old?
Yes.
Yes.
Am
For real?
am I over 60?
No.
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 Okay. Am I still making an album?
No.
Am I married? Am I married?
No.
No. No.
Not currently.
You got 1 minute left on the clock. We don't have any guesses from the audience? Okay, he just said married. Good job.
Am I Mariah Carey?
No.
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 That's a good game.
And I don't think she's over 50.
Am I Janet Jackson?
Yay!
Good job.
All right, so
And
40.
she is married.
She's married, yeah.
She is married.
And it is married.
And
I
is
thought
married.
she was divorced.
Yeah, I thought she was divorced
She's
too.
divorced.
She's divorced.
she divorced, dude. She's divorced.
Let's Google. Let someone run to Google, please. Run to
I'm
Google.
on Google and it says she's married.
divorced.
I'm on Google and it says 2012 and it has no end date for dude. The first dude she married was from 1991 to 2000. James DeBarge was 1994 to 1984, and then this Chic dude is 2012 with no end date.
It does
So-
say that.
Oh, so that divorce isn't finalized.
I didn't even know that they had gotten married.
Wow.
I just thought that was her baby daddy.
It says that they split.
I thought that was her baby daddy.
It says she
no.
split from her billionaire husband after 5 years of marriage, and they separated, a little more than a week after their child was born. So it says they split, but it doesn't say they divorced. So they might just be living apart, but still legally married. Interesting. Okay, so we learned that. Would that my question then for Mike is, would that have made a difference if we said she was married? Did you know that fact?
No.
Okay, good. I want to be fair. All right, so good job, guys. All right, so we will get back to the very serious conversations at hand. Thank you so much, Mike, for jumping in there. All right, so the next question is about cheating. We often, when we think about cheating, we think, men are dogs. They're the ones who cheat. But I've heard.
Derek Jackson.
What's that?
Women are the best at it.
Derek Jackson.
Oh, right. And so I've heard men say, no, women are just better at it. So,
Exactly.
better meaning more sneaky. So I want to find out from you guys, What do you think? Let's just show by a show of hands first so we can easily visually see. Do we think that men and women cheat equally, like at the same rate? Raise your hand if you think they cheat at the same rate. We've got 1, 2.
Oh, same frequency? Yep, absolutely.
Same frequency. So we got 1, 2.
I think women do it more.
3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we got about a little over half. Okay, yeah, and then who thinks that men cheat more by a show of hands? We've got we got 2 people, 3 people. Okay, she's a half because she voted twice. Okay, so we got 2.5. And then last, 4. Okay.
Ow! Voted twice.
And then, someone popped off. Okay, the last one is who thinks
Mike got his hand raised. Too young.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see it was out of the frame. Who thinks women cheat more? Last one to vote. So we got. Wait, I thought you voted, Tony, for equally.
He said equal. Now he said women.
All right,
women
so
cheat more.
All right, we're gonna do it one more time, really, really quick. Who thinks that it's equal across the board? We got 1 equal across the board. Okay. Oh, wow. And then, I'm going to write this down. Equals 1. All right. Men cheating more. How many do we have for that one? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4.
5.
Who's the 5th one? Oh, LaShawn.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, okay. I can't count. All right. So men cheating more. And then for women, who do we say cheats more for women cheat more? So we got 1, 2. We only have 2. Okay.
So 4. It's 4.
Oh, am I not seeing everybody on the screen?
I don't think you're seeing everybody.
You have 12 people on the screen.
Mike, Jennifer, and Tony. 4.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I couldn't see. Okay, so 4. So we're still men in the lead, 5-4. All right, so let's hash it out. What are our thoughts, and what are we basing this upon?
Okay, so let me start off with this one, right? A serial killer only gets the label of serial killers when he gets caught. If he never gets caught, no one knows where the bodies lie. Women are notorious for hiding all the bones. So the women serial killers never get caught.
Wait a minute, sir.
That little analogy you just gave.
Listen.
Femme fatale.
Because if you never
so disturbing on so many levels,
it can never be proven. Now that's
man, he just made my night with that one.
Listen.
You reached there a lot of that.
Listen. True experience. I'm talking from experience. I'm talking from women that I know, that I speak to, and they've told me things, and their boyfriends have no idea that they got multiples under their belt. No idea.
Not multiples.
0 idea. 0. Dude is like, no.
So in that case, if the men don't know.
Oh, so we're gonna go there now. So the men don't know it never happened?
If the tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it.
There we go.
I'm sorry, but there are plenty of men. There are plenty of men that have got no for women, and women never knew that.
The question was not who gets caught more. The question was who cheats more.
Okay.
Man.
Who's doing more dirt? Who's doing more dirt?
Here's what I'll say. I'll say this. Because just from a societal standpoint, we as men, we're told it's okay for us to be fully in touch and engaged with our sexuality. Women typically have a battle, which is why so many of them, even when it comes down to marriage, there's an internal battle because they're conditioned and to socialize to feel a certain way about sex if it's outside of a situation that's kind of in place. I agree with Tony.
This is the 21st century, sir.
No, I agree. I agree with you in this. I agree with you in a certain situation. If I'm to be honest, I've been that dude. So I'm with you 100%. I've been the other dude. On the flip side, I also know sisters who've had kids who their dudes and their husbands don't know that the kid ain't theirs. So women,
I didn't prove my point.
I know guys like that too.
Continue to
Right. I know men that have whole families. And he coming home to his little girlfriend or his wife don't know.
So,
Little Susie down the street got his other child.
Okay.
so are we including emotional?
A lot of our
No,
grandfathers.
babe.
My grandfather.
The whole family crossed
Got a
down.
whole little baby. Got a whole little baby right down the
A
street.
whole little baby down the
A whole
street.
little baby.
I was
Whole little baby.
Right down the street.
My dad brought his half sister home to meet the folks, and Grandpa had to fess up. Grandpa was like, "Well, let that one go, buddy."
Look,
True story.
I've seen that a lot, Yancey.
I would
Growing
say-
up in the country, I've seen that a lot.
I would say that men cheat a little more than women, but I would say most people cheat.
What are we
it's
defining as cheating?
I would say about 70 to 75% of people.
Kyle.
I would say 70 to 75% of people cheat at some point. Like
I think women cheat back.
I do a lot of counseling, marriage stuff, like single. Most people cheat at some point.
I think women cheat back, which is not the same as just
no. They cheat.
I think a lot of times
Everybody has a reason for cheating. Listen, everybody has a reason for cheating.
She hurt, so she want to hurt him.
Everybody has a reason for cheating.
I think that she's like, you've been doing a lot of cheating. It's like, I'm gonna get some in.
I think women cheat. I think women cheat with a purpose. Listen, I think women cheat with a purpose.
Let Corey go.
Well, let him finish his.
Wait.
Let him finish his thought really quick though.
Kyle wasn't finished. I'm sorry,
Hold on.
Kyle.
Before I introduce, I'll introduce Corey just right.
Yes.
No.
Nah.
I'm sorry, Kyle.
So let me say this.
Let me go after Corey.
Yeah.
Let Kyle finish.
Yeah, so I think women cheat with a purpose. Like they typically cheat for a reason. Like
that's why I said they cheat back.
Yeah, they cheat. I wouldn't say just as regret. I'm just I mean that just as to get back at somebody. But I do that
in retaliation.
I feel like men cheat based off of options. Like the more
because it's there.
A man has, like Chris Rock said, a man
Rock.
is as faithful as his options, and that was such a real statement.
True. That's
Because
true.
most men cannot handle having a lot of options, and so eventually
Bad
they will
opportunity.
buckle under the pressure.
Yeah,
but anyway, I'm gonna let my boy Corey step in. I know he always gonna drop something real, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over. Let him do it.
That's what you think. That's what you think.
Yeah.
Kyle.
All right.
Come on up in here, Corey.
Yo,
Why are you calling my name?
So I ain't even actually pick a side because I didn't even know how y'all was quantifying that, right? But I actually was talking to somebody last night who, a friend of mine up top, she got cheated on by her husband, right? And it's funny that this is the topic because I did have a question, which was like, if you get married in your late 20s or early 30s, right? So if you expect to live about another 50 years with the same dick and can we say that? The same stuff, right? The same person. Do you have an automatic mulligan? Like, do you say like, yo, in my head, I suspect there's gonna be at least one time that I'm gonna give you a pass on that, or is it a case where you like, nah, it's a wrap? Because funny enough, in talking to Shorty last night, she stepped out on Duke before, he stepped out once, so they was kind of even Steven, and now this is number 2, so now she want to dip. So I'm wondering, like, can you really, in your late 20s, stay with the same person for that? Like, that's a long time for the same cookies and the same Frankfurt.
But don't you think that you get to perfect it? Because playing devil's advocate on somebody saying it's the same one, it depends on if you're looking for shock value or you're looking for intimacy. And if it's intimacy, you know your partner that much more to be able to go deeper, no pun intended, and connect on a spiritual level. And as a woman, when we are more connected emotionally, we can really enjoy it more because we feel safe and secure and all that. So I think for a woman, it's less of oh my God, it's the same one every night. I think they like the consistency of having the same guy.
So would you give a mulligan? Like anybody here, if you got married in your 20s?
I don't even know what a mulligan
What
is.
does that even mean?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
You get a one time. It's like you get
A hall pass?
Like you get out
Is that a hall pass?
It's like your hall pass. You know what I mean?
No,
Get out of jail free.
Get out of jail
I
free.
give it.
Hell no.
Okay.
I give it. I give it. I give it.
I think it's kind of based on the situation for me.
Give me one that you
Really,
would forgive,
Jen?
12. Let me know something, 12. Give me
John,
something.
what you got to say?
I was
John ain't
raised
said
by
that.
a lot of men though, and they always
What you got to say, John?
they raised me that a man is gonna cheat at some point in their relationship.
Wow.
So
That's why you have those terrible views of men.
Ooh.
What'd you say?
That's why you have those terrible views of men. It's some,
I don't have terrible
and it's not your
views of men at
fault.
all.
It's not your
I don't
fault.
have.
But if somebody tells you at some point that somebody's going to cheat, in the back of your mind,
Your
no
psyche.
matter how smooth he's going to be, no matter how loving he's going to be, in the back of your mind, whenever he's not consistent, that's what Grandpa said. That's what Unc said.
That's not my
He's going
problem.
to step
with
out.
Men. That's not that.
I'm not
that
saying
ain't
it's your
it.
problem. I'm not saying it's your problem.
That
I'm
ain't
just
it.
saying
Like,
that
I'm not
is a
worried
terrible thing
about-
to tell somebody.
I'm very confident in who I am, and I'm not gonna sit around and worrying about that. That's
Okay.
not the issue.
Yeah, but that don't have nothing to
Answer
do.
your
Cheating don't
question,
have
Corey.
anything to do with the woman that they're with. If that's the
Actually,
case, Holly
answer your
Berry should
question,
have
No,
Corey. Yes,
sometimes
I
it
will give
does.
a pass.
Don't do that.
If
Jen,
your
he was.
situation
If I
was
can say,
beneficial to me to give that pass. Yes. I
So
will.
so it went off rip. You got that. He got that. You got that pass in the pocket to give to him off rip. Y'all married, 20 something. You already know. You like, all right. I got the get out of jail free card right here for you.
If he's a shitty person, if he's a crappy person, then maybe he wouldn't get a pass. Because
No, but you married him though. You married
You're a
him.
crappy
You married.
person.
Nah, you
But why would
married
you
this
do
crappy person though. You
Yeah.
married. him.
True.
and I was,
Alright.
Jen, let me say this.
Okay.
I was going to say to Tony's point, I don't think that he was making a comment about you and like how you function. I think he was saying that whether or not you even are conscious of it, subconsciously, we have things implanted into us at a young age, and we might overcome them, but it's something that has to be overcome. So you might be at the point where you've overcome it, but he was speaking to the person saying that. That's a very
like white Jesus. You gotta overcome that. Like white Jesus.
that's
Yeah,
a very
I agree.
bad thing to plant into someone's mind, because what you're saying is this is normal, which passively that's saying accept it because it's normal. You're lucky if he does it, as opposed to saying,
Well, they explained it to me in a sense of science. As a male mammal, they were hunters and gatherers, and there are options out there.
I don't know.
That ain't different than the quote by Chris Rock. Chris
and
Rock.
that's when
When
it-
somebody just quoted, Kyle just quoted Chris Rock.
So
and
I
Chris
answered
Rock
Corey's
said-
question. I would give a pass because I don't think that that's abnormal for
but
a
it's not
man.
even. It's not even specific to gender, because at the end of the day, human beings, we are sexual beings by nature. A lot of the things that we take on is by nurture. So what ends up happening is we're sexual, right? What ends up happening is we got people who end up creating a construct. Over here, the men, hey, you guys are sexual. Y'all are okay to experience your sexuality. Women, no, you can't express your sexuality. You need to be in a certain specific situation.
And that's why I asked at the beginning of this question is what are we defining as cheating? Because a lot of women they tend to go with people who are spending or paying more attention to them while they're in a relationship. So are we including that in cheating as well? I think that is a sin, because you're emotionally attached to someone and you're screwing someone totally opposite.
But most people define cheating as like we have an understanding. We're exclusive to each other. Like we're exclusive to each other, and there is no outside situation. And quite honestly, I'm going to say that's just not realistic for human beings, because at the end of the day, most of us can't wear the same shoes for 20 years, let alone wear
That's the same thing as wearing a human being, homie. Don't do that.
I was just gonna say,
we taking spirituality up out of it.
I'm not even saying spirituality, B. I
It's
just
a-
think
yeah,
it's
it's a
crazy to
person
say
is what he's saying.
that
It's
we
a
gotta
person.
change people like we change our
You're not
shoes.
gonna walk around with a person on your back.
I hear that, but the science says that we like something.
What factual science do you have? Pull up the report. Pull up the facts. Pull up the sheet.
Listen.
I want to see the peer review.
Just listen to what I'm saying. And then hear me out, and then we can go there.
Okay.
At the end of the day, something new, something different, something else is exciting. Right. After 10 years, 5 years, or 3 years of the same thing.
Yes.
It doesn't make a difference if you're a man or woman, because Tony, I know men and women who both cheated. So,
but Shabazz, that's a different statement.
And at the bottom line, they cheated because they were not happy in a part of the relationship. So stop doing that, because there are people who are happy in their relationship that don't cheat.
And
so when you say humans have to cheat because they just get bored or put it on the same shoes, you're wiping a whole broad brush.
And you're just saying that people are not monitoring.
I think he's
all right, one mic, guys.
I didn't take it like he was saying that men have to cheat. I felt like he was saying that there's a reality that with men, like with anybody, no matter who you are, you might have the desire, the temptation, you know what I mean? Like there is always, I don't care how married, how happy you are.
Oh, okay, I can take that. I can take the temptation comes up, yeah. But
that's what I mean. Yeah. And I think that's what he's saying. But
talking about the physical.
Yeah, but if you take out the construct of marriage, or if you take out the mindset of the other things, then anybody who has the temptation will naturally just want to act upon the temptation from an animalistic type standpoint. But because we have morality, because we have certain constructs that we all live by, that's what keeps us from, because I'm happy here, I'm not going to hurt her by doing X, Y, Z. You get what I'm saying? So that's kind of where I was going.
Got you.
And I want to add this.
If that's what you was at, I apologize.
Thank you.
I was hearing something totally different.
Oh,
yeah, I know what you were saying. I feel what
I'm sorry. I'm back to my question. Is that not cheating?
It depends on what the barriers of cheating we have.
If you believe that emotional cheating is cheating, then that's different. I believe that
you're outside of that given relationship.
Honestly, I'm with
a feeling.
I think that if the rule of thumb is that if you wouldn't do something with your person there, that is what cheating is. That to me answers everything. This is for me. I say if my behavior would change in any way, shape, or form, if my spouse was right here, would it be different? Because I think a lot of people can give themselves so much wiggle room by saying, well, it got to the hole, but didn't go in the hole, or I didn't actually come. Like, we could split hairs all day. The end result is your intention. And you know with your conscience that the minute your spouse stands next to you or your significant other, is suddenly that joke is not so funny anymore. Suddenly that hug is not so innocent anymore. Everything, the barometer is if that person would be hurt by it. Because I think that the reason why people get in trouble is they lie to themselves first. In order to give themselves a pass, they say, I'm not sleeping with this person, or I haven't kissed them yet, or I haven't said I love you. They give themselves these outs, but they know that if their spouse came around, they would immediately want to close that message. They would immediately want to delete that photo. They would immediately want to change those plans. If they had to live their life knowing that the other person had total access to them through some surveillance system, they would live their life differently. I think that takes away all questions as far as what's what.
But a lot of people are miserable in those situations. Like real talk. I know people who are like miserable because they're in a situation where they're being held captive. You know what I'm saying?
How are they held captive?
How are you being held captive?
Yeah,
is my question.
If you're not like in a place where you can get, because I know there are societies where women can get killed if they try to leave their husband, but we don't live in societies like that.
How are you being held captive by another person?
Corey, show me your closet. Who's in there?
Rick James. Yeah, out here like living like Rick James. No, here's the thing. It's like you're being held captive by the expectations of your partner. So when I say that, it's like, once again, I know women and men, some married, some just dating, who feel like just the expectations, like they really like this person, they really love this person, and they're trying to, a lot, and brothers can step in on this. A lot of times out of 10, unless you're just a player, unless you're just trying to get some, unless you're just trying to dog a chick out, average brother ends up wanting to be with a chick, and he tries his best to like be faithful to her, right? And what ends up happening is a lot of times brothers fail miserably. But here's the problem. In order for us to transcend that aspect of our being, we have to really be tapped in, tuned in to that more spiritual and divine part of our being. Like the only way we can really fight against flesh and worldly desires is to really be tapped in and tuned in to a spiritual, to our spiritual.
Damn, bro, you just told me I got no shot. I got no shot, Chavez. Thanks a lot, bro. I appreciate that.
I appreciate that too.
Now.
But I think that people are held captive in their own emotions in a relationship because they don't want the opposite person to meet anyone else. It's for their own selfish reasons. You hold yourself in that relationship because you're cock blocking somebody else coming in and treating her back.
Come on,
it
Jennifer.
Tell them 12. Tell them 12. I'm sorry.
I want to
be here. Adios.
I want to add to that, Jen.
You want me to pack your bag for you?
I want to add to that. I think that the reason why, and I wanted to do a whole segment on this before, but I think that with men, no matter why they're socialized this way or how they got to be this way, we're going to just say we are different than animals and that we have consciences. I think that the reason why men cheat a lot of times and have such a huge sexual appetite is for reasons outside of the physical. While it's very, very strong, I think that there is an ego thing that is told, I am cooler, I am more valuable, I am whatever. And I love what CT Rude Boy said. He said, when women cheat for emotion, men cheat for ego. But here's the thing. If you think about it, just what Chris Rock said, a man is going to cheat because of his options. The reason is because if he knows that he can get it, it's a pride thing. Ooh, I can get this 10, so I want to get this 10 now. But if you are truly comfortable in who you were, you're not going to find your identity and vanity in who's willing to spread their legs for you. To me, it's very deep on an emotional level. If I am secure in who I am, I don't feel the need for validation from another man to let me know that I still got it. If you really, really look at it, and I think it's the same reason why people, when they break up with someone, immediately run to an ex or run to somebody who can give them attention, because a lot of people are needy emotionally and they want to be validated by somebody lusting after them. When in the reality, if you're really secure in who you are, you don't need any prospects knocking on your door to feel good about yourself.
But a lot of times it's not even, sometimes it's that, but a lot of times it's not, because, you know, the average married dude who ends up slipping off into that, he's not really proud of it. Like, he ain't going back telling his boys immediately. The average dude immediately afterwards ain't going back like, yo.
But that's a different kind of arrogance. That's a different kind of arrogance. I don't mean a pride like I'm going to tell my boys. What I mean is, if you look at when a men cheat, they'll say, my wife wasn't making me feel wanted, or my wife didn't make me feel sexy, or, you know, he felt like there was a lack. And the reason why the other person became so alluring is because they were stroking that part of his ego. I don't think it necessarily has to be like.
There's a difference between, like, you're talking about like affairs a little bit, because affairs and being emotionally bound to someone and wanting that attention and, oh, she picks out my sneakers, whatever, that's sometimes different than I was at the club or I was, you know, around the corner and this was what it was.
Somebody hit my
right.
DM.
So I feel like, you know, being, you know, around the block a little bit, you know, I voted that it's equal because I just learned that women love sex, you know, mostly, and men mostly love sex. And sometimes, you know, the physical, that's all it is. A lot of men don't just cheat up with so-called 10s, whatever that is. A lot of men just, you know what I mean? Some men don't have options. Some men will pay for it. You know what I'm saying? You have women who are well-to-do who will pay for it. You know, so it's kind of like we all do it. I mean, I don't do it because I'm perfect and everything. I mean, like men and women.
Your halo is just out of the shot.
Right.
If you could lean down, you could see it.
Men and women just do it sometimes because they just like can't control themselves in the moment and they think they can get away with it. And it's from a person that, like, I've compelled women to cheat before, unfortunately, and I've seen a lot of it. And it's like there might be, like Lashante said, like the cheat back thing, but it also is when a woman says she has her intuition. Like, I remember, like, in the club, they'd be like, where's your man? He's probably cheating. all right, come with me then. So it's kind of like, you don't have to have no proof your man is cheating. It's like, well, it's Friday night. He's probably cheating. Let me go and cheat with somebody because I know he's probably cheating. So this is like all these different weird different scenarios. And yeah, that's how I see it. Like the whole like, oh, I didn't get cuddled, and that's why I went to the strip club. Like people got knocked it off with that.
Yeah, I think I will say for some men, my bad.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say for some men, I've noticed too, man. Like everything is cool at the crib. Like everything, wife holding it down. It ain't none of that.
And they still smashing. They still out there smashing.
The right one. I've seen where a girl just sliding his DM. I saw a girl just sliding his DM. She bad. Like somebody he probably thought he would have never been able to have a chance with. She coming hard at him, and he just can't handle it. Like, it's just a draw. You know what I'm saying?
That's the only reason why she coming at him is because he got wifey at home holding it down.
Yeah, right.
Otherwise,
and that's a very real thing, Don. I'm glad
Chris Rock said a man is only
that's a very real
options.
thing.
It was a joke, but I understood what he was saying because
but that was real.
When men start getting options that maybe they never thought, I think women have this idea that men they're so confident and they feel like they can have anybody. Most dudes not like that. You know what I mean? So when they get some attention from somebody that they think is bad, like it's
that's true, and they don't know how to deal with that.
That's why I say it's ego. Would you agree that's ego, Kyle?
Opportunity.
Would you agree?
A lot of it is opportunity.
It is opportunity.
If you're a guy and you've had to hunt for every kill you've ever made, and somebody comes up and say, "Hey, I have this steak dinner that you don't have to hunt for," or whatever it is. I'm gonna just drop it in your lap. You're like, "Oh man, I don't want to do it." I think there's a misconception, especially because women are hypergamous. They think all dudes are like the dudes that they want. So most women want the top 20-ish% of dudes. So because they want the top 20% of dudes, the top 20% of dudes have this influx of all the options. The rest of the guys are just like, they don't even have opportunities to cheat. You don't have female incels. You don't have female MGTOW. They can go on away. A woman gets sex anytime wants. So when I say women cheat more, it's only strictly because of opportunity to cheat as opposed to whatever. If dudes had the same opportunities to cheat, it would probably be more men because they got to hunt for what they kill. But because of hypergamy, it's not like that because all the dudes are not getting that. And as a single man who has done his dirt and all the good stuff, all this it's fine and dandy to talk about all of the existential ideas about people cheating. Man, some of these women just trying to get it in, just plain and simple. They just want to get it
in. And that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, man, we're human beings.
Well, here's the thing about women. Let me say this about women because the men are making assumptions about women and how they decide and how they choose. So here's the thing. Unlike men, women have been turning down men like their whole lives. From the point that you get boobs, you're really you're turning down men. Like, I mean, for me, it came around maybe about 11 or 12 years old. So we actually have experience in turning down men. And women aren't usually
we're not pressed
to their physical.
You saying something.
Listen, because there is something connected in us. Because and I can't speak for everybody. I'll just speak for myself. We're taught that we're not supposed to be out here. We're not supposed to be sleeping with anybody else, and we're supposed to have that rejection. But at 12 years old, I mean, I wouldn't have sex until a long, long time away from those years. So, of course, at 12, I'm still playing with baby dolls, so I'm not thinking about sex. So I'm turning down men from the time that I get boobs. And that is something that is long-lasting with me, that I'm not going to just let a man do whatever he wants to do with me because he had a great line. So we are more experienced at the rejection part of it than men are. Just like he said, men are pursuers and they're chasers and they're on the hunt and they're doing all these things. And I think that's what Chris Rock meant, right? He was like, these women are presenting themselves to you in a way that they never were. Because Chris Rock, he definitely wasn't just pulling chicks before he was Pookie,
But LaShante, to your point, this is my
He would just women would just walking up on him in the club and be like, "Yeah, I want to take you home."
And that's
So
my
he's
exact.
like, once he got a love.
That's my exact point, though. That's literally my point. I think it's psychological. I think that if he grew up having women at his disposal all the time, because I hear a lot of men say, I used to jump at any chance I had for some coochie. But then I got to a point where I had so much to lose, and they don't even mean with their relationship with their wife. They mean it got old. They said, how many vaginas can... And it's not because they're turning gay. They just get to a point where they realize it's deeper than a smash.
Up. They grow up.
They grow up, and they also...
You have a lot of men.
But it's not growing up. Like, I don't want to diminish it. I don't want to diminish it and dismiss it as if it's grown up versus immature, because there is a very strong biological aspect of it that we just try to sweep up under the rug. Like we
and that's important.
And we tend to want this idealistic, romanticized. A lot of us have not had those. We haven't been in that environment to shape and mold us to be that way. Like we really don't. We haven't had that opportunity to be shaped and molded to be a functional way versus being a dysfunctional way. So I always have to step up and say, the immature, grown up, this and that. That's even like calling a sister a thought. Like I don't do that. Even if the sister out here wilding out, I don't really call them a thought because I know there's something behind it.
But
so
Chavez,
I got
when
a question.
go ahead.
Oh.
No, go ahead, Corey.
So to your thought process from earlier, right, is about the lions, right? That one lion is usually sleeping with several different lionesses, right? And so at that point in time, it's a case in point where maybe we're just not designed to be with this one human being, and we got it wrong all this time, sort of trying to force feed this round ball into a square peg. Like it may not actually be what we're supposed to be doing, but we've been trying to force this for so long that anything outside of it just sounds weird, or it sounds like you're a perv, or it sounds like you're doing something wrong. When in fact, there's a possibility based on what you're saying. Like if there's science backing it and there's other things backing it, that maybe we're not supposed to stop that.
And
that's fine. And that's fine. But see, that's the thing. It's fine that if that's how you want to live your life. If you want to live your life where it's like, you're not tied down to one woman, then that's fine. But don't sell a dream to another woman who wants to be with only you. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Be authentic with it.
They get to these women and they're like, you can have a whole woman. I was having a conversation earlier, Lashante, where men don't want the women. There are women who are okay with you having multiple girls. There are women who are okay with that. You just be honest with them. But then no, they want the woman that she don't want you cheating on her. And you break her down, and then when she's insecure and she crazy and she going all, she cutting off and flicking out, then you don't want her no more. Then you discard her, and now she's angry for the next one. That's the problem for her. You can be with whoever you want to be with. Just like
and that's the thing. That's true. Like you come with it at a truth where this is me, this is who I am. I respect that.
Be authentic.
Right. If you're saying who you are in the beginning, that this is what I believe in, this is what I don't believe in, this is who I am as a person, then I have now at that point you put the ball in my court to make a decision whether I accept you for who you are or I want to move on. I think that is perfectly fine. I think that you should be with a woman that is accepting of that. And there are women out there who accept you for who you are. They don't want to be, they're fine with being with a man who can't be monogamous. And they're okay with sharing their man per se. But then I feel like a lot of those men, they don't necessarily want those type of women. They want to be with the woman that they're now trying to convince that that's who they are and they should accept them for who they are.
Even they don't even try to convince that woman. They just act like they're Prince Charming.
They pretend to be something else.
Right. Don't steal somebody's choice.
Because I want you.
They don't want the girl
I want you. I'm going to pretend like I'm somebody else.
And I want to add this in.
Don't care are promiscuous in their own life, but maybe not the case all the time. They might just want you and understand that you have options and you want to explore all of those.
Here's what I'll say. We as humans, the amazing thing about us as humans is we can literally
Not at all.
We can literally become and do whatever we really want to become or do if we're properly developed and conditioned to become and do that thing. So for me, there are only a few animals that are monogamous by science, like seahorses, and like this is proven stuff. Like they don't cheat. You know what I'm saying? Like there is no cheating in their world. Like this is how they operate. Like this is how they operate as a whole. Like and you can, this is just literally how they operate. So for us, we have taken on trying to be monogamous, and we can be monogamous. It's just we have to grow up in that type of
So why is there a double standard, Shabazz? Why does the guy who wants 15 girls not okay with her having one other dude? Why? If we're all mammals and we're just functioning like animals.
Keep it real. I'm not even tripping on that. There is no cheating in my world. Like cheating doesn't exist in my world. In my personal world, it does not exist. You know what I'm saying?
But would you agree that most men who have the fantasy of having multiple women at their disposal would flip out at the idea of one of those women spreading her legs to another man?
It's selfish.
So Corey, so you hold on. Wait. Hold on. I gotta close out this argument.
That's not true.
It's selfish.
Not true.
I gotta close out this argument because Corey answered. He said it's selfish. Here's the thing: we cannot take morals and humanity and justify one piece and then use the argument that we are savage animals. This is where I call BS, because we are different than animals on a major different way, for the fact that we have conscience, for the fact that we have desires for ourselves, and the fact that we can elevate ourselves. And this is why when I use the word mature, is because maturity is not a matter of judgment. It just means you haven't reached the next level. So to me, when I talk about sexual maturity, there is sexual interaction that is for the sheer purpose of an orgasm. That's it. You may as well masturbate. That's all it is. It's just a physical function. Then you have people who are connecting and trying to bond and grow closer and have an intimate moment. That's a different level. When I spoke of the guy who has had all these options, it's not as interesting for him because he's been there, done that, and he has options. It's like the new money thing. People who get new money run to the car dealership, get the most expensive car, and they want every designer that people can walk around and look and see, oh, he has money. Versus somebody who knows what they have, they dress like a homeless person. So all I'm saying is when I say leveling up, I really do believe that it is a psychological thing where a man is finding his value in how many sexual escapades he has. Because to me, when a man says, I want you, and she says, I want you back, it strokes his ego. Because if it was just a matter of getting off, then having a partner would do it. You have a partner to get off every time you want to get off. But the fact is, your ego says, I want to know that the most women possible want to give me their body. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
But then to play devil's advocate, it's an ego stroke for a man to tell you that he wants to be exclusive to you. And that makes us feel comforted. So it works on both ways.
Explain that.
I'm saying,
how is it an ego boost? I help me understand.
It's stroking the ego, and it's a boost in the same way that you're saying for a man to be able to have different women. It's an ego stroke and an ego boost for a person. If someone comes to you and says, hey,
for the recipient of those words? Is that what you're saying? To the woman it's the ego stroke, or to the man it's the ego stroke?
Well, he's saying to the woman.
Oh, that's what I was missing. I was like,
for a man to choose her and say that he doesn't want to be with anyone.
I agree 100% on that. I agree 100%.
So where I'm coming in at is, I'm just looking at science and statistics. And if science and statistics are false, then that means every single person on here who has been in a relationship or married has been in that same relationship, or they're still married. So I just look at what's in front of me and what I see.
And you should say, Wait, time out. You just said everybody that's in a relationship is either still in a relationship or married. What science? What science goes with that? That's just
No.
Am I missing something here?
No, listen what I'm saying. If science is false, then that means everyone on this call right now, on this Zoom right now.
But you haven't produced the science yet, son. I'm still waiting for the peer review.
Have you? So everyone, let me ask this one question then. On this call, is everyone still in their very first relationship?
But that doesn't prove anything.
Kidding.
People grow up, so being in the same relationship does not make sense. We don't live in that. Time out, son. Time out. Let me try to.
Someone said, "Wait a damn minute."
Let me try to explain this to you. All right.
I'll listen.
And I'm gonna take it from. I'm gonna do it scientifically because we won't go spiritually. We'll do scientifically. Since humans are the highest level of DNA, right?
Yes.
Everything else extends. We are the highest level of DNA.
Yes.
Why can't some of us be seahorses? Why can't some of us be penguins? Why can't some of us be? Why can't some of us?
I'm a butterfly.
Why can't some of us be butterflies?
I'm an elephant.
So that means there's a segment that's monogamous by nature. There's a segments that are dogs by nature.
Yes.
What you have said across the whole board, scientifically, we all cheat.
I didn't say that. I said what I said across the whole board is that is a reality that we have to know exists.
No one's saying it doesn't exist, Corey.
It doesn't have to happen.
But if you play back your conversation, right?
Yes.
You don't say it's a human nature to, like Kyle said, it's the human nature to have desires to cheat. And I would shut up because that is a human nature. I've seen chicks be like, whoa, but you got to understand. Okay, I'm not in that position anymore. I don't want to chase that anymore. So you stop. But the way you're saying it is,
we're helpless.
I gotta get that. She jumped in my DMs.
I didn't say that.
Hold on. And that thing is called lacking self-control. I'm glad Jennifer said that.
It's accountability.
Right. You have to include that
it's
in
being
there
honest.
in an adult.
It's having virtues and integrity and having a foot to stand on.
That makes the difference between humans and animals.
You don't have any of that. You don't have the capability of giving it and feeding it to someone else. You need to work on yourself before wanting to build with someone else. It's simple. It ain't this complicated. It ain't 45 minutes long. Either you have those virtues or you don't.
That's right.
And I don't like anything that's passive.
You cannot
You don't. That's fine. But don't act like you do.
You don't get to pick and choose.
Corey, you need to just chill out. You need to
that's
sit
true.
there and listen.
And that's true too. But to respond to
she ain't
Tony,
angry. She's
it
passionate.
is human. It is human.
Don't be calling her angry, damn it. Don't
She's
be
passionate. Don't be quick to try to cross
Don't do that.
Now there's
Don't
three
do
mad
that.
rappers.
All right, guys. I do want to say this.
What you not gonna do is come on here and call her angry.
What I'll say to Tony is this. You're a true. It is to be human to. It is human to have those desires and not to act on it. But it is also equally as human to have those desires and to act on it. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not here to denigrate, demean anyone for what they do, whether they're on one side or the other side. What I'm saying is we are human beings. On one side, we are human beings. On the other side, we do have a spiritual aspect of our being. And like I said earlier, if we're not tapped in and tuned in to that spiritual side, this very worldly side that we're in will consume us. And that's what ends up happening. And people act as if we're all living in this spiritual place all the time. So brothers are always. So it's always but a lot of brothers don't speak their truth because they get demonized. Most brothers don't speak their truth on like how they really are because they get demonized for being who they are. A lot of brothers will not have those real conversations. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong.
I would say this, and you're right. I would say this though. A lot of brothers are too afraid to have that conversation because I'm going to tell you, if you meet a chick in a club and you say to her, I am married, I have a girlfriend, and I like being with you, I like talking to you, I like spending time with you. 9 times out of 10, she's going to give you that opportunity because you gave her a choice. And if she says no, then you got to wipe your hands and go. Because there's a lot that's going to take that opportunity and go, yeah, he's a good dude. Let me go see what's going on.
Yes.
I want to say,
you're 100% right.
I want to say this, you guys. For me, the reason why I have such a strong pushback towards the whole women, people have animalistic natures, is because one of the most beautiful gifts that we have been given by the Creator is that we have the ability to think with a conscience and reason. An animal just does what they do. If we lower ourselves to being animals, to me that's offensive. Because I don't walk around and defecate on things just because I have to go. I'm gonna wait till I get to a restroom. If I have to burp, there's certain things that I'm gonna.
By definition, look up the word animal and look not what we feel it is, but look up the word animal by definition.
But what I'm saying is there's a difference between. But to me, there's a difference between, let's just say, a dog. If a dog goes out, a friend of mine, he had 2 dogs living in the same home. And he came home one day and found that one dog had killed the other dog. He attacked him so viciously that the first dog just passed away. That dog is not losing sleep. He's not worrying about it. He doesn't have any guilt. We are so uniquely different in that we have a conscience and we have a mind. And I do feel that a lot of times when we don't exercise our impulse control, it is making light of what we've been given. And so to me, the ultimate level of maturity is the fact that you can make a conscientious decision to do something. If it doesn't serve, take faith out of it and spirituality and trying to please God. If you cannot, in and of yourself, make a decision and say, does this serve me? And if every decision is not based off of whether or not it serves you, that goes back to what we said at the very beginning. It's you lack self-love. And so I think a lot of times when we do things, there are subconscious motivations for doing it. And that's why I said, even the argument about polygamy, well, I just think we're not intended to, that's BS. Because the minute you let the woman have that same choice, 9 out of 10 guys will say, maybe 9.99% of guys will say, hell no, I don't want her to have that option. Because it's not about the fact that they can't control themselves. It's about the fact that they don't want to control themselves, but they want the woman to control herself. So I think that we're...
Here's where we getting lost in everything. And I hear what you're saying about consciousness and everything. But at the end of the day, what we can't negate and we can't get rid of is the fact that we live here on the earth walking as an organism. So if any of us have ever experienced anger where we ended up doing something that we necessarily didn't want, we wouldn't normally do in our right mind. Guess what we just tapped into? If any of us have experienced lust or passion in a certain way where we found ourselves doing something out of the norm of what we would never normally do in our logic, then guess what we just tapped into? We can't negate the fact that we are here walking on the earth. We are not spiritual beings floating in the air. So what I'm saying, and I'm not saying that to say that it's to say everything is okay, but I think a lot of times if we can't face what is real, we can't get to that next level, because every time we end up finding ourselves in a place where we're facing what's real today, but in our mind we've never really faced it, it catches us off guard.
So let me pose a question to you, right?
No.
Who coined the word mammal or the word animal? Who coined that? What was that word coined?
Who coined it?
Yeah, who coined it? Who coined the word animal?
Humans.
You keep saying science and all this other stuff.
What I'm saying is humans.
No. Stay. Let's stay the course.
Okay.
The word mammal, who coined it?
A
who
human being coined it.
Mammal?
A human being.
What human being? What point in history was that term coined?
I don't know.
This is why you shouldn't use words that you don't know when they came from. And I'm not coming at you wrong side.
No.
What I'm trying to do is explain something to you. In the same era that mammal came about was the same time that white men were saying that we were something we were not.
Okay.
So they grouped us together.
Okay.
Oh,
they started saying,
come on here now.
Okay.
They started saying mammals and humans act alike because of a subversion they wanted to degrade black people.
Okay.
So you got to be real careful with these terms.
Did I say mammal?
Mammal and animal. Look them
Animal.
up. They get
You
the
said
same
animal.
definition.
Okay.
It's a real.
We are animals.
Look
We
them
are
up. It's a real.
No, we're not.
It's a real. The term animal, right, basically means an organism that gets stimulated by something, right? The term mammal.
They're
is
different.
is a warm-blooded animal that does certain things.
A mammal is something that gives life. That gives when they give birth, it's alive. It's not something
Right.
that's
So, but
not.
you can't lump human beings in that same category, and that's what they did.
So we're not animals or mammals, according by definition.
I'm not saying that. That's what I'm not saying that. Be clear.
Well, human beings are classed
as
mammals,
so much more.
but however, they're not.
I'm saying because when you lump us into that thing, you're saying that a worm, right, has a function. A worm can't think past a certain level. That we match the worm.
Okay.
And that's why I made the terminology to you. That's why I said the thing to you before is when you lump us all into this same clay, look at us as the highest level form of let's just take a.
I've never said we're not.
Take us as the highest level form of animal on the planet. So we have surpassed everything else. So what all those other things do, we don't have to do. We have time out. Let me finish. We have the potential to do.
Right.
We have the potential to do, but we don't have to. So when you just flatly say, because of my animal nature, I have to do something, you are now downgrading.
I've never said you have to.
He didn't say have to though, son. He didn't say that. He didn't say that. He's just saying that. He's just saying that it's there. Like basically, it's there. It's just
but I'm not arguing that it's there.
Right.
I keep hearing what I keep hearing is because we're animals. Because we're animals, people cheat.
That's why we act the way that we do because we're animals.
And rob cars, like.
I think some was generalizing. I'll never speak for itself though. But
context and nuance has to be a part of this. We have to have some type of context and nuance.
Right.
The Veds did not say that because we're animals, we got to go out there and throw poop and cheat and all that good stuff. But the context of it is that we are animals and therefore we have some things in common with other creatures, like protecting our young, providing protection. If a dude come and try to take mine, I'm gonna rip his head off. All that type of stuff we have in common with other animals. It's disingenuous to say that he said one thing that is nowhere near what he said. And this conversation is so frustrating. And the reason why it's so frustrating is because we only care where genitalias go. So when we start talking about, hey, what we should do in the maturity, and you shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that. Now let's talk about emotional intelligence. So a lot of times when I stop talking to a woman,
that's what I was trying to hit at.
When I stop talking to a woman or I stop dealing with her, it's not because of sex. It's because of emotional intelligence. I'm tired of dealing with it. I'm tired of dealing with a low level of emotional intelligence.
But you've reached a different level, Ron. You've reached a different level.
So once again, it's just so weird that we're here. So and the reason why I'm bringing that up is because now we just saying, hey, we have the ability to not act on our urges and all that good stuff. Okay, ma'am, sir, or whatever it is, where is your ability to be emotionally intelligent? Where is your ability to stop reaching for something I did not say? Where is your ability to not get mad just because you had a bad day and transfer that energy onto me, where you go ahead and adjust that energy and say, you know what? I had a bad day. I might need to beat myself a little bit, as opposed to me coming and talk to you and you just try to bite my head off because you don't have those self-contained urges. So just like that, but for some reason, when we start talking about cheating and all this other stuff, it's only where genitalia go is what we're really most concerned about, and it's just a frustrating conversation.
That is interesting.
I agree. I agree with what he said, though. I agree.
And we do have a low emotional quotient as well. Like you said, I mean, we're easily set off by a lot of things, like easily. And I love that about my girl. Like real talk, I know when something's up because she's like, yo, I'll let you later. Or she doesn't bring that to me. So, but no, Tony, I hear what you're saying, and I know how you can hear. I know exactly how you heard it because a lot of times I know in the way that I present it, I trust and believe you're not the first, and you won't be the last, and that means I have to work on what I'm saying. My communication has to be better.
Can I just say, you guys, seeing you guys have such effective communication. I am just such a proud. I am such a proud mom.
Extra.
I am being so extra right now, but I'm serious. When I tell you, you guys, I know that we're 12 people. Like we go in and out of 11 to 12. We're a small sampling, right? But the fact that we are, and I'm gonna bring color into this, we are a bunch of black folks who have different backgrounds with opposing belief systems, and we are passionate. I'm not gonna lie, I reached out to Chavez, I'm like, are you cool? Because I'm not used to seeing people be able to be passionate and stay cool and focused on what we're talking about. And I just want to applaud you guys. I mean, I'm being silly, but my message is being very sincere. That my prayer is that
debate where somebody should get passionate, and that's why I didn't like Corey saying that Jim was being angry. No, I didn't like you calling her angry.
There goes my compliment.
She's like, don't do that because she's not angry because she's moment about what she would think. And that listen, that's how white folks do it. Anytime a black woman is passionate about anything, we're called angry, we're aggressive, we're out of pocket, we have an attitude. So that's what I was saying. I'm like, wait a minute, don't do that. Because those buzzwords are what triggers us. Because when we're in this corporate society or corporate world, if we raise our voice about anything, we're categorized as the worst people on the planet. So allow her in her moment to be passionate about what she's talking about.
To be victimized.
Yes.
So I can hold my own.
That escalated quickly.
Again, that I'm very serious about what I said, and I said what I said as loud as I said it. And if it offended you, then that's your problem and not mine.
But I think this is a perfect.
Corey some bill though, and I don't usually do this.
Oh Lord,
I don't know Corey. So maybe I'm wrong about this.
But if they take it serious,
because it's a trigger. Because it's a trigger, Corey.
It's just like, all right, well,
Victorious, what were you?
Came out before she said anything. Like, nah, y'all don't say anything about being mad. Like, yo, she.
But Corey, just to make their point though, what you did probably wasn't a 10. But because it's a trigger, they're just letting you know that is a trigger. So if that wasn't something they got all the time, your comment would have slid past me. Because it slid past me because I've never gotten that, oh, you're angry. I've never gotten the angry black woman accusation. So it didn't affect me. But for them, it is a trigger because they have experienced it. But I want Victorious to be able to finish his point because he's only said like 2 things in 3 hours.
It wasn't like a major point. I was just like kind of shooting Corey some bail because when I heard it, I thought that he was alluding to when Jennifer said, I'm so stressed out, I don't know what to say. And so right after that, he said, "Why you mad?" So I thought that he was just like basically using a synonym for I'm stressed out. I don't think that it was Jen's tone.
I was just playing because she did have the mad rapper face on, and she just looked angry.
And they had my back, and I appreciate you.
That's nice.
Corey loves to instigate, though. Corey loves to instigate.
What I'm looking at too is like how Sharon Osbourne did Cheryl Underwood. So I really get what you sisters like. Cheryl Underwood.
That's a perfect point,
Listen, Cheryl Underwood. And listen here, I know Cheryl can get gangster with it, and for her to hold herself together, I was so proud of her as a black man. I was so proud of her the way she allowed Sharon Osbourne to look like a fool.
Like I like that allowed her
because trust and believe Cheryl could have cut her literally cut her
in the moment. Yes,
in that moment she could have cut her to pieces, read her for filth, and left her as a dead body.
Right, but you know what? In that moment, you defending somebody. Like, why are you defending him? You don't have no reason to be defending him. And if he is in his own character or doing something he ain't got no business, then you let him stand alone. But you sitting up and defending him, saying, "Oh, he's this and this and that," and then you're making her feel like she shouldn't be speaking to you in that moment. Yeah, Cheryl could have sliced her.
Don't start to cry for me. I was like, what?
I mean, like that's that fragility. That's that. Man. Yo, like it's the fragility, and it's also like just that privilege where it's like, yo,
But then she's
Sharon
on with
Osbourne, we
Kevin
always letting
Frazier,
them slide.
and then Kevin Frazier comes in like some black savior for her when he's interviewing her. And then when he posts his interview with her on Instagram, he tags Holly Robinson Pete and Cheryl and like a few of the black women who had came out publicly and said that she was wrong for doing that to her. And it's like, you know, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Like, this woman has been very blatant about how she interacts with black people and how she treats black people. And then you're caping for somebody who has dragged, you know, this black woman in his career. He had a platform to drag her, and he was mad at her because she didn't want to be with him. And he was real salty, and he had said in several interviews how he had went out with her and he went on a date with her, with Megan. And Megan didn't want him, and Megan ghosted him, and Megan literally left him and went and met Harry that day and moved on with her life. And
I really thought he was gay.
Pierce?
Well,
I thought he was a Judy. I really thought he was.
Yeah.
Well, he was certainly salty. I don't know his preference. I don't know his preference, but what I did recognize was that he's salty and he was acting like a typical male figure, that he wanted a woman. The woman didn't want him. She rejected him, and he didn't know how to handle that rejection. So what did he do with it? And instead of him owning the rejection and letting this woman be able to pick whoever she wanted to pick in life, he took that to say that it was personal, and he dragged her for filth in every moment that he could because he had a platform to do so. And then when somebody says that, you know, you're not only hurt and bitter, but you're also being racist, somebody comes caping for you and be like, no, he's not racist. I know he's not racist. You don't get to say that he's racist. He's my friend and you're not racist, so shut up. That's basically what she did to Cheryl.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, she did that hardcore. And to circle back around, just so y'all know, like, I know personally, when it comes down to communication, if Tony or Kyle are not getting something that I'm saying, like, I know within myself, because I know their pedigree, I need to figure out where I'm missing the mark, because it ain't them, it's me.
That's huge. No. That's a very healthy ego.
One thing I'll tell you, Shabazz, like I understood exactly what you were alluding to, what you was getting at. I completely got you. I think Tony did it. I think Tony did as well. I feel like what Tony was trying to do was to almost communicate what you were not, to make sure you weren't saying certain things. Like, let me address what you're saying to make sure that it's clear you're not saying X, Y, Z. Just, I guess, with knowing you, I know what you're communicating. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that, okay, I see what he's saying. He's using overarching words, but he's not saying this, right? He's not saying that all people are this, you know what I mean? So I think he was more trying to couple the back end. So, but I got exactly what you're saying. I don't think you lack of communication. I think you're a great communicator, bro. Like, you communicate.
Well, but I do know I need to. But
because
I also
what
know
you say is not stereotypical.
Yes.
Sometimes people are going to press in for clarity because
the shock value.
It can totally go a different way depending on if people have clarity about what you're saying. You know what I mean? So,
gotcha.
Yeah, bro. Like I said, man. Like when everybody said he wasn't saying that, that's why I kept going. This is what I'm hearing, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So that's why I kept going in to make sure you were saying what I was hearing. So I love you to death, bro. You my dude, 100 grand.
Is anyone ready for another round? We are gonna lighten the mood a little bit, and we're gonna do another round. And I'm gonna vote my buddy Victorious, since he's the newbie in the group. Well, the YouTube, he's not in the group, but the newbie of the bunch tonight. Are you down for it? Are you down for being the guesser for our?
Yeah, I'm gonna figure it out.
Yay! Okay, so just remember, you can only ask questions that will result in a yes or a no. So if you have the chat dialogue open, go ahead and close it now, because I'm about to put it in the window so everyone can see. And if you guys are just joining in on YouTube, this time, unlike before, you guys were in on the clue who the person was. This round, I'm not letting you guys be in on who it is because I want you guys to be able to guess. So feel free to guess in the comments as well. I have put it in the chat. Raise your hand when you see it so I know we can proceed.
So look.
And I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock.
I closed the chat, but it popped up. I'm sorry.
You said what?
I closed my chat, but it just popped up.
Oh, that's what I was worried about it doing. Okay, so I was going to say...
You gotta do like that. You gotta do like him, like Steve.
Oh! Ba-da-ba-ba. Okay, so what we'll do is... try to just intentionally look away. Yeah, just look away, and then we'll let you know when you can come back. All right, so here we go. I'm going to put this one on. So you guys, it was Stevie Wonder, but we're going to obviously not do that. All right, raise your hand if you guys, everyone saw it. Ron, have you seen it? Okay, cool. Monica, you got it?
Let me look.
LaShante, are you? She might be taking a little break.
Is there like a category of what it could be, or?
It's only humans. Like I don't have any. Not humans.
Animals, or humans, or mammals?
I meant to. Touche. They're real people. None of them are fictional characters. I'm not going to give like Little Red Riding or something like that. That's the only category that we'll define. But remember, ask as many divisive questions as possible so that you can narrow down half of the population with every question. Okay. It's a little detour. All right, so I'm putting 3 minutes on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Do I sing?
No.
Do I play any instruments?
No.
Yes.
I heard no one. Yes. Which one is it?
No.
No. Okay. Am I on TV?
Yes.
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 Am I in movies?
No.
No.
Am I on NBC?
No.
No.
Am I on cable?
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Am I on HBO?
No.
Okay.
No.
Am I black?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I a woman?
Yes.
Yes.
Deal with that. Okay. Am I married?
No.
No.
Oh.
Ever been married?
No.
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 Have I had any high-profile boyfriends?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I on like a comedy show, or is comedy?
No.
No.
Am I on reality TV?
No.
No.
Am I on drama?
No.
No, Natasha.
Am I on a thriller?
No.
No, but I'm gonna give
I am
you.
on TV though.
I'm gonna give you a clue, help, just because you're new.
Thank you.
Sometimes there could be a facet of somebody's personality. Okay, like Ice Cube was on one time. He has acted, but that might not be the thing he's prominently known for. That's just a huge clue.
I don't even know if that was helpful or not.
Yes, I went too much into TV.
Yeah, his first
That you picked up what I was putting down. Okay, I'm putting the clock back on.
The end on TV.
I still don't know none.
Yeah,
Am I on
his
a
first
talk show
question
though?
No.
First question messed him up.
No.
Do I play sports?
No.
Hold on. No, I take that back.
We did say she's a
She
she.
has been on a talk show before.
Oh, okay. She has been seen
Have
on the
I
top.
hosted a talk show before?
No.
No. I think we threw him off earlier.
The first question messed him up.
The TV? Yeah.
The entertainment. The singer. He asked about singing.
Yep, that's what messed him up. Yep.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Do I have long hair?
We don't know.
You portray long hair on TV.
No, she actually
Or
does
the
have
internet.
long hair.
You got long hair, man.
Okay.
For the sake of this conversation, you got long hair.
Okay. Did I buy my long hair? I don't know.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Probably. How much time is left?
He only has 40 seconds. Y'all are killing his time.
All right, cool. I ain't gonna get this one.
Go industry. Focus on industry.
Am I Rihanna?
No.
I know it wasn't Rihanna. I'm at my Beyonce. No, I'm saying.
You asked if she could sing. You asked if she could sing, and we said no. If she sings, we said no.
Am I over 40?
No.
No.
Am I over
Not
20?
even close. No.
Over 20.
Yes.
Yes.
You're
All right, you got down to 15 seconds, so you get a clue.
Okay.
If you accept the clue, you only get one guess, and you have to forfeit all your other 15 seconds.
I'll take
Let me give him the
Let
clue.
me give him the clue. Let me give him
Let
the
me
clue.
give him the
From
clue.
everybody.
Let me give it to him.
Wait, I'll put in the comment what my clue was. Okay, so don't look at the comments. Okay, here we go. This was the clue that I was going to give him. Are we in agreement on that clue?
No.
No, give him something
That ain't what I was
If I say something like, that's going to be too obvious.
No, give him.
That's not what I was gonna say either.
What college you went to?
Nah, that ain't it.
Okay, someone comment in the chat what you think the appropriate clue is.
Let me get the clue.
Put it in the
She has
chat.
healthy needs.
Put it in the chat. See, that done gave it away.
That's too much.
That's see, I said put it in the chat.
Clue right there, man. That is a quality clue right there.
Yeah, she handed it to you. I was gonna say she's a rapper.
Makes sense.
I was gonna say she was a rapper. All right, so give him a.
I think we threw you off when we said.
I'm mad at that. I'm mad at that one because Meg is a rap singer. I don't like that one.
Yeah. So round of applause. Round of applause for his.
Yeah, we said no to singing. And took him all out.
We did.
So sing. She's not a singer.
So this is the thing.
Rap singer.
You have to be very clear because we said Oprah was one of the people last time, and somebody said, "Is she an actor?" Well, she acts, but she's not an actor. And then someone said, "Has she been in an action?"
How dare you say Oprah's not an actor?
What?
Dare you? Color Purple and Beloved and.
Oh my God. Okay, so we're gonna go. I'll give you guys actually the choice. Do you want to do one more round of Who Am I, or you want to get right back to our topics?
Let's do Who Am I? We need a
topic.
Okay, we'll do a vote since it's mixed. All in favor of topic, say aye. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and all in favor of one more round of the Who Am I? 1. Okay, 1 to 4, and then no other votes. All right.
You know what? I almost had one finger up.
That was for me.
Ew. Y'all. All right, so here's the next.
Scroll back a little bit. You'll see it almost forming there.
She controlled the animal portion. Now look at that.
So CT Rude Boy is voting for one more round. Yeah, CT's voting for one more round. Jen and I are, but we'll come back to it. We will do another round. We'll just do it after this next topic. All right, so here's the next topic. Is there a disadvantage just from being your gender? And if you say yes, what is it? Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let everybody have 60 seconds on the clock to give their statement. And I'm going to go in order of the screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start at LaShante, then I'm going to go to Ron, then Corey, then Victorious, and then Monica, and then Tony, and then Jen, and then we'll end on John, okay? So I'm going to put 60 seconds on the clock, and I want you guys to tell me, yes, there is a disadvantage, no, there's not, and if you say there is one, tell me why. All right, so starting with LaShante, and go.
Yes, there is a disadvantage to being a woman, period, in the world, period. We have all types of issues where we're male-dominated and, have all kinds of things thrust upon us when they come to the patriarchal nature of our society. And I don't think I have 60 seconds worth.
Yeah, you got 30 seconds left.
And if we include Black women, then we all the way at the bottom of the totem pole.
Okay. All right. Well, we are going to pass the baton to Ron. We put your 60 seconds back on the clock and go ahead. Is there a disadvantage?
Yes, we do have disadvantages. Nobody cares though. So we just achieve and overcome. Because if you look at it, over 99% of all deaths in war are men. 90% of homeless are men. Suicide rates are mostly have the higher rates of suicide. You talk about family courts. You name it. Women, when you come out of the womb, you have inherent value because you can give life. Men have to progress themselves up, build themselves up to get that value. Because especially with women being hypergamous, you have to have some value to be wanted. Because women want somebody on their level or above. They don't want anybody below.
Wow, I feel like we just need a moment of silence for the last 20 seconds on the clock. That was very touching.
I give my time to Ron.
Wow.
Right.
I'm saying, I'm like, all right, good night, thank you.
I'm using my time.
My goodness, he reclaimed all of our time. Okay. Ooh, man, I feel like we just had.
I don't like it.
Look, I could have went into all the women's shelters that's there that's not fair for men. I could go to a whole bunch of stuff. But once again, we're men. We understand the world is not fair, and we have to achieve and overcome. Shout out to my brother.
My God. Corey, do you want to go after that? Because
not really, but I ain't got a choice. So, yeah.
All right, so 60 seconds on the clock and go.
Yeah, disadvantage because as males, we can't fully really express ourselves from an emotional standpoint And so what happens is there's such a small divide between becoming emasculated from our counterparts versus even our other women saying that you know what, you're too soft, and then if you don't, then you're emotionless. So there's always that quandary that we're facing as men. It's a constant challenge from even when you're really small. You know, you get a butt whipping, you ain't supposed to cry. Man up, right? And so you just got your ass whooped. Like, I'm gonna cry. But then as the person older, if you cried, and depending on your circle, depending on who you're around, you're gonna get looked at sideways because you shouldn't be crying because you're a man. So there's a really big crutch that we carry often in terms of trying to express ourselves, period.
And you're trying to express yourself, but I'm just playing the irony. No, so in all sincerity, I want to say this. I feel so strongly for being an advocate for men, because even though I equally want everybody to be heard, that's just the thing. I think that men are so far behind the ball, the curve ball, or whatever the analogy is, that in order to let there be equality, we have to give so much to men. And it's kind of like that equal rights thing, you know, when someone's like, yeah, but all lives matter. Well, if that was the case, then everybody would be treated the same. And I would say that even though we both have struggles as genders, I think that men are asked to struggle silently. So for that reason, I want to use my breath every day to try to advocate and speak up for the men who are not being heard. Because I won't say they're not speaking up. They're just not being heard.
Yancy, you, what I would say is this. You get us for real. Like just you saying that lets me know you get us for real.
Yeah, I'm glad I brought that up.
Yeah, like real talk, like, you know, a lot of people try to say, like, a lot of sisters say they understand men, but in what you just said, that lets me know that you really get us.
It's tough because it's like, if you think about it, it's like two people getting their foot stepped on and one person is allowed to say, ouch. It's just, you know, we both are experiencing the same pain, but I get to let it out. And, you know, if, like he said, Ron said the intrinsic value thing, it is true. We don't do anything to earn our womb. We don't do anything to be the gift to men. We are born that way. Our curse was in childbirth. You know, we have pain in childbirth if you want to go biblical. But the man's curse was that he has to toil by the sweat of his brow. And so I definitely think that just like we have pushed for Black rights, we've pushed for women's rights, people push for LGBT rights, I think that we can definitely collectively work together and start speaking up for men's rights. And again, not rights that outweigh women's rights, but at least bring them to the damn table. So YouTube, take that 4-letter word. How about that? All right, so I'm going to let Chavez have 60 seconds on the clock.
The disadvantage that I think that we have is we're expected to protect ourselves and to protect others. So it's like we're expected to put our lives on the line to protect. And that is a huge weight for people who aren't there or who don't even know that's the expectation. And I'm done.
Okay. Okay, because the people keep moving around. So let's see. I'm gonna switch to Monica next so I don't lose track. No, actually, we're all the way turned around. Okay, so I'm gonna go to John next because you are in the order of my screen. All right, John, you got 60 seconds on the clock.
All right, I agree with all the brothers. You know, I appreciate everything they said, but I'm gonna say that I don't see a disadvantage, and here's why. There's no way for me to actually quantify the experience of a woman. I've never been a woman. So I can't speak qualitatively or quantitatively to that experience. I only have experience as a man. You know, if I say I like Ruffles better than Pringles, you know, I got a baseline to say one is better than the other. so I can speak with some knowledge. But I don't know, as a woman, what that particular struggle and what it feels like. So I wouldn't come from the perspective of having a disadvantage because I can't speak to what women go through.
Respect.
That is a very poignant point, and I think that if we segment out perhaps what we were talking about, so if we take the segment of empathy as a society, I think we could definitely say that women receive more empathy. But then if we switch over into other areas of like quote unquote fairness, there are definitely advantages towards being a man. So I think that's actually a very, very good point that you brought up. Victorious, I'm curious to see what you have to say. You got 60 seconds on the clock.
Cool. This is to touch on what you just last said. I think women don't have get a lot of empathy myself. And almost to what John was saying, I definitely don't want to compare disadvantage to women, especially now on this public platform. But I think one disadvantage that jumps out at me is physical violence, as opposed to like sexual violence, things like that. Just being a man is like the possibility, or being a black man, I'm not to say that, possibility of, just randomly getting just like murdered or hit upside your head or whatever is a little bit higher than, if I guess as comparison, just physical violence, you know what I'm saying? And then the empathy that someone mentioned earlier, and even dealing with intimate partner violence or domestic violence, like the doors that men have open to them are very few. If men even talk about it,
Yes.
Not,
and I think that's huge.
Sexual violence, But yeah, I mean, if you had to use a disadvantage word, that's what it is. But I actually am more with John. I'd rather not.
Okay. And I want to add to that a little bit because I had spoken on a different episode about sexual abuse, that it's usually something that ends up with Snickers, for the majority of people, and I don't mean the candy bar. A lot of times there's Snickers, and because men are pigeonholed into being these animals, if I can go there, these mammals, they should just be grateful for any sexual experience they get, whether it was at their request or not, or consenting or not. And I definitely think that that's something that we as a society need to expand upon. And I shared about a guy, a friend of mine, she's more of an acquaintance, but she's worked in abuse shelters for years. She deals with domestic violence. And she said a man came in with a horrible wound, a knife wound from his spouse. And he came in with his children, and they had to kind of on the spot figure out what to do because they didn't really have a living space because they just were used to being all women. So they made accommodations for him, obviously, but the fact that it was so not the norm, I don't think it's because it doesn't happen so much. I think it's because men don't come forward as much, because when I did the poll in my group, so many men came out of the woodwork saying, yes, I had been molested. I had been physically abused at the hands of a romantic partner. So definitely glad you brought that up. Yes,
I want to just on that point. When I was an officer in the military, I also ran a unit victim advocacy program where we did sexual assault coordination and all that good stuff like that. It's more likely around what actually gets reported. It's like 10 times more for dudes that actually happen. And as somebody who was sexually assaulted by a female NCO, when I was in there and reported it, I was told to man up, take one for the team, laughed at, and all that good stuff, and just told, hey, march on by that. But if anybody else brought it up, that it was a all hands on deck type situation. So, like I said, I understand what's going on, and we just need to be, everybody needs to.
I appreciate you sharing that, and it takes courage to talk about experiences. And I think that the more people talk about things, it becomes more common. Not common in the sense that we don't care, but common in the sense that you're not going to, spontaneously combust if people know this happened because it happened to you and it's not who you are. So I appreciate you stepping out there and doing that. Mr. Watts, you haven't gone yet, have you? So you've slid into the rotation of second position.
I didn't go, but I'm 100% behind what Mr. King said. I did a talk show not too long ago, and I delivered those statistics about homelessness how we're the ones that die in war. A lot of things that we don't talk about, and all the men have covered it. We suffer at the hand of this patriarchal system that we get crumbs from, but we're not the kings of.
Ooh.
You know what I mean? So there's some disadvantages that come to us that, like most of us said, we have to man up for.
Can you say that again, Tony? Because that was very powerful.
Excuse me?
Could you say that quote again? You said we get the crumbs. I don't want to say the whole thing for you.
Oh yeah, so we get the crumbs of the patriarchal system. We don't benefit from the top tier. We don't. But it's looked at because we're men. That we do. But I think across the board on all spectrums that the black race period is at a disadvantage, has been at a disadvantage for a very long time. And again, I'm a component of the whole. So until we stop separating what's my disadvantage versus what your disadvantage is, we're going to continue to have this cycle of your pain is worse than my pain.
You're
don't
stealing
feel
my closing argument.
And what Monica said earlier was a man can't take the same pain as a woman for being cheated on. I'm going to tell you, I have been in your shoes where I wanted to find a window. I wanted to jump because I was in pain. So when you say I can't experience the same pain you do, you're really shortchanging my humanity as a man. So if I can't express that I'm feeling this vulnerable, I'm feeling this hurt, it's rough. Like we as men, we understand what women go through. We understand the pain you'll go through. And the beautiful thing about women is you'll have each other, like you'll go to each other. Normally, until you create a bond, I can't just call King and be like, yo, dude, she really broke my heart, yo. She cheated on me, yo. I caught her out with Corey. Dude, come on, man. We gonna go to the club and pop some bottles and get you a new chick. No, I need to heal.
Shanti, you laughing too hard over here.
I didn't know he was gonna tell our business out here. I didn't know we were putting it out here in these YouTube
She's
streets.
laughing too hard right now. My bad.
I said I was sorry, Tony. I said I was sorry.
I seen all her teeth from all the way back here when she said cheating with me. Like, why I have to be like that with me though? Nah.
And Tony, he didn't even pay for my meal like you did. You paid for every meal, every drink.
Yeah, exactly. So that's my 60 seconds. I think we just need to get off of this who's hurting more and just realize that we both are hurting and just work that out.
You're stealing my closing argument, sir. We got beef now.
Tony, right.
I know, I love that. Corey was co-signing you, by the way, if you didn't see him. And I feel like we have the girls left, right? Monica and
she's
Jen.
Still grinning too hard. Not you.
Monica.
Look at over there.
Monica, you have not gone yet, correct?
No.
Okay, so we'll have you go, and then we'll close with Jen.
I feel that a little bit what John said as far as, I've never been a man, so I don't know what struggles he faced. However, I feel that there has to be some sense of understanding on both ends. Because as a woman, and then as a Black woman, and then as a woman of color, it's hard. It's hard. And I think someone said, we come out the womb, I think it was Ron, where we already are at a higher regard because we can bear children. However, we're also coming out the womb being told how we need to act, what we need to do, how do we need to be the prize. So then there's all that pressure. And then we're told we're not good enough, or we're not pretty enough, or we're not thick enough, or whatever the case is. So I understand how it is being a woman. I can have empathy for whatever, issues that men might face. And I know that sometimes us as women, we don't allow a man to come to us. I know I've heard that before. I've heard, some of my male friends say that it's hard for them to talk to a woman because then they feel emasculated. Mm-hmm. So I think it's just understanding empathy on both sides on how to, I don't think anybody has it harder. It's just our struggles are the same. It's just different.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Jen, I'm going to ask you that question.
I was just going to say the same. Like, I feel that it's a 50-50 split. We equally have the short ends of the stick. Ron, you left out a statistic. Men are significantly higher in suicide rates than women. Women are, if you are a strong woman, you're angry. If you are expressing your feelings, you're a victim, or you're highly sensitive and emotional. But and same as a man, if you are emotional as a man, you are emasculating yourself and becoming weak. And so I just think that instead of us pulling this tug of war, and that's what the problem is between men and women, is that it's like we're both trying to point fingers at what the flaws are of each other, instead of actually saying, okay, I understand what you could be going through. I understand your point of view and your perspective. That's what I was telling Kyle. Instead of being emotional, sometimes women need to think more intellectually. Okay, what is he really trying to say to me? What is the root of that? Because that could be the root of the issue in a relationship, and vice versa. Men should understand, why is she sad? What is she really feeling deep down inside and trying to say through those tears and snotting and all of that? What is she saying? What hurt her? And until we can truly understand the emotions or the lack thereof of one another, we will never be able to communicate effectively and arise from feelings. Right. There are things other than feelings, and to accomplish those, you have to get the root of the problem, which is bringing yourself out of something. Instead of how something made me feel, how did I make someone else feel? And in return, they made me feel this way. So I just think we both need to, as a man and a female, understand one another and understand where they're coming from, and hear one another out instead of just always being defensive.
And I think this was like the perfect demonstration of that. I had my thought before everybody gave their piece, but each of you, even though there was a lot of overlapping in what we agree upon, we all probably gleaned a little something from what everybody said, or even if we didn't change our perspective, we at least gained a new perspective that someone else has. And I think that, this is just a great example. I think you guys have a million things you could be doing tonight, or, we could be watching trash TV, but the fact that you guys are here, although we have fun, I try to make it fun. I don't want to make it feel like work. But I think it's awesome that you guys are willing to do this on a public platform, and the people watching, because this is deeper stuff. This isn't all just straight, what is it, World Star and cat fights and stuff like that. We're really unpacking. So I think if we each individually do our part in listening, we listen to our circle, and we become a safe space for our circle, or our one partner at a time, or some of us multiple partners at a time. I think that we could start to make this the norm. I think we've come so far with each generation. Some areas we've gotten off the path, but I think we are getting a lot more in touch with our inner self. I have a situation in my personal life where two people who are very dear to me are severely, severely wounded. They're very severely wounded, and because they are both male, the natural emotion, the feeling that feels most natural, is anger. And the sad thing that I told both of them was, individually, is that because you naturally gravitate towards anger, because that emotion feels more of a control, it feels like you're in control, you don't get empathy from the other person. Because if you go to your fellow man and you say, hey dude, man, bro, that really broke me down. Like, I went home and cried yesterday after what happened. You're going to get a different reaction than, you mother effer, you son of a gun, like, I will beat your A. There's a difference, but they might have the exact same emotion underneath. And so for me, I think it's really good when we can start to become emotionally well-rounded, to where we can get to the root of our issue and really articulate it from the heart. But we can't do that unless we first have done the work on ourselves. Because if we love ourselves and we accept ourselves, there's nothing that's overly scary, because it is intimidating, but it's not overly scary about presenting our authentic self to somebody else, because the acceptance that matters is from ourselves. So I would just say, to kind of like bookend where we started, it all comes down to self-love. When you understand yourself and you make the choice to love yourself, and then you get educated, because as intelligent as we are, we probably all have college degrees here on this panel. We might not all be as intelligent emotionally. And it takes researching and going to mentors and watching people. A mentor could be on YouTube. It could be a person who has a channel that's just really good content, or reading a book. But we can learn from other people who have gone before us. And I like that our generation is much more inclined to see a psychologist, a therapist, a counselor, somebody who can help us understand, no, those feelings are not normal. They're common, but you shouldn't, normal in the sense you shouldn't be feeling this way. So I just think it's really cool that on a weekend, people will sit here for 3 hours and discuss how we can improve relationships. And you guys are a shining example that there is still hope, despite what we harp on, which is what Tony said. Excuse my monologue, you guys. But Tony said at the beginning, we focus a lot on such a small part of the population, but I think it's because it's the squeaky wheel. We don't usually comment when the service is great. We comment when it's bad. And so the F-boys stick out in our mind more than the really great guys who we just dated but weren't compatible with. The chicks who ran and broke your heart. You probably don't have as many if you really look at the whole spectrum. There are probably a lot of chicks who you just didn't find attractive or whatever. So that's what I wanted to say, get it off my chest. I definitely think that we should have empathy for the opposite sex. And I think that we should understand that men don't display it the way we do. And I said this as women, I'm speaking to women specifically. And as I said before, I genuinely did not realize you guys had emotions when I started my journey 6 years ago. I really thought you had like 2. And when the guys opened up and shared, in the group over the years, I'm like, wow, just because they have bravado doesn't mean that behind closed doors, they're not experiencing the exact same emotion that we have inside. So once we learn that, we're going to be unstoppable. All right. So we're going to do another round. For those of you able to stay on, stay on. Is there anyone who wants to volunteer to be the guesser?
Yeah, I'll be a guesser.
Okay, it's Corey. Okay, I couldn't see any movement, but I know that voice. Okay. All right, let's see. Oh, I have a good one. All right, so don't look. Oh, good. He already covered his face. I love it. Okay, raise your hand when you guys have seen the chat. Tony, Jen, LaShante. I don't even have to ask Ron if he saw it. Okay, Victorious, you saw it? Okay, perfect. All right, remember, yes or no questions, man in the mask. All right. I got all distracted with my monologue. I have to put the time on. All right, 3 minutes on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Is it a black person?
Negative.
No.
Oh. All right. Is it a white person?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Is it a male?
No.
No.
All right. So we got a white female. Is it a singer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mariah Carey.
Nah.
No.
And really quick,
Cool.
I'm pausing the time, so don't worry, I'm not cutting your time. So just for clarification, those of you guessing in the comments, you're not asking questions because you can't help them with the questions, but you can guess. So if someone in the comments guesses, you guys will win the round. You could beat Corey out, okay? But you can't ask because it wouldn't be fair to jump in and ask the question. All right, so back on the clock, 2 minutes and 36 seconds, go.
Does she dance? Is she a
Yes.
performer
Yeah.
like Britney Spears?
Yes.
Yes.
Not Brittany.
Christina, no, I don't know these white people. Sorry, you two. Damn. Did she date Justin Timberlake?
No.
No.
That was so specific.
Is she under 40?
No.
No.
Oh, Madonna.
No.
Nope.
Is it a pop star?
Yeah.
Yes.
Has she made an album in the last 2 years?
No.
Not the week.
Is she relevant?
Yes.
No.
Well, be more specific with that question.
Very relevant.
No.
Be more specific with that question.
Damn.
Are you asking if she's relevant in 2021?
Yes.
No.
Right now, yes.
No.
No.
So it's an old head.
Does she sing country music?
No. Good
No.
question.
So it's not Dolly Parton.
No, rude boy. Oh, John is guessing the comments. He got it. Okay, keep going. Don't look at the comments. But John got it.
John got it.
John hopped off of the thing to guess in the comments.
Yeah.
Right.
I paused the time for that, by the way, Corey. Okay, so go ahead. You got 1 minute, 22 seconds.
Oh, who else is white that's old, that's not relevant? There's so many old white not relevant that just get in the back. Damn. Did she have plastic surgery?
Yes.
Yes. Probably so.
Probably so. Botox, right? One of them. I don't even know. Cher.
Yeah, there you go. Good job. You did it with 57 seconds left on the clock. He said he had to get my kid to bed.
Did they have work though?
I know. I was wondering that too. Okay.
I'm sure she's had plenty.
Oh yeah, she's had a lot of.
That's why I was
She
going.
don't look like that at her age because of the
Yeah,
natural situation.
Okay, who would like to go next? Because you're not going to be able to look at the...
I'll go.
Okay, Jen's going, so don't look. Okay, all right. I just posted it, guys. Raise your hand when you've got it, so I know to move on.
Oh, let's go.
Okay, LaShante, you ready?
Yeah.
You got the name?
I see it.
Okay, all right. So 3 minutes and go.
Was the person white?
No. Hell no.
Male or female?
Yes.
A black male. Actor?
No.
No.
Singer?
No.
No.
Rapper?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
What the hell? Talk show host?
No.
Nope.
Football player?
Nope.
None of that.
Basketball?
No.
Sports
Nope.
player?
No.
No sports player? No nothing. He ain't got no job.
What'd you say?
TV show.
No.
No.
Nope.
His name Tommy.
Nope.
No.
No.
Social media?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
What the heck is going on here?
No.
Nothing.
You gotta ask for a lifeline. You need a lifeline. You need a
He
lifeline
said
right now.
nothing.
12. You
He a
need a lifeline.
troublemaker.
You need a
Yes.
lifeline.
Yes.
Yes.
Is he on this broadcast?
No.
Not
Oh,
me.
but that would have been good.
Not me.
Troublemaker.
No, not
Well,
no,
we
rude
would be
boy.
friends though. I'd be friends with
I
him.
know him.
No.
No.
He's not a rapper.
No.
You only
No.
know rappers?
No, not an entertainer.
Lifeline.
Anyway,
Lifeline.
yeah, I need help.
Okay,
Can I
so
give a
clue.
clue?
We have to decide upon the clue collectively. Don't blurt it out. Put the clue in the comments, and I'm gonna say which comment we'll agree upon which comment to get, which clue to give her. She's got 1 minute and 33 seconds. No, it's not Obama. And it's not Trump, rude boy. Okay. He definitely has social media. Oh, okay. Did we agree? I think that's a good clue.
Hold on. Let me type my little thing in.
That's what we said.
Okay, do we agree that's a good clue?
Yeah.
All right.
I actually like M's joint. I think.
I feel like that is so
give it.
specific. That's like
That's gonna
saying
be real easy.
strong knees.
That's
Yeah.
That's to give it away. joint.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna make the
I got
executive.
knees. So if I got knees, then she can get that.
Yeah. All right. So the clue is that he is no longer with us. So that narrows down a big part of the population.
Dead? Ain't got no job. Not a rapper.
If he's dead, he can't have his dad.
He ain't no job.
Right, he had a job.
Never had a
He ain't
job?
got-
Yeah.
Had a job.
Job?
Job,
Was he a
yeah.
civil rights leader?
Yes.
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 Martin Luther King?
Nope.
No.
Who else?
That was last week.
Malcolm
Yeah.
X.
She said, who
Yeah.
There we go.
Malcolm X.
1 minute 32. Yeah, Martin Luther King was our last one. Good job. Give her a round of applause, you guys. Give her a round of
That
applause.
was rough.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to give this next one. So who's going to be up so they don't look? All right. Any volunteers to guess? Volunteers to guess.
They're scared now.
I know. Okay, Corey. All right, here we go. All right, so look away.
You doing it again?
Because no one else volunteered, so he going to go. All
I
right.
know, I'll do it.
Okay, so
Oh,
let
wow.
Monica go next.
Oh, man.
Here go.
Okay.
Am I still hiding my face or what?
If you have the honor system, to not look at the Zoom screen. Okay. All right, go ahead. You got 3 minutes on the clock. I have confidence in this one with him.
Time out. Pause. I can't do it.
Oh, you saw it?
The thing popped up on it. I ain't want to cheat y'all.
Oh, okay. I don't know how we can make it to where you can close it. You might just have to turn your head and just not look at the camera while we do the guess.
You must be on your computer.
Yeah, I'm always on that joint. Hold on. How you on? Let me shut the chat joint. All right.
Okay.
I thought that was Pornhub.
Just don't close YouTube. He said a dead troublemaker.
Yo, how y'all get the chat to just like be closed on your joint? And just close.
I know on my screen there was like a little arrow down.
Let me see if that worked right there.
You might have to.
Yeah, it's right there. I got it. All right, now I closed the joint.
All right, so we'll test it out.
Yeah.
Did it pop up?
Yeah, but if I don't look like.
Okay, just don't look at it. Okay.
All right.
Okay, ready? 3, 2. Oops. Just click the button. 3, 2, 1. Go.
Oh no, we didn't do
that.
Yeah, I couldn't
remember. Is it a
remember.
black person?
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
sometimes.
Oh, black is it a black male?
Yes.
Sometimes.
Oh, don't listen to him.
I was just about to say, is he tranny?
Yeah, don't listen to him.
Really? Is he tranny?
Well, tranny. I wasn't sure. You said sometimes, so
I know. Just don't listen.
Is he dead?
Yes. Rest in peace.
Okay, that means you like him. Is he a singer?
Yes.
Does he dance?
Yes.
Yes.
He on it.
He's black and he dances and he's dead. James Brown.
No.
Michael.
That was a good one.
Michael who though?
Oh yeah, Michael who?
There's only one Michael.
Bublé. No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
Natasha got it. Natasha got it right at the same time.
I thought you were gonna say Michael Bolton.
Oh my God.
He's alive, right? Or did he die?
And he's white.
Is he though? No, I'm just playing. Okay. All right. So Monica says she's gonna go next. You gotta look at. Just don't make eye contact with the chat. We'll just do it on the honor system. Okay. Okay. So no, I think she'd be too hard. I was gonna say. And feel free, guys, if you have someone that you think is really good, comment in there, and if I really like it, I'll pick it. Otherwise, I'm gonna go with. Okay.
Oh snap! Watch out.
Okay. All right. You got 3 seconds on the clock. Just don't look at the chat. 3, 2, 1, go. And remember, YouTube, you can guess.
Am I a woman?
No.
Oh, at first I forgot to play the game. I was like, yes.
Am I a man?
Yes, you're a man.
Yes.
Am I black?
No.
What did he say? What did she say?
Is she black?
Oh, I think he said alive. I'm sorry, my hearing. Oh, that would have been good.
Is he black?
No.
Oh. Is he Mexican?
No.
No.
He's white?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is he in politics?
No.
No.
Entertainment?
Yes.
Yes.
He's an actor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
Is he married?
Yes.
No. Oh, is he?
Yes.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My brain went to a different one. Don't even go there. Just he's not married. He's not married.
Oh, he's not married. Okay.
He living the life. He
booed up though.
Justin. Wait, Justin Bieber is married, right?
Yeah, that's who I was thinking in my head for some reason. That wasn't even my person. Yes.
No.
Justin Bieber is married, but I was thinking.
No.
Sorry.
No.
It was close. Very, very close.
All right. That's what we doing?
Very close.
I know, right, Corey?
Right? Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
Now it's me,
Justin
right?
Timberlake.
See?
Yeah, I know. Corey, you know I'm not even arguing with you. I'm not even arguing.
But time out.
He is married, everyone, to Jessica Biel.
I thought he was married. I thought he was too. I was like,
he is.
And the only reason I knew that was because it stressed me out a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
you stress easily.
Since 2012.
Wow, that's right.
I never knew he was married.
Yeah, I didn't know he married her. I thought they were just dating.
I know he was married.
I remember they got married because her family didn't want her to marry him.
Why? A cute white boy.
They didn't like him.
I always thought he was gonna marry,
Brittany.
Old girl.
a sister.
Oh.
You know what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was
Like
I had
Tatiana
that
Ali
in
or
my
something.
head for him.
All right. Does anyone else have any? Do we have any brave souls before we go out? Anyone else want to do a round? I got a good one. All right. I know. Okay, Kyle's up for it. All right. So you have to honor system look away because we can't keep the screen from popping up. So here we go. Here's the person. All right.
You going to hell for that one.
That's what I was trying to get in my head.
And it's actually funny because I don't know who's gonna get what. Okay.
You're going to hell for that one.
All right. So okay. So only yes or no questions that end with a yes or no. Okay. Why is your lighting so freakishly good? I can't stand you and Chavez. Oh, you're muted.
You're on mute.
Am I male?
Yes.
Am I in entertainment?
Yes.
Am I in music?
No.
Am I in movies?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is so bad.
It is.
I'm not in agreement, Kyle, by the way. Go ahead.
Am I white?
No.
I'm black.
Y'all steered him all the way wrong with your answers.
Black male, okay. Entertainment. Am I
sidebar?
Am I in a recent movie?
No.
Okay. Am I in movies in the 90s?
No.
We're gonna pause. Sidebar. Y'all.
Yes, he is.
No, for real.
2000.
Absolutely.
Okay. Then you guys can tell me after because I'm not aware of that. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Kyle. Sorry, I had a sidebar.
Am I in the 90s? Movies from the 90s?
No.
80s?
No.
2000s?
Yes.
Lifeline.
Got this.
You need a lifeline. He need a lifeline.
You want a lifeline?
You need a lifeline.
I'll
gonna
take
be
one.
in Timbuktu
He
by
sounds
time
just like Ron.
I'll take a lifeline. What's up?
He sounds just like Ron.
Oh, she's giving you a clue.
Jesus is his homeboy.
Jesus is his homeboy.
He sounds just like Ron.
Wow.
You don't get it, Kyle. You're going to hell.
Get these calls, man. Get these calls.
You said what, Ron?
You're gonna get these calls. Keep it up.
Okay, but you know I'm a Delta. You know what they say about us now. We're very aggressive.
Don't worry, Kyle. I paused your time.
Oh, okay.
All right. So I'm gonna give you a clue. I'm gonna give you a clue that I think is humane.
All right, give me.
Let go of entertainment, just for the sake of guessing. Just let go of entertainment.
Let me give him one. Leader.
Okay. Here we go. Back on the clock. 1 minute 55 seconds.
That's a good one, Corey.
Leader.
That's a good one.
Leader.
Yes.
Leader.
Yes. That's
Think
a
about
good
that.
one.
Yes.
Kind of, sorta.
He's a shepherd.
Y'all just gonna give him everything.
Civil rights leader.
No, he is not a civil rights.
Church leader.
Yes.
Yes.
She said shepherd. She gave it to you.
Kirk Franklin.
No.
No. You ain't say whipping ass.
From Atlanta.
No.
Is he Atlanta? No, right?
I think
No,
he
he's
lives.
not from Atlanta.
He's
From Atlanta.
Yes.
You in Houston?
TD Jakes.
Ding,
There you go.
ding. Nice job. Okay, y'all have to tell me, what is he doing in entertainment?
Remember, he did
The movie.
His platform is in entertainment. He
What-
got
He
the
is.
What
He
movie?
was in movies too.
He's
You
a
remember?
He wasn't in Tyler Perry.
Right.
Who's that Tyler Perry joint?
Yeah.
like that jump over the broom movie.
Oh, as an actor.
But that's why I was like, Kyle, you was going left. I was like, you was never going to come back from after. You was going
No, he was going in for like
Yeah, I was.
Oscar winning.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's been on gospel records.
And he's a film producer
you.
as well. He has a film production company.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's what I was saying.
Hey, y'all gotta jump.
He's produced
Thank you,
several
Victorious.
movies.
All right, Kyle.
That Room was the only
See y'all.
movie. He did a few
Peace.
movies.
Woman, thou art loose.
No,
Oh,
he was
okay.
in that other one with
Women Are
Taraji
Loose.
and he was in that one with Taraji and Morris Chestnut too.
Not easily broken.
That's
Oh,
right. And that was produced by him. That was his movie.
But the fact that we had to reach so hard to get it Just goes to tell you how memorable it was.
Well,
Oh my goodness.
He has so much different credentials that almost all those entertainer, leader, church,
they all apply.
Been in a movie.
The next
He might
time
be
y'all
civil
listen
rights
to
on
him,
some
his
level.
Think about wrong, because that's exactly who he sounds like.
Oh
he
my God.
sounds just like him.
Okay, I have a question for you guys. What would you think if you had someone reach out to you via DM, okay, a direct message, and you guys were chatting and chopping it up, and everything seemed great? You guys reached an agreement, you both liked each other, it was past the little kiki, and you really started to communicate, and now, a week has gone by. And the man never asks for your phone number. What would be your thought? And I don't want to lead the witnesses, so I'm just going to say that. What would be your thought?
He got a little girlfriend. He got a old lady at home.
Well, I would say this question is very, very, very age dependent, because the new modern day thing, they go by, they don't exchange numbers. They exchange Instagram handles and other social media, Snapchat and stuff like that. So they don't even do numbers. So depends on what you're doing. So
no, because I've given guys my number, and we have each other's phone number, and they'll still DM me.
Yeah.
And they ain't young.
Yeah, I mean, but once again, just like you have older people who have adapted to the information age and can use computers better than some young people. If people are out on the scenes and you're dealing with this younger generation, they adapt to what they're doing and they hand out social media
handles is what they give out.
By the time they get their little followers up.
And I don't think
so. To answer your question, Yancy,
yeah.
If I'm vibing with someone in a DM, which is not often,
right? Because she blocked you,
and he gonna ask you to be his wife after the second call. But go ahead.
Then I will automatically.
You automatically what? Oh, why
came in.
It cut out.
Oh, she froze up.
The guy came in.
Oh, he's calling her.
Okay, so wait, then I'm gonna say something. If I'm vibing with the guy,
it cut out. Sorry, love.
Normally, he'll give me his phone number. Normally, but if he don't, then most likely he got an old lady at home.
I feel like I'm jaded because that's my thought. My thought is, when I hear guys trying to dip, they usually use Snapchat and Instagram and all that stuff because they know that their phone's not going to ring. And they could even go so far as to delete the app.
That's a lie because Facebook has Messenger that invades.
Did she stop talking? She just kept going? Did she know she was froze? Like, did you know you froze out? Like, you just went in. Like...
But y'all, look at her picture next to mine. It looks like she's leaning into my frame. You guys see? Wait, which is this way? See right here? It looks like it's part of her shoulder. It's like perfectly lined up with her arm. You guys see that? It looked like she's.
I'm in your.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa, she's coming in my frame. Oh wait, no, this way. She's coming in my frame.
But Facebook and Instagram have video chat.
No, you can mute it. I have mine to where I don't get.
I know that now, but it totally invades your privacy.
But what I'm saying is that if they want to be sly, my point is that if they want to be sly, they can give the person the number and then act like, oh, they just couldn't pick up at that time. It didn't even ring. They don't even know that you called because they don't have their notifications on.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I should think that if it's now there's a difference. If y'all just like shooting the
breeze
crap,
right?
And it's like y'all comment on each other's little story or whatever. That's nothing too serious. But if y'all going back how you did or good morning, good night, whatever, and he don't ask you for your phone number or he don't give you his phone number,
he's blocked.
My girlfriend was telling me about a guy.
I'm not there tomorrow, okay?
My girlfriend was telling me about a guy who was corresponding with her. It had been almost a week, but it was like, the new when everything's fresh and cute. And he's calling like 2-3 times a day. They're having 2-hour conversations at a time, but every single one is through social media video messenger. And so normally she doesn't even like to give her number out. But with this, it became suspect because it was like, but you didn't even ask. Like, I didn't mean to turn you down. She's like, he didn't even ask to where now I'm thinking there is a reason why he doesn't want the phone number. So
he got a wife.
Guys, what do you have to say?
He got a girlfriend.
Do y'all think it's ever not negative?
Really,
I'm asking. Is it possible that, like, I'm just asking. Damn. Is it possible that it's not a negative reason?
So she actually asked.
Do you wanna go there?
That the guy is shy.
But she asked. I want to throw a curveball because I held out on part 2.
With the curveball now.
She asked him and said, "Hey, I noticed you never asked." His reason was, "I like the intrigue of knowing that I don't have full access to you yet."
That Negro is booty.
Definitely got a whoop.
Time out. I think
he married.
I was trying to give you like the fact that you can get.
Not Natasha said long distance charges.
Listen.
I was trying to baby at home.
I think we should let Corey explore his question because he has a valid question.
Or you want to explore that question? Because you know I'm gonna have an answer. You want to go?
You ain't give it yet. I'm trying.
Go ahead.
Thank you,
I just really want to know: is it possible that it doesn't have to be negative? Like I get, like you guys off the rip for your experiences have said, okay, this is what it's going to be. So it's going to be negative, and chances are you come to that conclusion because you've seen that happen. Cool, but is it out the realm of possibility that there's something other than negative? That's all I'm asking for the ladies to see if it's something other than
like
being
what?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking
like what?
you.
If it's gonna be something other than negative, like what?
I'm asking you guys. You on that end. It wasn't about
but you were the one. Okay, so I'm gonna use you as an example.
Can I counter your question with a question, Corey?
I'm gonna ask you a question.
I hope you do what I think you're gonna do, Jen.
So in my instance, right, I said that if we're vibing in a DM, which is rare because I don't have that kind of time. But anyway, which is why I often say, hey, feel free to text me. We can finish the conversation there. There's no room for him to even ask for my phone number. I've given it, right?
Right.
He hasn't reached out, right? So even if he were shy, and that's not negative for a man to actually be shy and not wanting to intrude on a woman and say, okay, maybe I shouldn't assume that she wants to give me her number because we have a good conversation. But you have the number, right? You don't use it. What else is there?
Well, Jen, that's a little different. You just gave him your number. He didn't ask for it.
Oh.
I understand that. But if we can have a conversation in a DM, right? And we're on the same page here.
Mm-hmm.
We're having a full conversation on a DM, and I don't have time to go back and forth and check my Instagram, so I'm not rude leaving them. I don't like people messages left in limbo. That's not me. I'm a communicator.
Mm-hmm.
So I say, hey, I'm hopping off of this. Here's my number. We can continue there. You don't use it, then what else? We're grown. I'm almost 40 years old. So if I can't give someone a phone number so that I don't have to hop on Instagram to see what his answer was, or to say, hey, my day's going great, then what else is there? Corey?
Let me take a little bit, Corey, from you. Also, it depends on what you're used to. So I like to travel internationally to a lot of different places because I'm a bucket list type of guy, and I use WhatsApp a lot. So if you use WhatsApp a lot, it's people who I have their number, but I go through WhatsApp. Or it's people that I Facebook message because that's what I'm used to dealing with that person or whatever.
But WhatsApp also uses your cell phone number.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying, is that, like I said, it's not necessarily always a negative thing, especially in this time when so many women are worried about safety and all that good stuff. I want people to feel comfortable talking to me. And if we're just talking through social media and everything's going great, it's going perfect, I might not ask for your number because we might be comfortable in this situation right here. And then maybe I will get to that point, but it's just, you're talking about a week.
And actually, I think that he did say to her, I think if I recall correctly, that he said, and she'll give it to me when she's ready or something like that. I to be fair, I do think I remember when you said that he might have said that to her. Vaguely remember.
And then I'll also say, what kind of phones do you guys have? Because with these smartphones, if if I get your number and I don't want to hear from you, I can mute you only. I can set your ringtone to not ring. I can do all kind of stuff with this smartphone. So not to get your number or not get your number. It's not like it's 1980s where you had the long
but it can
telephone with the
it
ring.
can still pop up. I don't think with Apple you can silence. Yes, you can silence the ring. Sorry. No, I'm sorry, I forgot. You can mute it to where you don't get the notifications. No, that's true. You can mute it to get the notifications. But
you can filter everything.
But even if you mute the notifications though, if your phone is sitting there, you know, there's still a paper trail. I'm just saying, devil's advocate, if the person doesn't.
Not if you block them. If you block them and then unblock them, when you want to talk to them, then everything that they sent while they was blocked will come through.
You play.
Wait, are you sure?
She a block master. She spoke with her chest. She definitely know what she talking about.
I don't think so. I don't think you can retrieve block messages.
No, if you're blocked, if you have an iPhone, right, and you text somebody and that message never says delivered, baby, you is blocked.
Right. I thought you were saying that when you turn it back up.
If you unblock it, I believe, because I blocked people before, and then they got unblocked. The text come through.
No, they don't.
Yeah, I researched that before.
Not the old ones, not the ones that they sent while they was blocked.
Right. It can't. Yeah, because there was one time where I really wanted that.
Do not disturb.
But I know them calls.
Right.
His phone on do not disturb and not get nothing.
And then when you turn that off, that feature off,
put her phone on do not disturb.
But the voicemails, if they did call and they blocked in your voicemails, it'll be a section called blocked, and the voicemail will be in now.
Yeah, it will.
Yo, this is just so complicated. Like, this is real complicated. And the thing about it, like, you know, just in my own personal dealings, women tend to be a lot more complex than we are, and I think a lot of it is for safety reasons. But I also think a lot of times that's just kind of how you are hardwired and kind of how you've been also made to be. Like, a lot of times, and some of the brothers could chime in, a lot of times we just do what we want to do and we get used to doing what we want to do. Even if you say text, like, we'll still use what we feel comfortable with, you know, so
right.
I can't have, real talk, I can't have a conversation via text when I can like knock it out on a phone call. Like, I still haven't got to that place where I can, it's just so much quicker on a phone call. Yeah. I don't know.
Like, my thing on the phone. Right. My thing is, if I know you, if like we know each other, we know how we can text each other, and you know what I mean? Like, if I don't really know you, texting for me is not that big. If I don't really know you, just call me.
That's some people's. That's the way they choose to communicate, right? Like, there's some people who don't like I've run across women who hate the texting. They like, yo, we got to talk on the phone. You want to talk on the phone? You got to talk on the phone. Jesus Christ. Right? But then there's some women who are like, nah, you know, my life is not built for talking on the phone. So unless we're going to be in person talking, then text works best for me. So in that respect, the reason I was asking is because sometimes it isn't just like they got the shorty on the side. Maybe that's just the most effective way that they communicate was that way. And if they, unfortunately, and I've run across this, if you start off with phone conversations as a guy, you got to continue
how you hold that.
But that's the difference, Corey. They are having phone conversations. It's just via chat.
And dude?
Yeah,
I thought he was just texting.
No, that's what I'm saying. They're having.
He was in the DM.
They're having.
I thought he was in the DM.
They're in the DM using video chat for 2-3 hour conversations at a time. This has gone way past like.
Nah, I missed that.
He's video chatting with her on the DM.
Oh, what's the problem?
And now, right.
No, because the thought is.
What else is the problem with that?
Yeah, I was gonna say though, if you don't.
The problem is that she don't understand why they're communicating in that way only. She's trying to figure out why she doesn't have his phone number and they're not communicating.
Because he can't know that she's calling unless he happens to have the app open. And so this is devil's advocate. I feel if a woman gives a man the benefit of the doubt and he messes her over, she's considered the idiot. Like, really? You didn't think that was suspect that for a month, he only hit you on IG? And then if she doesn't give him the benefit of the doubt, she looks jaded. So I feel kind of like you darned if you do and you darned if you don't.
But what would be the difference? What would be the difference? Right. I was just about to add, what would be the difference between them if they both have iPhones and they FaceTime versus if they're talking on IG? Like, it's still the same.
What you're missing. That's what you're missing. It's not that the quality of communication would change. It is, what does he have to hide? So, for example, if I have your phone number, the reason I don't give people my phone number is because I don't want them to have access to me on that level. I purposely do because my time is so limited. It's like my parents have my number, my kids, I barely give out my number. We joked about that in the group. I protect it like my freaking social security number. If someone gets my phone, they know that no matter what, I'm going to see a notification. If somebody just has my instant messenger in IG, they don't have an expectation that I stay on Instagram like that. So there's not an expectation that I'm going to be able to answer. But if I see someone calling me 3 times on my phone, I'm going to pick up like, oh, shoot, what's happening? I don't know that you've called me 3 times on IG. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Right in the back.
I've never taken a call on IG, so I'm not familiar with how it works. But does it not ring?
That's what I'm saying.
It does. So, your phone, well, if you don't have it set up for it to ring, then it doesn't ring.
But if you do, it then tantamounts to the same thing as it ringing.
But that's the thing, right? Corey. With the unknown, you don't know if he's choosing the option that makes it easy. The guy, when they came out and said Derek did his dirt, the way that he kept it on the low, he wouldn't text her. He would Snapchat her because he knew he could just delete the app. And then you can delete all the correspondence. Once the account's gone, it deletes your stuff, my stuff. If we text, there's a paper trail. So a lot of cheaters choose to correspond via apps because with apps, you don't even have to have your phone. You can log into your account. You can do whatever. You can delete.
Right.
It's harder to get caught using an app.
Right. Well, when you operate from a place of scarcity and not abundance, that person is going to run off a lot of dudes. Because if somebody, if I am taking my time out to conversate with a woman over a week's time, and I'm doing hours-long chats with her, and at the end of that week, she asks me, well, I don't have your number. I think you up to something. I'm saying, you know what? You're right. Let me go ahead. We should do something else. We should do something different. Let's talk to some other people. Because when you have options, what you're not going to do is pick one of the worst options. So if you're starting to question me, after I'm giving you all of this time and all of this effort and energy, they ask me, and you're going to talk to me about a number? Okay, thank you for helping me make my choice.
Yes, Pastor.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that's kind of where I was getting at because, and once again, I'm not a woman, so I don't know what a woman's experience is. So I don't know. Like you have to, as a woman, I know you have to have your antennas up. Mm-hmm. You have to have like the security forces going. You have to because your life is on the line. Your safety is on the line.
Yeah.
So I don't get it. It just seemed weird to me that if we're talking, I'm talking about video.
That has nothing to do with a woman's safety, though. Communicating in that realm of things.
I think women tend to naturally overthink. We like
Absolutely.
to weigh every option and scenario, and we create whole entire storylines. Like this happened because that happened because this is going to happen next because he
especially
did
if
that
you get
last
the
time. You know, and so I don't know why we do it, but I've done it. And
you got a whole movie. You got a whole movie going.
You guys actually experience? Have you guys?
Corey, I gotta ask you this. I gotta ask you this.
Experience this?
Yes, Corey. I was gonna say this is why I want to ask this. I had a guy that I was talking to, and I admit I do. I come up with all these scenarios or whatever, right? But normally I end up being right, so it reaffirms that I need to keep going down that path. So this guy I was talking to, he said he kept slipping up and doing things that made his ex seem like she was a lot more present in his life like more than an ex should be, who's an actual ex. So he kept going, and every time I would dig, a little more would come out, a little more, which obviously takes away from the person's credibility and your trust. Finally, he comes up with the story. Yes, she's still in the picture, but the reason is because, you know, I wasn't always a choir boy. She was around when stuff went down, and she got stuff on me, just straight up. So she holds it over my head to where she makes it very hard for me to move or whatever, right? So I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt. I even call my...
He might be stuck, guys.
You said what?
He's stuck.
So I asked my brother, I said, brother, am I being stupid if I believe this guy that he really is, you know, being held against his will from this lady that she said, I'm going to make your life a living hell if I ever find out you moved on or whatever. And he's telling me, you don't understand, I have dealt with messy chicks, spray painted my car, my garage door. Women they don't deal with rejection or whatever. So I get it. So because of my brother, I'm like, okay, give him an option. Talk to his mom. Don't meet her in person, but talk to her over the phone, FaceTime, whatever. Meet his daughter. She's actively involved in my life. We do holidays together. We're very much involved in each other's life. I don't get to come over because he says she is such a psychopath. She frequently drives up and down my street and will loiter just to see if she can catch a woman coming or going. I'm still choosing to believe what he's saying because I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
But why would you choose it in that?
But that's the point. That's exactly what the guys are saying. Why would you not take him? Why would you assume something bad if he's giving you a plausible reason? Turns out,
but that's not really plausible. Like that's something different. Like your scenario,
like the longer the story, the bigger the lie.
Yeah, that one was out there. Like you was.
Yeah, that's not the same.
That's a completely different story. Like that one, that's red flags all day. Like you just running red light after red light after red light.
That's a dangerous situation.
Yes.
If you got somebody
you just be having some crazy.
He's literally describing a stalker. Yeah. So why would I want to entangle myself in this situation?
Hold on, did she just say entangle? Did she just say entangle?
Stalking you, I don't want to be. If she taking her time to drive up and down the street to make sure another woman don't come in, so what you think she gonna do to the woman when she show up?
Well, that's what he said. He's like, I just would hate for anything to happen to you, so you gotta lay low. Blah blah blah.
So
at
what point would she have followed him to your house?
Right. Exactly.
That's just mad different, man.
That's crazy.
You should have dropped that dude off a long time ago. Like that's over the top right there.
Yeah, that's way totally different than talking to somebody for a week on social media. Like
I don't even know how you. Yeah, you. I don't know how you brought that one in there.
Corey.
Somebody on social media. That's not a long time to be DMing each other.
Yeah, that's
so going back to the guy for a week that talks on social media through video chat. Is he video chatting in the bathroom? Is he in a live space?
That was the other thing. No, that was the other thing.
He in the car.
No, that was it.
He driving his truck. Is he driving his truck headed to his destination? Oh, bastard.
So he would always call from work, right? And so
he always called from work?
Wait, it gets better. He would always call from work, or he would call from his car. And when he got to his destination, those of you who remember Mystery Man, right? So I'm of course referencing this. He would just sit in the car. So finally, she asked him and said, look, I've had situations where the person just suspiciously always called from work, always called in the car, never went inside. And so that day when she said that, he went inside the house and proceeded to finish the conversation and just said, normally I like to sit in my car and kind of decompress at the end of the day. So that's what's confusing, because you don't know. But the other person who did it was cheating.
I'll be honest with you. My little brother, the same one, he, even though I got a 3,800 square foot house, all the room he wants, he just likes to go sit in his car sometimes. And he'll be on the phone, he'll go outside and have a drink, and he just likes being in the car. And so some people are like that. They just have places where they're comfortable. So some red flags you can go ahead and go and look for, but then you got to understand everybody is different, even though we might have some of the same characteristics. So
Right. And a lot of times, like I said before, like we can really, as guys, we can be very simple and creatures of habit. I mean, listen, my girl had to go in on me a bunch of times about different things. You know what I'm saying? Just because we just do that same little simple thing that we've always been doing. So the simple fact that he went into the house. Now, did he just walk into the house or was he hesitant? It's like all these doors, all these walls can be brought down and be real simple, and it can literally be nothing but the boogeyman in the closet or the boogeyman under the bed.
Yep. Which is why I asked about the experiences, because, you know, like, are you going off of the fact that it's happened to you, or are you going off the fact that you heard about it? Like, it's like Bigfoot, or did it really happen to you? That you going through these scenarios and you're like, yeah, all right, yeah, you did show me the house, but it was Thursday, so you must have known she was at her mother's house. Like,
right?
It's another story, you know what I mean?
Well, that's what I have had personally experiences, and to me, the only times that the people were being fraudulent were the two people who didn't, who normally stayed in their car, were the two people who ended up being fraudulent.
I can't hear you over the water. I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, my water is kind of loud. The two people who would sit in their car and had like real funny habits, those were both people who had fraudulent lives. So they weren't both another woman being in the picture, but one was a person living a totally different life. And so, you know, seeing the house would, you know, give away that.
So here's the thing, like, there are women that probably got some quirky things, right? But at the end of the day, like, I don't put that much stock into somebody after a week. So I don't really care if they only talking to me in the car. Maybe they smoke weed and they don't like to smoke in the house, so they just stay in the car. Like, that's their thing, right? Whatever. Like, I don't care. It's when I get really, really vested in that person, then I'm going to start thinking about certain things. But, like, yo, it's just a week. If you start wigging out on me after a week, it's over. I'm not talking to you. If I see anything like that where you starting to show signs of the hurt from before or some trauma or something, yo, word, you might got maybe 2 times for that, because I don't got no problems in my life. So you're not about to bring
I didn't know you get invested.
So Corey,
I was thinking that, and I didn't want to be the one to say it.
Why y'all both scratching your head at the same time?
I saw that. They were real perplexed.
I didn't know you get invested, Corey.
I get vested when it's time to get vested.
He just don't invest in dinner.
I know, call me petty. But if you're DMing me and your grammar is off, and you DMing me and you not spelling right, I don't want nothing to do with you.
But some people write that way via text, though, right? Like, again.
No, because I'm the same way. If you text me and you it's just a mess, I'm not gonna.
I like to believe something like that I could decipher, right? Like, how someone
if you don't care about your grammar, you won't care about me.
This text, like, if somebody writes the letter U, should I believe they can't spell the word? Like, it's just part of how we communicate.
You couldn't add 2 more alphabets to that.
But that's the thing. That some people, some people communicate that way, and then when they're talking, you know, audibly, they don't speak that way. So I'm able to bypass that. I mean, but and again, everybody teaches on, right? Like, yo.
So Corey.
12.
You have a 38-year-old woman, right? And she's texting you with alternating caps and lowercase.
Right. And acronyms.
No punctuation.
Right.
Just run on. Not even the punctuation. Not the punctuation. She's texting like a 12-year-old using alternating uppercase and lowercase letters and numbers for the letter I. Instead of the letter I, it's the number 1.
Right.
How, you let that slide?
No, because that's but that sounds like
I know a 45-year-old woman that actually types out her Instagram.
Right. So that seems
me to a point where I unfollowed her.
So that seems to be a bit obscure, right? Like that. Like, I've never run across something like that. So I'm gonna say I would find that odd, and I would ask her if she all right. Like, are you okay? Like,
are you having a seizure?
Like, because it just seems abnormal for someone to do that. Like, it's not abnormal for people to send the letter U in reference to the actual word. So, like, but what you're talking about, up, down, left, right, center, I feel like I'm playing Nintendo from back in the day. It's weird. Like, that would be weird to me.
Is it can be juvenile for certain words to, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here because I don't absolutely, like, if I have a conversation with you, you can speak intellectually, I'm good. You know what I mean?
Right.
But some people do have a hard time with, they expect for you to be at a certain level of maturity at a certain age where you should be able to communicate effectively and not have to use shorthand all the time. Like,
all the time.
So if I understand it right, then she's communicating effectively, right?
But Corey, you don't get a test, remember?
Well, I mean, that's a whole side thing. But we're talking about the communication. Like, if I'm able to understand children and I'm understand adults, right? So then there's different forms of communication. So at that point in time, if I'm able to understand, once she explains to me that her way of up, down, left, right, that's the way she communicates is, all right, well, then fine. If I can understand it, cool. Like, is it something
for the challenge of Morse code, basically.
But if I don't deem it, if I don't have to deem it as if I'm not sitting there and I gotta get like the thing out the Captain Crunch box to try to decode it, like, if I can just understand it,
right.
But it just seems a little off. To me, it's not a federal case because it's just not that big of a deal.
Right. He got the decoder next to his phone. He's like, L means I, 1
So would that be like somebody spelling that? Would that be like someone spelling wood, W-U-D, versus actually spelling it how it should be spelled?
How is it spelled, Shabazz? I'm just kidding.
W-O-U-L-D.
Oh, you said wood.
Yeah, like if someone would spell wood,
right.
W-U-D, which I've seen like my
or love, L-U-V.
I thought that meant what you're doing.
No, not W-Y-D. Wood, like,
but
so
you for you.
W-U-D. Still use W-U-D. Like, you get your stuff from like younger people.
Yeah.
Like read it, but to her point, it's like I wouldn't necessarily expect someone of a certain age.
Obama's not
Not
spelling
that it's
wood.
a problem. Not that it's a problem because it's almost like slang and it shortens time. But I just wouldn't expect that. Like I still.
Do you know where that came
Especially
from? That came from
dictation.
Twitter when you only had 100 characters to type something, so you had to shorten it to make sense and condense.
It used to be like
tweet.
that too.
I feel like
I didn't even think about that.
I feel like it came from when we had the phones where it was like free after 7 p.m. and the texting was way back in the day. You only had we were talking about Sky Pages and all that. Like people back then was using, they was using, like jargon.
T9 texting.
I mean, I don't know. I don't see it as a big deal. Like if that's the only problem that you're giving me, then it ain't really a problem. Like
I'm judgy because I see bad grammar. I'm like,
that's in the beginning. Like, yo, like that's like I don't think.
But you start out how you hold out.
Jen, I don't want you helping our future kids with their homework. Look, you can't.
Not with the text messages. Like it's just text messages. It's like I don't want her doing that to the teacher though, right? Like, yo, we have to send something back to the school, and you write in this way. Now you're gonna make us look crazy.
True story. My daughter had a kindergarten teacher. It was like a preschool / kindergarten. It was like a transitional one, and the teacher sent home something with the word Wednesday misspelled, and I was done. I was like,
was it a
want your kid going back to the school no more.
It was handwritten.
Oh.
Please have this done by Wednesday. And I was like, not okay.
Was it the N before the D?
It wasn't even a transposing of letters. It was like Wednesday. Like it wasn't, there was no ness.
Oh.
Wednesday. Even though it doesn't. No.
I gotta give the Jay-Z.
But I think English was her second language, and I'm not trying to be shady. I just.
Oh, okay. Well, I can understand that then.
As a teacher.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying as what's the name said, I'm not condoning it, but I understand.
I understand she shouldn't be in the teaching profession.
You understand that people make mistakes, especially in haste. She could have been writing the letter in haste.
Maybe she's not used to working on Wednesdays.
So the moral of tonight's story is Corey is no longer judgmental.
That was funny.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you, Corey is true.
That was funny.
He is just so averse to everything, like you say.
Like real talk, because sometimes I forget my cell phone number because I don't call it. So it's like sometimes people ask for it. It's like I get hit. Like, oh, what is it?
I actually forgot my my apartment number yesterday because my phone auto types it all the time, and I really started to question if it was this digit or that digit. And I was like, I've only lived here a year, but I was like, and I had to double check my contact in my own phone. I was like, damn, I'm getting old. I started second guessing the last digit of my address. Oh my God, that's terrible. Well, you guys have given me a lot of laughs. I totally forgot about the last question. I don't even know if y'all have energy for it, or if even I have energy for it. But it's on my Instagram page. It basically was, I put it on the caption, wealth or love, that a man, based on the feedback from the guys, they don't, as a majority, feel comfortable pursuing a woman knowing good and well they are not where they want to be financially. And a lot of the women, my former self included, was incredulous. We're incredulous because they were saying, well, love is love and we could struggle together and all this stuff, not understanding that psychologically men are wired to have their stuff together. And so they don't feel good about themselves. And I try to use the example and say, even if a guy super loved a chick, if she didn't feel sexy, she's not going to want the lights on. It doesn't matter how much he says, because it's how you feel about yourself. And that was the only way I could equate it in a way that I think women would understand. But any of the guys want to chime in on that? What's that?
Yeah, makeup's like that, right? Like there's some guys that'll be like, yo, I like you just without it. They're like, nah, I gotta be on 10, man. Like yo, I gotta be on 10 every time I leave the house. Yo, we just going right there. Yo, I love how you look with the hat on, and no, I gotta be on 10. Because other than that, I don't feel the same.
Yeah.
So that's another analogy. But
yeah, and that was actually one I gave with makeup. I said, you got your full hair and makeup. He thinks you're gorgeous, but yeah.
But it's unfortunate though that we feel that way, like that we can't, that no one will invest in us unless we're there already. Like that's a tough look. Like that was a very tough look.
Yeah.
To go, because you're like, damn, if I'm only so in the eyes of those that I want because I haven't made it yet. I'll give you a pass, but it feels like you're not willing to give me a pass. And honestly, that's a tough look.
So
you got to be secure you got to be really secure as a guy, because like even with my, I mean, there are plenty of stories out there. My mom and dad, when they got married in 1960, you know what I'm saying? Like my mom was holding them down. You know what I'm saying? And my dad flipped it quick. And when he flipped it quick, he was like, yo, I got this. And he hit the gear shift and was gone. Like from that point, I've never seen my mom have to do anything, but she held him down in the beginning. Same exact thing with Denzel. Pauletta held him down.
Obama.
You know Amari Hardwick, his wife held him down. Like it's so many characters.
But it's also tough. Like if you've been hearing that from a young age, right? Like that you're not this.
Yeah.
So that's why sometimes when a guy does finally amass the financial stability that he wants, now at that point everybody's a toy, because at that point in time he didn't have that. Nobody was willing to work with him.
Back then, y'all didn't want me.
Told him,
now I'm hot, you're all on me.
Right now, I wasn't looking good until I got that bread game up.
Mike Jones.
Yeah, you caught that.
Mike Jones.
So it's a tough look though if you've been hearing it for a long time. Yeah, maybe if you kind of, when you had some peaks and valleys as an adult, and then you probably can get past that and your confidence isn't shot. But there are definitely some kids right now that are hearing that they are they're not sufficient in who they are right now as a human being.
Right.
And then that just continues and festers. And so where do they get the confidence? If nobody's ever instilling confidence in you, it takes a super strong young person to be able to withstand an onslaught from adults constantly telling you that you're not enough.
Yeah. And I want to ask this. Sorry, I'm just sending you guys this. Okay, so if we look at what men typically value, and we look at what women typically value, and of course I'm going to overgeneralize for the sake of this point. Women tend to try to get the richest man they can get, and men try to get the most beautiful woman that they can get. And I say that because when you're given options, that's what most people do. You don't see a lot of drop-dead supermodel looks, gorgeous women with poor struggle men. And you don't see filthy rich men with just ghastly unattractive women. So just by looking at that, I think we can all agree that typically is what happens when you have options. Now, we often hear the guys say, I want a chick who's going to be down with me from day one, believe in me as a person, and then rise to the top. So what if we flip it? What if we got snaggletooth, busted face, out of shape, not cute? She's way before the glow up. Does that still apply? Is it all about just love me for me? Or do we see now the comparison? If we are taught as women, you want the most financially sound guy, a woman's going to overlook a guy who doesn't look sound. And a guy is going, okay, I want the prettiest girl I can get to make some pretty babies. And you got, busty bust. But who knows down the line, she might slim down, grow into the teeth, whatever.
Body. If she ain't grown into her teeth as a woman, she ain't gonna grow with that, so it's all right. She should have grew into them in her prepubescent years. She a grown woman. She ain't gonna grow into them teeth. That's just what it is. She got them chiclets, and it's what it is.
Some people like those. Some people actually thrive better with those reclamation projects, right? Like they
not a reclamation project.
No, I mean, but that's what it is, right? Like they'll like look at you and they probably see more potential in you than you probably see in you in some instances. And then for some males in that respect, if they did do it that way, it could be more of a control thing because it's like, all right, I know that I could get her to a point and then she's going to be beholden to me, right? Like if I get her to that point.
Does that apply to women too? If she held him down, is she going to hold him to?
So I think that it doesn't probably come off the same way, right? I think guys would more be in a sense of control, like yo, I got you to this point, so you sort of mine, and like you can't. Where a woman is more like yo, like it doesn't come off as controlling. It's like, nah, I helped you build you, so you just should be with me for that fact, like not controlling, but you should just want to because I was the one there. So it's a different mindset there that's used for doing the same exact thing.
I have a random question for you guys. Do you remember that show? I don't know if it's Ugly Swan or something. Do you remember that show that took people who were severely visually challenged and gave them like the makeover of a lifetime? You guys all remember that show?
I remember it.
I never heard of it.
So there was a show where people could, like, let's just say you had really buck teeth.
Makeovers.
Yeah. Because there was one was called Swan something, but it was Extreme Makeover, where they would do cosmetic surgery. They would do, like, if your hair was missing, they would...
Exactly.
Yeah, the whole nine. If you didn't have kids to think about, meaning you guys are both, I was going to say adults, you're both past wanting kids, you all have your kids or whatever, so you don't have to worry about genetics. Would you feel a way knowing that somebody had been on that show and they looked radically different before the surgery?
Yes. I mean, but that whole thing, though, you can fix whatever's going on out here, but what's still going on with your head and how your emotional state? Like, you can be beautiful, but you're so broken and you still an ugly person.
So you think that
But the jacked up thing about it is, they've changed themselves physically through surgery, but their genetics So, like, if you do have kids,
but that's why I said if you didn't have kids,
but why would you care?
That's what I'm
I
saying.
got the finished product. I'm good. I got the finished product. Like
Corey,
I got the Lamborghini. No. Look, she just said you was a Pinto. You was a '78 Pinto. And now you a Bentley. I got a Bentley. Like I don't care what you was 12 years ago. You look like a Bentley now. That's all I know. It's the Bentley. Why would I care about that old Camry that you used to be?
If you're talking about Yancey, basically you're saying if kids is not, you were saying if kids.
Yeah, I'm saying if you already had your kids, they already had theirs, you don't want more kids. There's no genetics that are playing a part. It's just the fact that you know that 10 years ago this person looked fugly.
No, so I wouldn't want that because this is why. Even like his Corey's his analogy. Even now she looks like a Bentley. She still has that Camry engine on the inside. So the aesthetics might be there, but she didn't grow up like that. Okay, so for example, let's just say I remember Patrice O'Neal, he once said, hey, if I'm gonna date a big girl, I want a big girl who has been big her whole life because she knows how to wear it. She knows how to be sexy in it. She knows how to do everything in it. But a woman that has never been a big girl to get to and then becomes a big girl does not know how to be a sexy big girl. Same kind of principle is in this. If you was an ugly duckling all your life and you've been thinking like an ugly duckling, acting like an ugly duckling, living your life as an ugly duckling, and all of a sudden you are what you call beautiful, you don't have the mentality. You've never been there. So you don't even know how to carry yourself like that. Or
10 years later?
Or you're going to lose your mind because it's just like the dude who gets muscles, who never had muscles.
I was just going to say the muscles, yeah.
Or the dude that get money who ain't never had money.
Thank you.
Exactly.
But this is 10 years later in this scenario.
Right, that's what I was saying because there's been time. So, like, it's not like you meeting them 6 months after they got the...
They still got the stitches healing.
This is 10 years down the road. Like, they would have got all the kinks out by now. They didn't know how to drive stick when they first got it, but now they know how to drive stick. Like, it's good at that point. Like, it's like I've dealt with women who've had implants, right? And for me personally, like, I didn't care. Like, I don't know if they was part of the titty committee. Like, cool. Like, you was an A cup back in the day, and now you a double D. Shout out to you being a double D. I'm with you with your confidence right now. Like, I'm good. Like, I don't care about. There's not that many things I'm gonna care about your past that far to judge you on today. Like, I'm not. Like, I'm not.
I actually think they'd be more humble.
I would say I'm gonna add this in there. A lot of times when we talk about this stuff, we gotta understand psychological issues and emotional issues are deeply rooted. So you have people in their 30s, 40s, and 50s still dealing with childhood issues. So 10 years removed from going through a major body overhaul is not necessarily that long emotionally and psychologically. So they still might have those issues. So like I said, I would rather somebody that got themselves up to that because they went through that process as opposed to one day they look like this and then 3 months later they look like this because they went through.
But Ron, devil's advocate though, I want to ask this really quick. Devil's advocate. What is that an assumption though that just because someone's unattractive that they're gonna have psychological issues? Because what if they were okay with, like, what if they didn't have a inferiority complex? What if they just had like they always had a really, we'll just say big nose for what they didn't want to have. Maybe a lot of women don't like the bridge in their nose, or maybe she didn't love the way she looked, but she, as herself, embraced herself. She had great parents, great upbringing, and she was very confident. She just was honest with herself that she was like a 2 for most people. You think that everybody who's unattractive is like scarred emotionally?
I'm not saying that everybody that's unattractive has some deeper rooted psychological issue. But if you're going on one of those, it's called extreme makeovers. You're going on extreme makeovers, that has to come with some counseling too. You're just not getting your nose fixed.
You have a point. It's not just one little nose job.
Yeah.
That's the point.
But to that point, Ron, you had kids with her already. In this scenario, right?
No, they didn't have kids in this scenario. We weren't even worried about that.
She said they had kids.
I'm sorry, they already had kids separately,
No,
meaning
said
like they're
weren't
not looking to
concerned about having kids with each other
together, right?
Okay, so all right, but you were together for 10 years. I would like to believe.
No, you
Now,
weren't
of course,
together for 10 years. You got with her 10 years after her
You
surgery.
have to work on these listening skills, Corey.
Word, peanut gallery, I hear you. Look,
she's a pretty gallery.
I give her that too. She got a nice smile. Shout out to the nice smile.
Shawty with a pretty smile.
But like, yeah, but it's still 10 years. Like, there's people regular right now who had no work done, and I still don't know if they sane. So I really not gonna judge you because you just got mad work done, because you might be more sane than the chick who had absolutely nothing done, who actually still not confident because she had a banging body all her life and still is just not happy with the fact because she doesn't like to be objectified, right? Like, she doesn't like that portion of it, so she hasn't handled it. And I run into women like that too. They just like,
you're saying they're like equal opportunity crazy.
Yeah, so it's just like, I'm gonna try you out. I'm gonna try the Bentley. I need to try that bench.
I guess for me, and I get it. And like I say, I'm not trying to say everybody has a certain psychological issue. It's almost like with money. How you got your money matters. So you might have $1 million, but you're a drug dealer or whatnot. You might not deal drugs no more, and you still got this money, but I don't know who's gonna come to your house and look for something later on. So how and the why matters to me.
Right.
So I would rather if somebody said, "Hey, I didn't look good. Hey, I got my nose done, but I was in the gym working out, and I was doing this, and I learned how to do my hair. I went through makeup tutorials." I would want that instead of saying, "You know what? I didn't do anything myself, and I just went into the mechanic shop and I just let them tear me down and build me back up." No.
Only thing I'm concerned about in that scenario, Ron, is I want to make sure that she paid for it all. That's it. Like, I don't want no parts.
You don't want any bills.
She still got 40 racks that she didn't pay for.
There's another concern though too.
Making payments.
There's another
like nope. That ain't how that part I got a problem.
There's another concern.
You can make payments on the butt payments.
But there's another concern too, because maintenance on top of that is something that has to be continued as well. You know, when you talk about taking that young Pinto and slapping a Bentley kit on it, you know what I'm saying? You got to go in every now and then and tighten things up, because it ain't really a Bentley. It's a kit. It was put together. You know what I'm saying? So there's still work that has to be done to maintain that surgically. Like, I'm team natural. Real talk. Like,
so I would rather that, fam. I would rather natural in this
cool.
scenario. Let me ask you this, Johnson. Did I hit?
With
in your scenario, did I smash? How did I find this information?
Up until this point.
I saw her on an old rerun. I saw a star.
I thought he was asking me to tell everybody I was like,
like, yo.
Corey out of control, boy.
Like, I was like, Corey, not now.
Yo, I was sitting up like this. Like,
Shabazz, stop moving. Like, what the hell?
I'm like, I'm sorry. Our connection is really bad.
I
was out here with the pinky up with my blue cup. Like,
right. So in the scenario, the two individuals had not yet smashed. They just met, and
I just saw an old rerun. I saw an old rerun of the program, and Shorty was on. I'm like, yo, she kind of looked like she could have been you, but not really you. Like, how would I even know? Because she clearly looks totally different, right? Like, she went from...
Well, it could be that you finally met her family, right? And they're like, oh my God, you're meeting Stacey now.
I ain't smashed and I met her family?
Dang, she might have some manners.
Come on, son.
She might be abstinent.
Don't go down like that. Nobody's meeting your family before. Pause. That ain't even.
Okay, it could be her friends. It could be her friends, and it comes up. It could be something that comes.
He said nah.
Stick with the reruns. Cause are you going down? I can't go down that road. All these other things you talking about ain't happening.
You can't go down, huh?
I'm not meeting your friend. I'll stay going down. Pause. If I meet your friend, shout out to that YouTube. But if I look, there's no way you meeting a friend and you ain't smashed. Like, ain't nobody introducing you to you something. Like, you don't introduce it to the kids, to your girlfriend, unless he one of these suckers that.
Okay, hold on.
The bar,
wait a minute. Wait. Let me get this straight. Let's say me and you meet. Yes. We kikiing, we talking for a while.
Me and you, real you and me? Or some, like,
no, because that's different because we talked for such a long time. Yeah. Let's just say like you just met me somewhere out and about. We exchanged numbers. We're talking. Everything's cool. Whatever. We haven't smashed yet. And we go out. We go to the movies. We have a great time. And then my girlfriend says, "Hey, I got an extra ticket to whatever concert. Old girl got sick. She can't come." You're saying I would say no. I can't bring Corey that I'm super vibing with because it hasn't been long enough.
Yeah. Some chicks be like that. They don't want. People are secretive with their stuff because of the experiences, right? Like, I don't want just telling people, yo, I want you to meet this, that, and the third, because you don't know if the guy's gonna last. You don't want to be.
What about you, LaShante? See, I would tell LaShante if it was her on the side, like, girl, I'm not really feeling this dude, but he's cool, or he does good things. Like, I feel like girls are straightforward. Girl, you like it? Nah, girl. Or I really, we're not.
We're telling.
Yeah, we're not secret squirrels at all.
But I'm just saying, different is telling, like, having a little dialogue. I'm out with Corey is different than, yo, I want you to come meet him.
But I think that's different. If you're like, I want you to come meet my friends, that's like a formal thing. If you just happen to be around, I went on a first date and met the guy's friends because he invited me to an event that they were all going to, and he was like, well, I'm gonna be over here if you want to come through, and it ended up being really romantic. And he ended up telling me later, I've never been affectionate with somebody in front of my boys before. He's like, I really like you. It was his first date with me, and we met online. It wasn't even like we had met in person.
I met people that I met friends and relatives and stuff like that, and we haven't smashed.
Me too.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, okay, so y'all the exception to the rule. I get it.
No, you just nasty.
Yeah.
You know you like that, girl. You know you like that.
There is enough, Corey. We can tell you got a number of days in your mind. If you had smashed at this number of days, you just move it on to the next chick.
Yeah. You're right though. It's like milk. It's it got expiration date on it.
Get that as an expiration date.
I cannot.
It's an expiration date.
It's so crazy to me though because of like how I am and how much for me I value sex. Like, sex is like up there with like giving you access to my children. It's like, it's so high up there. It's just wild to me, not in a judgmental way. It's so out of my realm that there are people who meet that same day and hook up. Like, it's so cavalier. Like, we went on 2 whole dates, therefore I'm gonna like, that's so far out of my realm. So anybody trying to talk to me, they're gonna be sorely disappointed because they go in months and engagement rings before they get access to anything.
That shit, I felt like I just bit into a lemon.
They go get some wonderful kisses and I know. You see, LaShante, what we dealing with out here?
Damn, that's.
Hold on.
Listen, I'm not even surprised by what he's saying because, like, some men, it's like they're not doing all of that, and I'm telling you, I appreciate the honesty.
Yes.
Because I'm kind of upfront about my, where I am when it comes to sex too. Like, I'm not one of those women. I'm not just gonna sleep with you because we got a vibe or
you bought me a potato and steak.
Yeah. Like, you took me out to eat and now I'm supposed to get down. Like, I'm just like, it's not. I value myself. I have pride in myself. I have character. I have morals.
You value yourself?
But did you order those cheddar biscuits though?
I did, and I ate them.
Girl, you better get sloppy with it.
If you feel away, I will pull out my card and I'll pay for it because I've done that too. Like, let me get it. I'll get it. If I get that feeling like this, do you think it's a price tag hanging from my head? Then I'll go ahead and pay because I don't want you to think that there's any amount of money that you can spend on me that's going to give you access to my body. So let's get that together. Like. Yeah. I'm a healthy girl. I'm not waiting on no dude to buy me no meal.
He's sitting across from you like, yeah, she eating them biscuits. That's okay.
Yeah. Oh, she got the crab legs. It's about to go down.
She asked for pineapple juice.
You don't have them problems, man.
She
like,
got that
problem.
YouTube tequila. She like
YouTube,
that good tequila. She
don't have them problems.
she
Y'all
about,
don't do that.
about to go
I
down.
just had a conversation yesterday with somebody, and they were saying how they don't mind spending money or whatever, but either needs to be an amazing outing, like they really enjoyed her and they left on a high, or they getting some. And he said nothing will piss off a dude more than you ordering something expensive and he finds out he's not getting, like, I didn't get the cheeks and I had to pay that $40 shot. Like, oh, hell no.
You know, rule number one for me, never take someone to a restaurant that has options.
You went too far. You went too far, Travis. That was the problem right there. You should have stopped at never take them to a restaurant. Pause. Like, that was the end. You should have ended right there. You see, that's the problem.
Corey's like, I got a meal for you right here, and it's free.
That's it. That's it.
He on that Netflix and chill, and I'm gonna order some.
Nah.
Look, Lashante, he didn't even want the Netflix. He like, just come over and chill.
I don't know how guys do it. They be spending mad bread. Like, this shit is crazy. And they don't be getting nowhere. Some of them don't. Like, they go home with it.
Because for them, it's not a transaction.
Lies.
But you know what?
It's always a transaction.
But you know what? But he the dude that is straight up like, I don't pay for it. I don't pay for it.
But I'll be the one that's good though. Like, I don't be here alone.
But you know what though?
And I don't think there's any problem with that. As long as y'all agree on whatever y'all got going on, I don't have an issue with that.
She can be hungry and smash. That's okay.
Right. I don't mind if she's growling. Like, yo, shout out to the growling. Like,
here's me though. I've never gone out on a date with someone who I didn't vibe with. And if I'm vibing with somebody, even if it's in the beginning stages, if I'm vibing with them, they're worth it. Like, I'm hard to even get to that. I'm hard to even get to that point. So for me, it's like in those beginning stages, it's like if I go, listen, Yasi has hung out with me before. Like, I treat people kind of like there's in the beginning stage until we get to a romantic place. I'm not going out on a date with someone that I haven't felt like something about them is kind of reciprocal. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've never been.
There's no levels to that. See,
for me, it's not like, yo, I'll drop money on the homies going out. Like, I've never gone out with someone. Like, I'm just because I kind of grew up that way. He's like the ultimate host. If I'm taking somebody out, they've already proven to me that they're worth taking out. So I'm not worried about, like, we're going to go to a spot that I like to eat at, you know what I'm saying? And then you're going to be able to order whatever you want to order, and we're going to kick it like that. And for me personally,
that confuses me about men, like what Corey said, not what you're saying, Chavez, but what Corey is saying. I've seen guys who make that statement, like, I'm not spending no bunch of money on no chick if she not about to smash, blah, 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 blah. But I've watched the same guys be at the bar buying rounds of drinks for their boys, and y'all done spent like $150, $200, and y'all out with top dudes.
Well, but
buying rounds of drinks.
But it's the same. But that's my man though. Like, it's the same ideology that women use. I ask women this all the time.
But that's my man. Wow.
But I ask women this all the time.
That sounds real funny.
Like you say, well, women don't say they won't pay for dates. They won't pay for first. They won't pay for this, that, and the third. But these are the same women that do the same exact thing that you talk about. They don't have a problem going out with their girlfriends and spending bread with their girlfriends or on their girlfriends. As Ron said, it's value.
Because they don't expect to be pursued by their friends.
No, but you know
don't do that. Like, these are your friends. I'm sorry, I just don't agree. As a woman, I don't spend a lot of money on my girlfriends when I go out. We like Dutch. We do spend a lot of money, but I'm spending money on myself.
Yeah,
we're not we're in a nice place. We're having drinks. We're having rounds of drinks. Right. I'm not like pulling out my card. And paying for the whole table.
So let me ask you, but some guys, again, this ties into the ego, right? Some guys like to feel like they are the alpha in their crew.
Yep, my ex.
And if they pay for the drinks for the crew, I'm that.
Yep.
Right? I'm that guy that people are used to doing that. So for some people, just like some guys who say, well, I must pay the bills in the household because for him, not all, that guy might have his manhood tied into certain things like that. So he does these things because it makes him feel more masculine. Cool. But there's also value in his friends. If he truly values his friends, and maybe he's doing better than his friends, it's nothing for him to spend that money to those guys, because those guys are his friends. They probably been with him for a minute. His friends. The chick that he just met off Tinder doesn't have near the equity, near the value that his people have. So comparing the two, it light years away in comparison of how one would view spending their money on these individuals versus the Tinder girl.
Corey makes a great point because for me things have never been transactional in a sexual way for me. I mean, bro, I didn't take vows of celibacy like 3 years one time and a year or multiple times. Just so it's not like I genuinely like interacting with people. So I've never come across someone where that was our deal. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like that was never the deal. So even in going out with somebody on the first or second time, like if I'm the one who's saying like, yo, let's roll out and hang out and kick it to my spot, then I feel like I'm taking care of it. I've also, in the past, I've gone out with women who were like, yo, you want to go out? And then we go out to a spot and then, they want to take care of it. And then for me, it just felt kind of weird. And I'm like, you know what? Nah, let me take care. And they're like, nah, I got it. It's good. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, for me, my interactions with women aren't always transactional with sex. It's kind of like about getting to know people.
I would say even with you in general, like you value women as women. Like I always reference you saying I was super sketchy. Like what the hell does this dude want? And it took years to realize, oh, he's just a good guy. We'll go out because his friends throw really nice parties. And so we'll come. I know I'm taking care of the whole night. I know I got a section. I know there's going to be wings. There's going to be drinks. I'm going to have to say, they get it squared away. I've never seen a bill. Thank you, Shabazz. Never seen this. Now I'm getting escorted in, and that's platonic. Like, I never had expectations. He never had expectations. It was just friendship. So I can imagine from a romantic situation, it's
for the record, right? Like if I take somebody out for drinks, I don't assume that because I'm buying drinks we're gonna smash. Because the thing is, I'm trying to get to know you, but I am not paying. No, but I am not paying for dinner. Like I don't have to get to know you over dinner.
You're not gonna be thirsty, but you are gonna starve.
I'm not gonna starve because I got my brown paper bag. I eat before I come. So that's on her.
Oh, you come, bro.
Corey,
Corey got no bag. You thought I was gonna feed you? I'm not.
Corey,
I think I saw some nuts in the bar. There's a little bowl right there.
Yeah.
Corey,
you finished with that? Let me get some of those over here. Let me slide that down.
I had a guy order a plate to share and then try to buy me 2 really huge margaritas. I'm talking like they were bowls with a stem. And I'm like, I see what you're doing, sir. He like, eat 3 chips and go ahead and drink up these 2 big old bowls of margaritas. I'm like,
but there have been times that I have gone out, right? And a woman offered, because she offered, like we were having drinks and she got hungry bellied.
Not hungry belly.
She got hungry bellied. And then the bill comes and she's pulling out her card to pay for her meal because I didn't eat anything. That young lady, I pay for her meal because she didn't have the sense of entitlement.
Principle.
No, real talk.
She didn't
have that sense of entitlement. They're like, oh, you supposed to pay for this. Nah, she was reaching in to handle her business. I can respect that because now I know you just not out for the Wednesday meal ticket. No, I got you. Don't worry about it. I got that. That I would do.
And so when she offered you the booty, did you say nah?
I've heard
men say that. Asking a question, you scratching your head. What's that about? I need to know that first.
My head, I got braids, so my head was actually itching. But
like I make you itch. I make you itch.
You make her skin crawl, man.
Damn. No, I'm not even what he said. This is my legit question because I do have a question about that, and I ask guys the question when they say stuff like what you're saying right now.
Yes.
So have you been in a lot of situations where women are just hungry and they want to go out with you because they need to eat, like they're not able to?
So it's not well. So let me tell you.
I'm half-heartedly joking, but I'm for real.
No.
I'm
gonna answer your question.
You encounter a lot of hungry women.
I'm gonna answer your question.
I have had women. No, wait. I'm not finished my question. Because I don't want to come off like I'm completely joking. I want to say that have you felt like you have been taken advantage by women when you take them out on dates?
So I'm gonna answer your question, right? Like with a sort of an analogy. If I saw 50 people walking in straight line and they all kept falling in a hole, I would be a fool to continue walking in the same path as them, lest I end up where they ended up. I say that to say that I know enough people that have gotten, and I have befriended some women in my lifetime that we just cool that have told me this is what they do.
LaShanta, my friends tell me, not my friends, but I've had women tell me that.
They may not like a guy, but because they were hungry, literally hungry.
Hey, what's
they
up?
They are going on because they're very attractive, right? So they can go on a date every day of the week with a different guy paying for a different meal. So if they want to have Thai one night and then Italian the next and then Jamaican the next, they can because their looks afford that. So knowing that, and I don't deal with like riff-raff looking chicks. I ain't saying I'm at the top of the spectrum, but I do okay. So in that respect, I gotta have that in my mind as like, yo, I don't know you yet, and I don't know your angle. I don't know where you coming from. We just had a few conversations. So all you getting is this right now because I'm not about to get got. Like, it's just crazy. Where I come from, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense to operate
Natasha,
in that space.
Women act that way, men bash them in that aspect. When that shoe is on the other foot and you have women talking about how they feel like men just want sex and they have to put up this barrier.
I don't bash them. I don't bash them for that. You got to do that.
Men don't have sex. I think that's the
G. That's the G.
Corey, Natasha has a question for you. Natasha said he wanted us to think positively about the guy who DMs, but he's wary of the hungry belly woman.
Yes.
I'm just going to set that right there.
What's her question? I don't know what her question is.
She said it is a contradiction.
How so?
Because you were saying that the way this man was communicating and we were saying, well, I wasn't saying it, but Yancy was saying, hey, does she need to be wary of this guy based on the way he communicates? And it was like, well, why be wary of him? You know, that just may be how he likes to communicate. Why is there such negativity based on
my question? Yeah, but I asked. So let me stick a pin. I asked a question, right? Was there a possibility of it not being negative? So if you want to rewind the tape, that's how I started that. I asked whether or not it's at all possible for it to be anything but negative. So if you want to rewind the tape, Natasha, go listen to the tape because that's how I started the joint, right? That's how I started the question, right? And so
is it possible that she's not using you?
Say that again?
Is it possible that she's not using you for your money?
It is possible, right?
But you're still going to not buy her food. But you're still not going to buy her food because you're not sure.
That's correct. They are all possibilities, right? Like there's negative possibilities and there's positive possibilities. In the earlier dialogue, all we were talking about was you guys were saying negative. And I just simply asked, is there ever a time that is actually a plausible, possible reason for them to not? In fact, when asked whether or not I had to give you a scenario, I told you at first I didn't have one because I didn't. I was generally asking to ask the question just to see if there was anything positive. Could there be women that I go out with that are not out for a free meal? Absolutely. I'm pretty sure most of them that I do go out with, I end up finding out down the road that they were not that, but I don't know that from out the gate. And who I got to protect? The people's champ, me. I can't worry about protecting her.
Okay, so what if we flip that?
Yo,
she's scratching again. I ain't see it. She's scratching again.
Yeah, her laughter is hilarious.
But my question, okay, so you're doing that to protect yourself. Then why be so shocked when women do the same thing and try to protect themselves by not spreading their legs open? Why be so?
Wait, but I never said I was shocked. That's you putting words in my mouth. I never said that. Oprah.
I'm saying that because it's Yopra, okay? I say that because you made the comments about like, oh, it's date number whatever, and we haven't smashed yet, or you're doing this that.
Yeah, you did say there was an expiration date.
It
like
was. I said it was like milk.
Like
You're right.
milk.
Right. I'm not gonna keep shelling out bread and like no, that's not gonna happen. If she wants to play part of the financial role of making the experience great on different dates, I'm sexing somebody else anyway. So if you don't want to give it up to me, that's cool. But meantime, me and you can still kick it because if I enjoy your time, I enjoy your time. And who knows? It can either go further or I friend zone you. You might friend zone me. It's cool. Keep your stuff on Smash. I'm smashing these chicks over here. So I don't really care like you don't want to give it out. I'm not that dude I don't press nobody for it. Cause I'm good. Like I'm good. Like that isn't a concern for me.
So you're saying you're out getting yours. So therefore if the girl you are with decides she wants to give it up to you, now she gets to join the roster. Because she's not.
She's the one who was holding out, right? Like she was holding
out. No, I'm
out.
saying let's flip it. I'm saying let's flip it. You got Lucy Goose who's like down with it, whatever. Oh, you bought me macaroni and cheese, so let's go. And now she gets to join everybody else. Because you got
mac and cheese bites.
Yo, they good.
And your hungry bellied ass does not get no food. So if you do smash, she smash it on an empty stomach.
That's what he's saying. He don't care if she growls. That's what he said. I don't care.
Nah, I'm good for that. Like it's I don't gotta worry about, you know what I mean, not being in the way.
I can't.
Just clear it out.
I can't.
Clear it out.
Clear it out.
Y'all are out of control. I can't believe we got this many people still on this late. It's hilarious. They still got people watching.
You want to know why? Because it's real conversations going on. Like it's real conversations going on.
Yeah. Oh goodness. Well, you guys,
sounds like you monetize women's value.
Oh.
Say that what she said? She was speaking into her chest.
You monetize women's value.
Most men do.
And women don't monetize guys' value?
Right, I was about to say, that sounds like the quintessential woman thing. That's what women do.
I mean,
like, that's
I don't
the thing.
think I don't think in the same way that he's discussing. Like
well,
the two seem very synonymous when it comes to exchanging his money for he's not talking about time. Like I'm not wasting my money on this time spent. He's specifically saying I'm not wasting money on you if I'm never going to smash.
Sex, exactly.
Those two things are those two things. He's connected those two things very well in the conversation.
He did not say that. He did not say that.
Yes, he did.
No, listen. He specifically said a woman pulled out her card to pay for some food that she ate that he didn't eat, and he paid for her. That wasn't
but you're ignoring everything else that he said.
I'm not.
He specifically said that there's a time limit on the time that he's going to spend with women because, like, and they age like milk, so it's very, very specific amount of time.
Okay, let me ask you.
He also said that he's not going to spend money on dates because he doesn't know.
He can't get a return on the investment.
But I specifically said that. I'm not putting words in his mouth.
Meals. Let's really be specific.
He'll get her drunk. He will not get her full.
Meals. I said you're not gonna feed her hungry belly.
You said dates. No, but you also said dates. I'm not. I do other dates. I'm just not doing the hungry belly.
And you said it's okay if she doesn't smash or not in your time limit because you smashing other women, so it don't matter.
Correct.
No. But then on the flip side,
that's a huge devalue.
but on the flip side, there are also sisters who will not go on a date with the man unless he's paying for it. So
Exactly.
it's
the same thing.
No, it's not. It's not.
Everybody got these prerequisites. They got
you don't have women
prerequisites,
saying
right?
that. Yes, she might say that I'm not going out with a man because I'm not going to because I want him to pay for this date. But he specifically monetized her value with having sex. That's not the same thing.
So how is not the same? She's not going to go out with him unless he's paying. How is that not the same?
Yeah, no, it's not the same thing because you are specifically talking about you spending your money so you could potentially have sex with her. You're talking about specific outcome. A woman is saying, I'm not going to go out with him because I want to eat. I want him to pay for my food. So her outcome is I actually get a free meal. You saying your outcome needs to be that she is busting it open.
I didn't say. But no, but
and you getting sex out of me are not.
That's not what I said though. I said there's a time limit. No, I said there's an expiration, but I didn't say, and I specifically said this. I've gone on dates and I'm not pressing anybody for sex. That means I've gone on first. Hold on.
You said that after.
That means I go on first dates. I've gone on second dates. And
You've done second dates?
There's no sex. Huh?
You've gone a second date without sex?
Yeah, but it definitely won't
I don't always win. I don't always win.
Okay. Once again, these conversations, these conversations are so difficult to have because we don't come at them with.
He's the worst person in the world, but he didn't make a connection.
No,
that's all I'm saying.
We don't come with genuineness to the conversation because it's not necessarily transactional based, but it's absolutely value based. So if you're not getting any value, I don't care if it's friendship, I don't care if it's dating, I don't care what it is. If you don't glean any value, so let's take sex out of it. If you start talking to a guy and you like to talk, you like to get your words out, and he doesn't communicate with you for days at a time, you're going to move on because that value is not there. So It's always about value and how you get it. Even when Chavez lets Beyonce order up the bar, buy out the bar and all that good stuff, her friendship might be the value in that. And his accommodation might be the value to her. And that the friendship on both sides is value. You have to have value in anything that you're doing, or man, woman, or child is going to walk away from a non-valued entity. So each person gets to determine what they're valuing from another person. So once again, we only care about the reason for one reason we only care where genitalia go once again. So when we talk about
you listen, I agree with what you're saying, but you don't get to take it away from me that I'm judging his value. Yes, I'm judging your value. I'm judging you. And I'm cool. Listen, he may not like it, and you also may not like it. We got dang it. We putting it all out there. So if I had something to say, he said the same thing. Like if I feel like I need to pay for dinner and I don't want to go out with this guy because he didn't pay for dinner, he's judging me because I don't want to date this man because he's not paying for dinner. So I'm judging him because he doesn't want to spend money on a woman because he don't think he gonna smash. What's the difference? You can't make it out to be like I'm worse than him. It's the same damn thing. You're kind of.
You're fine. No, I'm
we
okay
just
with
said it was the
same. Your point. You circulating your point.
He just said it was the same thing. You like, no, it's not the same thing.
No,
it is the same thing.
Based on that, yes, I'm judging him.
She's saying it's worse. She's saying in theory it's the same concept, but she's saying his is worse. One is a I bumped into your car, the other one's I killed you. She's saying one is just worse. They're both offensive.
That's objective.
And she said that's what she said.
And I would say this. Even at least for some people, sex could be mutual beneficial. So, but if you're out there getting food and you're just playing a guy for a date, that's not mutually beneficial. I just took you out and had to entertain you or whatever it is. And I say, when I date, I just like going out, so I don't care about paying and all that good stuff. It is what it is. I'll pay whatever it is. But I want us to be intellectually honest. A lot of times with these conversations, we're not intellectually honest about it. So that was just my whole point.
But that's the thing. What he put upon me was not something that I said specifically. I didn't say I only date men that pay for dinner. He said it's the same thing if you didn't date men that only pay for dinner. I never said in this conversation that I only date men who pay for dinner. That wasn't my stance. His stance, however, was very specific, and I judged him based on what he had to say. And he said, well, it's the same thing if women don't, date men specifically because they pay for dinner. So I don't think that's the same, not because that's not something that I agree with, but I just don't think the two things are synonymous. That's me. If you guys think that, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. I just don't. So with that being said, again, I don't feel like those two things are synonymous. And guess what? It depends on who you're talking to. Some women do not think that if they screw for a meal that they would be, that they got a benefit out of that.
No, this is the key.
She may not have wanted to have sex with him, but she felt obligated in doing so because he paid for dinner.
But that's a very real scenario that women
go through as well. They feel pressured to a point, and I have had men specifically say to me, I bought you dinner, I've taken you out on a date, and I am expecting something from you at the end of the night.
Yes.
And I have had
PB&J. Have you some peanut butter and jelly sandwich before you go out? You never in that situation. YouTube, I hope you hear that. You get you a peanut butter and jelly sandwich before you go out. You ain't gotta worry about a guy telling you nothing.
But no, let me say this. No, I get what you're saying, and I know you say it in a joking way. But I have had men buy me a drink in clubs, and they follow my ass around that club for the rest of the night. So let's not pretend that because he spent $50. He has expectations. I've had men spend $7 in a club, and they still feel like I should give them my phone number, or they have some obligation or right to me because they actually spent their money on me. So let's not go there and act like, these men need to
value
dollar amount that they get to that they feel a certain way. No, you got men that spend $5 thinking that you owe them something. So
you don't like the sense of entitlement, right?
As a woman, I've been in all types of situations where it comes to a man with money. And I can feel the same way that you feel in an opposite way, where I don't ever want a man to pay for shit because I don't want you to think that you have any type of obligation to me whatsoever. And I know women like that too. They go out on dates too, and they pull out their card quicker than a dude can and be like, no, sir, I got it. I'm going to pay for me. Or I'll pay for the both of us because I don't want you thinking that you have.
They don't want this. They don't want the obligation, and that's all. Sorry about that.
But value is subjective to the individual and their expectations. So what happens is, whatever you're used to being, like you said, followed around for, that becomes very valuable to you. So if for a woman, and trust and believe, I think it's ridiculous, but trust and believe, I do know a brother could come and buy you a drink and it means the world and it means more than it means to you. Same thing for a lot of guys, their wallets are their value. So if a sister is talking about going out and as a man, you know that a lot of times sisters just want to be fed, and you had that experience. To a woman, it would be like, no, that's a lot different than, like a man expecting sex from me. But to a guy, he doesn't understand that. So which high on his emotional level is someone trying to take advantage of him financially.
Right. And the thing is,
right. And I feel like those two are more synonymous than anything else because I value my body. I value my person. So if you want to think about value because you can't think of physical value, then a man should be thinking of how he values his money. I value my body the same way you're valuing the money you spend on me. So I'm more valuable to me than what you think your money is to you. So I'm not going to allow you to feel like you can pay for me. And I've had conversations like that. Right. Like I don't have a price tag dangling from my ass. There is no amount that you about to meet that just gonna make me lay down.
And that's where I'm in agreement with you. You shouldn't like that's why I often look at some of these. I look at some of these. I look at some of these dates, and it's like you'll see guys, and you'll see the tickets like $500, $800 dates, and I'm like, did you just pay for some really expensive cookies? Was that the goal behind that? Was that you figured you were gonna outspend whoever else you might have been dating, so you'd be the one that sleep on her? Like I always was mind boggled with that. But again, like we were talking about with value, like if I started, like I've built some equity with Yancy for argument's sake, like literally Yancy, like we talked off air before. And so like if I was courting somebody like that, she's already built equity up to where I would not have to be concerned about taking her to dinner because I already know what her MO is, right? Like, that's not who she is.
Right.
But girl A that I don't know, right? Girl B that I don't know off of Tinder or off of Bumble, I don't know them like I would say I could know a Yonsei. So I have no other I do have an alternative, which I don't choose. I want to say I don't have any alternative. I choose not to go the other route because it doesn't safeguard me. And I don't think there's women that don't know me that's going to look out for me. If you just met me, you're going to be looking out for you. Not going to be that concerned about me per se. So I have to be. That's why I got to set my boundaries. I'm all for a woman setting her own boundaries. Like, that's cool. If you a person who says, yo, I don't want to have sex for 3 months, or I don't want to have sex for a month. That's my rule. I don't kiss on the first date. Yo, you got all right to that. I would actually like to know these things during the dialogue, right? Because then it's like, I may not want to go out, period. If you telling me like, yo, you got these rules and regulations that you entitled to have.
Thanks for validating my values as
Huh? What she said? What she said? I ain't catch it.
I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Nah, well, that's all I'm saying. Is like I would have less issues with somebody who have already built some equity up with me than Susie Q, who I don't know what her motives are.
Yeah.
Was there a gong?
That did sound like
that
a
was
gong.
me.
That sounded like a gong.
Oh, here's the guitar. Yeah, I mean, I think that I'm the person that thinks that healthy communication is important. I feel like if everybody, lay their cards on the table, then there are no hurt feelings because you've eliminated all those expectations.
Yeah.
Everybody just needs to be honest. If you feel like, hey, let's meet for coffee or let's meet for a drink versus let's go out to eat, then I mean, if you get a lot of hesitancy and resistance with that, then you probably have, understood something about that person.
My rule is that the first date is always free.
We are talking about sex, Michael.
Hilarious. For me, my rule is first date is free. And I had a guy, I think I told you guys before, he was like, I don't know if you're going to kill me because I suggested we meet at a park. And for me, I just want to vibe. I also don't want to be committed to a whole outing with you if I don't even know if we're cool like that. So, for me, I like to go ride a bike at a beach, go do a workout, go, chill at the park. Like, there's so many things that you could do that don't require spending money, especially in Southern California.
Let me ask you ladies something. So why do you think there are some women who feel like the only way that they will go out on a date with a man is if he's A, paying for it, and B, also paying for dinner? Why is that?
Because they've been taught that. Women. Yeah. Well, I get a lot of them in the group because they have been taught that that's the standard. They have been taught that if a man values them, that is what a man who values them does. So if you don't do that, they see it as you don't value them. The same way a woman who sees you not opening the door, if she's raised that that's what a real man does, she's going to take it some kind of way. Just like with the girl in the story, if she thought to herself a phone number means something, she's going to take it that way. It's all about what the person's value system is. The same thing for you. Somebody told you that it's a big deal for somebody to pay their own way if you didn't eat anything. So for you, that had a big connotation to you, So it's all about what the person thinks about. And also, I think a lot of times people don't look at things from the other perspective. You guys remember when I did that post saying, how much do you think an average guy spends in a month? Most women were way low. A lot of times they're not looking at it from that perspective of what a man goes through and what he has to spend, and the fact that the date goes wrong, she's leaving pissed that she wasted her time, he's leaving pissed he wasted his time and his money. So just it's just not having the understanding of the opposite sex.
And to your point, it's all transactional, and like you said, we just don't realize what value the other side puts on the transaction.
Right.
Like real talk, we sisters don't realize, like, you guys, you have, which like you said, what's valuable to you, if it means like, yo, like I'm not giving up anything, like I don't go out on a date with the expectation that, yo, it's going down. That's to be respectable. And then the guy really doesn't know what that means a lot of time. And then for the guys, I can't say whether or not the sisters know. Yancy just said that I guess just in polling, it came across like this, but it's like, it means a lot for brothers to like spend cash. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's like, we're not saying the women are spending, because you guys are spending significantly on the things that you have to spend on. Especially if you're also.
But if you flip the tables, they'll suddenly understand how much that $50 means, that $100 means.
I mean, if she's going out with a guy that, she really wants to impress, then she's probably spending money on her appearance. She may have bought a new dress. She may have gotten her hair done or her nails, a pedicure.
You get no credit for your self-esteem.
Thank you.
Okay, but
Zero.
No. You missed my point.
I said that I did something specifically for the date.
No, I don't.
No. I said I did something specifically for the date.
And you still get no credit for your upkeep.
That's not upkeep. If I go out and buy a brand new dress for a date, that's not.
It does not matter.
The dress at that moment, I went out and bought this brand new dress because I wanted a new dress for this date.
What if she did a full wax, Ron? What if she did a full wax, and normally she's a woolly mammoth?
That's not maintenance of myself. That's not self-maintenance. That's not something I was going to do.
We don't buy clothes.
I'm in agreement with you, Ron.
We don't buy clothes. We don't go and get stuff. Like I love getting pedicure because in the military, you take care of your feet, you do your thing. I do a lot of stuff. It's just like me saying, okay, well, I need my gym memberships, my supplements, and all that good stuff. You got to give me credit because I'm doing all this so I can look like.
You know, because we going out to buy outfits specifically to impress you.
I said I specifically do something before I go on that date. I wasn't talking about my own maintenance of myself. I'm saying that because I want to impress this guy, I went out and I bought a new dress, or I got some new makeup.
Okay, guys, what I'm saying is guys do that too. Like I might go get a new shirt. I might go get a new pair of jeans or shoes and stuff like that.
Go wash your car. Make sure it's nice for her to get in.
But I also agree. I agree with LaShante in this point. Most sisters have enough clothes in their closets to just grab something. So if they done went out, you're on another level. If they done went out and said, "Yo, like I'm about to get something to because she's feeling like you're just not. I'm going to reach in my closet."
Or it's just a reason to shop, right?
Yeah,
I knew that was coming.
I don't need a reason to shop.
I knew that was coming, Corey.
If I want to go buy me a dress, I don't need no permission or a date. I specifically did something for this guy because I wanted to look a certain way for him.
Okay, but once again, and even with that saying, if you bought a whole outfit, got everything done for that date, you don't get credit.
Ron, let me try this. Let me try this way, Ron.
No credit.
Wait. Let me try it this way. LaShante. Let's say, for example, if you invited a guy to something, and I'm trying to make this even, but let's say that you went and you were gonna split something 50-50. Let's say you went into it knowing you're gonna split. You're gonna get concert tickets. Each person was going to pay $250, right? What if he said, I was going to pay $250, but because I went and got my car washed and I got, a tan because he's pale and he needed a spray tan or whatever, I'm just going to pay $200 because I spent $50 getting ready for the concert. Would you think he was crazy?
Yeah, I would think that was wrong because we had already discussed how much we were going to each pay for the tickets. But I felt like that was what the analogy I made was that they do preparation and they spend money on the date. And I was like, yeah, but women do preparation too. And they may spend money in advance for the date that she was going out of. So that was my comparison.
Do you think once you add in the cost of the date plus the cost of whatever they spent to get ready for the date, do you think it even comes close to
But that's not, I don't think that's her point. The point is she still spends money.
Yeah.
We all
and it depends on where we're going out for the day.
I guess for me, playing devil's advocate, I have a hard time like playing the violin for someone.
If we get drinks like Corey said, then he may not have spent more than $20.
Where?
Shit.
Where's that happening now? Wait a minute.
It was soda, Corey. It was soda.
I'm assuming that you're not buying more than one drink.
It was Coca-Cola. It was Coca-Cola, Corey, with ice.
I'm gonna assume that you're not buying more than one drink.
No, we get adult
Based
beverages.
on your conservativeness, okay.
No, Lashante, he gets a return on the investment if he gets her drunk. So that's a money well spent. Get her tipsy.
Now I'm sleeping with slugs. Like now I'm Bill Cosby, right? Like nah.
Not
That's
BC.
crazy.
Oh my God, did we lose? Did he? Shabazz. Yeah, Shabazz. I cannot.
Shabazz put his finger up.
He put the finger up. I can. That will forever in history, like, be everything. I feel like I want to throw him a birthday party just so that I can have the invitation, have the picture of the top of his chair and the little statue in the background.
That was hilarious.
No, listen, that was a rough day at work. I mean, even though we working virtually,
that will go down in history.
On a Saturday, man, that was roughest day I've ever had.
I believe it, because you was gone.
All I have to say is
you and Mike were going in.
I would not want to come out my coins for something. I remember one time I was so bitter. I met somebody and he lived in another state, and so I was gonna go see him, and it made more sense for me to go see him because my schedule I can work for anywhere. So that way, we wouldn't have to wait for him to take days off or whatever. So he had scheduled for me to come out. He was going to pay for me to come out, and then there was a second trip I was already planning. So I was like, you know what? Since you're paying for this one, I'll contribute towards the next one. Well, I ended up not wanting to talk to him anymore after the very first trip. And so I remember thinking, I'm pissed. Like, I want a refund for what I invested. I was mad about the thing ending, but I was pissed that I paid for a flight that I didn't end up going on. I was okay spending it when everything was Gucci, but oh Lord, I wanted every dollar back.
So I think that this is interesting. So Corey brought up a point saying that if he meets this person a certain way, that he doesn't get to know them prior to a date. Is that typically what everybody else does?
Wait, what?
Have some conversations. You said if you were taking somebody out on Bumble or Tinder, you're just getting to know that person and you're not about to spend a bunch of money on them. Does anybody else, like you initially meet this person maybe online and you start trying to get to know them based on the first date, or do you guys like exchange numbers?
Never. I have never gotten to know someone on the first date. Never.
I don't either. So that's why I'm asking the question. Because even if I meet somebody online or on a dating app, I exchange numbers with that person and then we communicate.
My time is too valuable to be playing Russian roulette like that.
I feel comfortable to go out on a date. But I don't think that that's the same thing for the guys. So I'm asking the question.
Yeah, so I will let you know that I have been on different types of dates. I have been on dates where we have exchanged information. We had weeks, months, days of talking. But then I've met people who either online or whatever, it's like, hey, I'm going to be here, be there. You want to meet? And they just want to be able to get it out the way, because why waste all of that time communicating if I don't even like the way you chew your food, or I don't like the way you look in person, or whatever it is. So I've done different things in different ways. I don't think it's a right way or wrong way. I would prefer a little bit of conversation, and let's meet up for something, whatever. I don't want you to care everything. I'll pay for it. I don't give a damn. But let's do something where I get to see you, because this is a problem, because we in this body positivity situation now. They have taken off on like dating apps and social media. They've taken off body type. So you used to be able to go in there. Say,
that's a good point.
Or I'm a BBW. I'm whatever it is. They've taken that all away because they don't want women to feel bad. So they would rather women go meet up with a guy and dude look at her and be like, oh no, never mind. That's not what I wanted. So I would rather get to know somebody a little bit, and then let's meet for a quick whatever it is. Like I said, once again, it could be coffee, dinner, whatever we decide to do. And let's vibe and let's chill and have a good time. Instead of me, let's conversate. Let me hear about all your hopes and dreams and favorite colors and your childhood and how your little dog Muffy got ran over by the
Not Muffy.
And I spent all this time, hours I spent all this time, I spent all this energy and effort, and then we meet up, and I'm like, dang.
You don't video chat?
Hey, yeah,
you don't video chat?
She looked like her mom's, right? Like that's why.
Look at Shantae's face. Oh my god. Yo.
And it's frozen on the live stream, so no one can see.
Listen, the best, like, LaShantae's facial expressions
priceless.
Are, like, priceless. Like,
I don't know why it's so frozen. I know, Muffy. But Ron, you don't do video chat? Like, I am downright almost rude with it. Like,
I don't mind. I love video chat. First of all, I'm a conversationalist. I love talking and stuff.
I need to see what I'm getting.
Yeah, me too. I'm the same way, but some people just not like that because they don't think they look well on camera, or they don't do that. And they're not trying to catfish or anything. They just don't. Especially some older school people. They want to talk on the phone, and then they want to go on a date and see how it goes. So, and then if you're looking at social media or dating apps or whatever it is, people with these filters and angles and all that good stuff, you look at them and you're like, oh yeah. Then you see them, you're like, oh no. And so you got to make sure that stuff is. So, like I said, I would prefer a little bit of conversation in the beginning. Go ahead and meet up and see where it goes from there.
I'm over here dead right now. I'm literally over here dead right now.
I say what you're not gonna do is show up and you look behind it.
Hey, my deal is like this. Man.
I've only had that happen to me one time, and that was because they bypassed the video. He bamboozled me out of the video preview, claiming that he was self-conscious that he hadn't got a haircut, and I gave him a pass. And we had mutual friends, so I felt a little bit safer. But never again will I ever in life spend my gas money and my time and waste the pretty. And you don't even look like what you said.
I haven't got really catfish, but what does happen sometimes is people have
No, he was 7,500 pounds. No, he was like 200 pounds more than his photo. He had his high school.
People age fish a lot.
Yes, he aged fished and weight fished and everything. I had every catfish, crawfish.
For me, like I've seen guys lie about their height, which I think is ridiculous because like eventually I'm going to see you, so why are you lying how tall you are? Like, dude, it means a lot to me.
You ain't got a lot of
everybody's taller than me.
Yeah. Well, so it's not a dudes are lie about the height to get the opportunity. It's not right. I'm not saying it's right. I'm 6'4", so that's not my thing. But if you got everybody that they want a 6 foot dude, which is only 14% of the population, or you want a 6'4" and over, which is only 1% of the population, a lot of those guys are like, it's impossible for all the women to get one of those. So
which is why I put down I'm 5'7", 5'7" in 17 16. You know what I'm saying?
And Rude Boy says girls don't pull out tape measures. I did. I pulled one out one time. I was like, you ain't gonna lie to me no more. This guy kept telling me he was.
How tall a man is by looking at his low forearm. How y'all see?
I'm
like,
weak.
Oh, he's short.
I am weak.
I can tell, by the way, I can tell when they do full body photos. I can tell how tall they are.
He got like little, right? He has a little real thick. Oh yeah, he a low man.
It's that waist to ankle. Like that waist to ankle always is the tell.
If you look at his hands, you can tell. Oh, he little.
Wait a minute. Okay, I have to.
Look, Monica tall as hell too.
Okay, so you're not gonna see. I'm not gonna let you see the face. Okay, this is a friend's son. Just by the arm length and the proportions, take a guess at his height. I gotta zoom out really carefully, make sure I don't show his face on camera.
Pull it down some. Pull it down.
I'm doing it real slow so I don't get his face.
He's bending down.
Oh, I already seen his face.
Yeah, his arms are long. No, his arms are long. You see how long?
Wait, I should have just put my hand like this. Okay, what do you guys think? Wait, I can't. There we go.
No, I think he's tall.
But he's a sprinter because that's blocks. Only sprinters get in the blocks.
Yeah, he looks like
okay. So he's 5'9".
He's 5'10".
Okay, everyone got their guesses?
Close to the 6 feet. I would say 5'11".
Okay, wait. I'm trying to hold it steady. Wait, how do I? it's opposite for me. There we go. Okay.
But it's a sprinter. They don't have 6 foot sprinters.
Okay, you ready?
Oh, okay.
6'6".
That's what I said.
6'6".
See, I told you his arms is long. I thought he was over 6 feet. His arms are really
His arms
really
are like freakishly long.
Yeah, his arms are freakishly long. I'm like, dude, he looked like he was
6'6". Look how long his arms. His arms are.
That boy's arms is long.
He look like Stretch Armstrong.
Really tall.
Yes,
Like Stretch Armstrong.
I'm 5'7.5", and I claim mine.
I'm like, no. Him bending down, his arms touch the damn ground. I'm like, no way in hell he's under 6 feet.
He's like on his knees, standing up, and he's still arms touch the ground.
Arms touch the damn ground.
That's my point. Yes. No, I've seen some. Yeah.
No, it's that waist.
So, Kari, how short are you, Kari?
That waist to foot.
I'm only 5'9". I ain't part of the 6 foot club, so that's where I'm at. Yeah.
He's a whole 5'9".
Yeah. I'm 5'9".
So I guess TD Jakes is the only is the real one, huh?
Oh man, look, in the world of guns, being 6 foot don't really mean nothing. So it is what it is. This is a tall dude. My baby brother that was in here earlier listening, he's 6'6", so we some big boys.
Wow. Okay. Oh. She said, well, okay. Ooh. All righty.
Okay, Texas. You know what they say.
It's that cornbread that I'm telling you. Them Southern boys, they big boys.
Yeah, I'm a Louisiana boy at heart.
Hot water.
New Orleans. What
You
part of
from Louisiana, Ryan?
Yeah, well, I'm from like almost the Texas part of Louisiana, Shreveport. So, but I went to Southern University in Baton Rouge. So,
I went to Southern University in New Orleans.
When did y'all come out of Southern? When did y'all come out of Southern?
Me, I was 28. What year was that? 20? No, I came out in 2007.
Right.
That's when I came out.
I went twice because I went to the military. They sent me back green to gold. So 2004 was when I graduated.
Because one of my yeah. God damn.
Wait, 2004?
I'm like the oldest. Am I the oldest?
I know. I feel so old. I was like, oh.
No,
I'm the oldest person in here.
Oh no, I'm 44. But I had a break. So I was in. Then I went to the military for a few years and went back in. So.
What I think what I was saying was like my business partner went there and we were the same age. We graduated high school together, but I'm sure he left before you got there.
So he's a Jaguar.
Like yeah. SU Jag. He used to DJ the homecoming up to his name is Drac Muse. He was DJing homecomings up to a couple of years ago.
Oh yeah.
Like he did
He probably did the
David Banner.
Yeah, David Banner was the student body president or something.
He was my business partner's roommate.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But that last event that they did in with David Banner a few years ago, like he would always do SU homecoming.
Yeah.
Right.
So you in Texas too, and I asked that because everybody in this group is in Texas. So are you in Texas too, Ron?
Yeah, I'm in the DFW.
I swear everybody's in Texas.
Everybody, listen, the majority of this group lives in Texas.
I'm about to be in Texas.
I don't know why the majority of the group is on the East Coast.
Texas and Atlanta.
It's Atlanta first. The biggest group is Atlanta, and then after that it's Dallas. Mm-hmm. Specifically.
And then you have the little stragglers in Houston.
Yep. We still accept them.
Little stragglers.
And then the crazy thing is New York was third. I didn't even know New York was on the map. I never hear people say, "Oh, New York." I mean, obviously there's Tony and who was the other one? For a while there was Natalie, but she's gone. But there were no real active people who were from New York, so I was confused.
Interesting.
Anyway. All right, y'all. I am fading fast. Normally I can go all night long, but I felt myself getting a little tuckered out, so I'm gonna wrap it up here. I'm trying to find my little screen. Here we go. I want to say shout out to CT Rude Boy. He always holds it down in the comments. Always is positive. Always has something to add. So shout out to him. He makes it really fun. Natasha also was very much contributing today as well. And so I appreciate that, you guys. He cracked me up. He asked me if I was vaping because he said it looked like it at one point, I guess, when I had moved a certain way. But thank you guys for contributing and having this conversation. Y'all hung in there strong, especially folks like Corey, who's 3 hours ahead. So I don't even want to do the math for you, sir. It's late. He said shout out to y'all. So thank you so much. And for those of you who live in the Dallas area, no dates, I will see you soon. And we can turn up. Maybe I should do a live stream with you guys and just go live from there on my Sunday and wrap my trip from Dallas. I might do that. It might be fun to do some in-person stuff with y'all. So anyway, all right, guys, let me do my little closing thoughts here. Give the good people their goodbyes. Thank you so much to everybody who watched and tuned in. I appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who shared this video and let people know that it was coming. I appreciate that. As always, I can't get my graphics fast enough. If you guys have a product or service that you want to offer, you want to advertise, you can do so. I'm not even drinking right now. I just can't even get my words together. You can do so here. Thank you so much for watching. And guys, until next time. Oh, Natasha said thanks for the great convo, Yancy and friends. Oh, so sweet. Until next time, guys, tell someone that you love them.